Good morning. Welcome to the Klickitat County Commissioners Workshop, noting all three are in session for October 3rd. Thank you. We'll be working on budgets. Okay. It was a good day. Good morning.
Morning.
Number where we started at. We can kind of go over where we are sitting at this moment in time. And I went through and updated a separate workshop line to calculate the change. And with all the work that we've done. And at this point in time, we started at a little over $5 million of a deficit. And through all the work that we've done so far, we are sitting at 1.562.
Is that green?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear myself.
Well, I can't hear you through.
Oh,
so I
weird.
just want to make sure.
Do you need me to repeat any
That's
of that?
better.
Nope. No, I can,
Okay.
I can hear you. I can't hear you speak.
Okay, so we were sitting at 1.56.
There you
Is the deficit so far at this point in the general fund. Through this process, we've gotten there by increasing revenue sources, reducing the margin. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear and what that could result in, just understanding that we've reduced the margin, therefore there is potential that we might not have buffers for supplementals and whatnot. So we'll just have to be mindful of that going through the 2025 year through those supplemental budget amendments. We've made adjustments throughout some departments. Adult probation made some reductions. We have adjusted off of a percentage of use the COLA placeholder. And it's another big ticket one. Interest. Yeah, we have funded the coroner's new budget through cumulative reserve. Those are the top items.
It's budgeted a full time.
No, it's
Okay.
it's been reduced.
Did you reduce?
Yes, it's
Okay.
been reduced to a 0.6, so that's also reflecting as to why it's been dropped down to 1.5.
But it's coming out of cumulative reserve, so
The revenue for it in the general fund, but the budget's in the general fund.
yes.
So on the reduction on the COLA, just so it's clear for everybody, that was reduction for use. That wasn't reduction of COLAs.
Correct.
Okay.
Not the actual COLA.
Yeah.
It may or may not.
COLA,
Did not go
is
away.
still not been approved, but we have budgeted for 2.5% to match the CPI. And we've just budgeted it with a percentage, a fraction of use that we used last year and the year before.
Okay.
Just taking it into that account.
So it's the funds available for the COLA, not the actual COLA itself.
Right.
And then for the agenda today, we first up will be East District Court. And let's see where else. And then the clerk, solid waste, and the fairs coming in. And then we'll break for lunch. And then this afternoon, Public Works will come in with the road fund, GIS, and then their ER&R fund. And then the sheriff will end the day with the sheriff.
We're gonna slow jet down from 78 RPM to 33 and a third.
We will likely have, I've booked 2 hours for Public Works. They don't think that they're going to utilize that time this year. So we might have a little break in there, which we can take a look at where we're at that point and have any open discussion.
What levers do you feel we have left that are bigger levers that we can pull to try to bridge this gap?
Well,
I have a question on
I'm not sure quite yet.
Okay.
the 1/4% on sales tax. What would that bring us to? We're at 7.5 now.
If we pulled the 1/4%,
Which 1/4% are we talking about?
not quarter, tenth.
A
So
tenth,
there's
okay.
2/10 that we have access to that Skamania County's taken that we haven't. So we're expected to bring what, 4.3 in? 4.3.
Greg and I provided that number of what we thought that would be,
And I don't have it with me.
350,
taking that?
400,000, things like
Yes.
that.
Okay. And what I was looking at too was what does that look like on the number?
I think we would have budgeted
7 point-
325 to 350 per tenth.
That was a
because-
conservative approach.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that was a conservative.
Per
It could
tenth.
be as high as
400.
430
Per 10.
per tenth.
Wow. And then what does that change, do you know, on the 7.5?
It'd go to 7.6 or 7.7.
Okay.
So I believe Skamania County is at 7.7.
I guess I'm forced to speak again and caution to this board of screwing things up. As I'm sure you're aware, there are data centers that are looking at Klickitat County to build. And the reason they're looking at Klickitat County to build is because we're only at 7.5%. If you go up and they run off to Douglas, did you really get your best bang for your buck?
Do you know what?
So, word of caution.
I heard we're the lowest in the state still. What is Douglas at?
Half a tenth of difference than us, but they provide other discounts that we don't provide. So at
Okay.
7.5, it's a coin flip.
Okay.
If you have questions before you jump up the sales tax, I would suggest you contact the data firms and get the details on what damage will be caused.
Just a,
If you're going to jump sales tax, you might want to wait until they build and then jump it, is my point. Don't do it before and don't talk about it and scare the hell out of them so they all run off and you get nothing.
just a reminder, there
There's a question.
is state legislation that exempts those data centers from the sales tax. And that's something that we have a problem with everywhere. So it actually, I wouldn't put that in the category of what would scare off a data center. And I think that we're asking questions here about what levers we have to pull, not saying that we're going to do it.
Right. I just
Um,
needed numbers.
Right. And I would argue that I've had conversations with those data centers. And so I think I know what I'm talking about when I'm trying to caution this board.
Was the question what Douglas County sales tax was? 7.8, and we're at 7.5.
Okay. And an increase would bring us to 7.6.
Correct. I'm quickly scanning to see what other counties are close.
And in
Douglas
interest,
is the only one I'm worried about, and that's because it was a very close decision after we went to 7.5.
and
We almost
in
lost them there.
interest of the public, I know they're always interested in the fair share from the larger projects. And so I was considering that for the future too. What would it look like if we increased now before we went into all those build outs? And how would that help us and the public?
Sounds like you might get something on a pump storage, at least the construction phase, but maybe not on the data center.
I would just like to point out RCW 8208986 as an exemption on eligible server equipment as well as eligible power infrastructure that Commissioner Christopher can review.
I don't need to review it, Jake. I'm not a child. I'm just trying to advise the board that they may want to have a conversation with the data center before they raise the damn sales tax.
Data center and power source. Can you clarify power source for me? What projects those would be? Or does that combine with the data
It's
center?
power infrastructure.
Okay.
I can get you the exact.
So do you think power infrastructure includes build outs by the PUD, or that is what power infrastructure means? I can look it up, Jake. It's okay.
Interesting.
There it is. Eligible power infrastructure means all fixtures and equipment owned by a qualifying business or qualifying tenant and necessary for the transformation, distribution, or management of electricity that is required to operate eligible server equipment within an eligible computer data center. The term includes generators, wiring, cogeneration equipment, associated fixtures and equipment such as electrical switches, batteries, distribution, testing, monitoring equipment. The term does not include substations.
Yeah, because if you take all that out, basically it's just a big building,
That's,
All you
you're
have
paying
is
on the
a
building. Yeah,
big building.
because that's a big ticket item. Yeah, and before there was, I want everyone to know in my mind too, I am considering the public what that sales tax would look like. And this is just talk for consideration, because I pay those pennies too. So. Sorry, Jen, I kind of interrupted you.
No.
With South.
No. This is perfect. Just kind of a recap. Let's get our feet wet a little bit, see where the board is wanting to go for the day, and any questions that you may have at this point in time before we get started.
What else do we have coming from like the coroner pulling that money out of cumulative reserve? What else is coming out of cumulative reserve?
At this point, nothing.
So
Not reserves. Like we pull out for $0.09.
So what about the money we send to the city of the Dalles for the airport? That's always come out of cumulative reserve.
Yes, but that's a standard. Sorry. I thought you were talking about new things.
I'm trying to add up everything. So what I'm trying to understand here is we've got situations like 911 where we were pulling down general or fund balance. We have fund balance, but what I need to know is that true coming out, that true expense totaled versus the revenue incoming. And, pulling from cumulative reserves is an option in order to balance a budget, but I want to try to set things up as best as possible for those who come after me, or at least give them the knowledge of this is how much money you have to make up in the future.
Thank you.
And again, people should know, we're not talking about emergency reserves. We're not talking about the last bucket of
Nope.
5 million.
No, this is
What
cumulative
we call it,
reserves
yeah.
and fund balance.
Right. What is the airport, like 60, 90, 60?
75.
75.
So currently, we have a transfer out for $0.09 of 215,437, 75,000 for the airport manager salary, and Wagap Youth Centers 20,000, professional service contracts of 10,000.
Slow down.
Mhm.
WAGAP, 75 for the airport, 20 for WAGAP. What was the next one?
10 for professional service contracts.
Which one's that?
I wish,
Yeah.
yes. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that.
Okay.
And then the corner,
And what do you have set for the corner?
189,997.
I didn't do the math on pencil and paper, but math in my head, that's over the 250 that we put in. Is that correct?
You need to subtract out the .09, 215.
I didn't
Right.
count it to begin with.
Okay, but I'm just saying for Gen, right? Because that comes out of its own, in essence, fund.
295.
So you're at 295. And we have 250 going in the budget.
Why? And I'm just looking for historical knowledge that you may have. Why do we pay Dallasport, the youth center, and the 10,000 professional services out of reserve and not out of general fundy stuff? That just seems weird. Why would you put money in your bank account that you're taking out of your bank account, kind of thing?
I don't know. That's something that's been done
Historical.
historically that I have no idea as to the reason or rationale.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, right there, you got 100 grand, so technically you probably should just put 150 in reserve from here going forward, knowing that you have this 100 grand that you've been paying for 20 years. Just weird. I don't usually put money in my savings account knowing I have to write a check tomorrow for something else. It doesn't.
Yeah, there's nothing in the information that I have or documents that I have that would identify as to why we did that.
Okay.
I just can't speak to it. I understand what you're saying though.
Mhm.
If it were me, I probably would have done it out of the general funds,
The two-
non-departmental.
Yeah, makes more sense.
The 215, is that staff on .09?
Yes,
Okay, so we're taking it from there, moving it over.
yes. That was approved by Quesapita back, I believe, when Commissioner Sauter was still on the board.
Good morning.
You'll run if you want.
Right away. I feel
Join the
bad.
club.
I feel bad that he's even here and taking time out of his busy schedule for this. His budget is so teeny tiny anyway. And usually not an issue, so I would recommend we move forward and address this gentleman and not
Yeah,
hold him up.
What's terrible to say is otherwise we don't see you, I don't think sometimes.
Yeah, that's kind of a good thing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if I don't see you, then I'm not getting tickets
You're not in
and
trouble.
haven't thrown any bricks through any windows lately.
so,
ahead.
I mean, the last directive of the board that I could glean was to open up the workshops to anybody who we can get in and fill and meet everybody. It would be helpful for anybody in the audience and the board as a whole. And so East District Court was able to meet today. And so we're just
That's great.
here to discuss the budget in general.
That makes sense.
I believe you've got our documentation, so any questions, we'll be happy to answer them the best we can.
Thank you.
I got a question. The deaf finding admin fee, we had $41,000 in prior year. Halfway through the year, we were at 18,000. Our current year, we were estimating 15, and next year we're at 25. Can you explain that a little bit?
That's the deferred finding.
Deferred finding? All right, so it went up, down, what was the,
We're down a little bit.
all right. That's a deferred finding fee that we charge on traffic infractions when somebody, rather than having the offense committed and going on their record, they petition a court for what they call a deferred finding. And our filing fee for that is 1/2 value of the ticket itself, or the minimum of $125. And I guess the reason that's down, we just haven't had the infractions that we normally have. But the process hasn't changed at all.
And so it's just the process has not changed. It's just
No.
they wrote less tickets.
That's apparently the case, correct?
Okay, and so if we had 41,000 the previous year at 18,000, and that was through 6 months of the year prior to summer hitting and a lot more driving. And we don't have updated numbers. That's still going to come in at like 36,000 would be the estimate. We only have 25,000 budgeted. Could we push that to 35,000, do you think, and would that be safe?
Jen, is this a 6-year number or a 6-month number? I thought it was an 8-month number. When was this number created? 6, good.
Probably could.
Push it to what, did you have?
35,000.
I think that's a little high, but that's just me. You guys are running this show.
We give it a shot. That works out.
Every 10,000 counts when you're 1.5 million in the
Yeah.
hole.
Well, we're hopeful it'll work out that way, but
Yeah.
so we're willing to, we don't have any problem doing that, but if it doesn't work out, I guess it works out.
The purpose of the deferred finding program is to keep people in compliance and not
Right.
committing more violations. So hopefully that reduces the amount of tickets there
Yeah,
are because
but-
they're not getting in trouble.
But they are having to pay a fee. Now, some courts just charge a flat fee. I always thought it was fair to at least pay half value of the ticket
Right.
if you're going to get the advantage of deferred. So I just think that's fairer than just having to pay a lower flat fee and remaining on. And plus, if they violate the deferred, then it comes back and it's committed on their record and they have to pay the full fine. So, but no, the process itself hasn't changed, but we could try the requested numbers.
Well, I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be, and
Yeah,
the people
right.
coming in are going to be, I'm just trying to accurately predict the
Sure.
revenues as closer to possible.
And the shared cost with Goldendale? It was, it says amended 33, proposed 13. So it's a decrease?
That's the number that's part of the contract that was
Okay.
done with the city.
Okay.
Okay, next one. So he giveth and taketh away, right? Your public defense cost was 9,212 the prior year. Halfway through the year, we were already at 5,359, and you're budgeting for 5,500 for next year. Is that a rational number, or are we being hopeful that we're going to have less in public defense costs?
Well, I think we're being hopeful, and a lot of that's based on criminal filings. Also, obviously, the more criminal filings, the more attorney fee hours we get. So that might be hopeful, but that's what we're hoping for, I guess. Is that fair?
It's also based on because so many people are indigent that those fees aren't being assessed,
Okay.
but there will be less.
Wait. This is on the cost side. So this isn't expenses. So if people are indigent, we're actually paying these fees. Are we thinking that there's going to be less indigent defense?
When they're indigent, we can't assess a lot of those fees.
Right, but this is the expense side. This is what we actually
The
pay
cost for
out.
the attorneys.
This is the cost for the attorneys.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Misunderstood.
Yes, yeah. So that's why I was saying if we think more people are indigent, then that number would be going up, not down. And so we spent 9,000 last year. We're on track for over 10,000 this year, but we're only budgeting 5,500. Should we push that closer to 10,000? So at least you have that in your budget.
Well, we certainly wouldn't object to an increase in our budget.
That I wouldn't disagree with.
Huh?
That I would not disagree with. It's a more accurate number, I think.
Okay. And then we also have What is the interest court C dash expense?
That's interest income that we get from cases that we've sent to collections.
But this is on the expense side. This is 3614113.
Yeah, it's interest earnings. I don't know what's doing on that page, but I guess there's other revenues there right below it.
Yeah, why are we seeing earnings on the expense side in Klickitat? That's 35733. That's a revenue. So why are we seeing these revenues in the expense? Oh, never mind. We're still on the revenues. I just said current expense. I was incorrect there. So that would actually, if we push that to 10,000 on the public defense cost,
Whoops.
we're actually getting money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're still giveth. We haven't got to the taketh away.
Public defense costs.
Are you sure are you sure you want to try and push the public defense cost revenue up?
No, I think we're probably
Okay, I
gonna be
just want
fine
to
there.
circle back and double check here.
All right, expenditures.
Are we moving on to expenses now?
What is discovery pass violation? What is the ticket for that? Is that a $50 or?
That's the park.
Right, I know what it
Yeah,
is. I
it's,
just don't know what the violation, how much they write the ticket for
I
normally.
believe it's $50.
That's what I was thinking, but you're only forecasting $100 in revenue off of it, and only we got $100 this year, meaning there's only been 2 people that didn't have a discovery pass, and that just astonishes me.
Yeah.
Either that or they're just not writing tickets.
Well, they also have the right, if they come back and within, I don't know, 7 or 10 days and get a pass, then
Uh,
they
They
get
can
a
get out
waiver
of
of the fee.
And I think a lot of those go to Weston because of where the trails are.
Yeah, I think
too.
they have more.
Yeah.
West
Well,
End.
and
Well,
there's
everything
only
at the observatory up here.
there's only one person who manages like
Giving
1
them.
million acres to write those tickets, so.
Mhm.
The DOL tech support was 7,700. This is still on the revenues. 7,700 last year, 4,000 halfway through the year, and you're budgeting 5,500. What does that come from and how is that based? And I'm glad you took it up a little bit.
I really don't know where that's coming from. We have a breakdown of codes that we go in and then the money is distributed to the different categories on the codes that we put in. I don't know exactly which fines go into that code.
Okay.
I base that amount just on the history of the income.
It implies to me that would be a department licensing portion of a fee, but I will dig into that while you guys are finishing talking.
This might be a question. So I'm fine to head to expenses. So if this is halfway through the year when this was run, we had regular wages of 217. And the current year estimated is 353. If we're only halfway through the year, wouldn't that be closer to 400,000? For regular wages?
I'm going to the personnel sheet.
Thank you.
Are you talking for this year?
This year, yeah, it was 217.
I did do a supplemental request to cover the COLA difference. No.
Okay.
And when it comes to courts, the judges receive a salary increase off mid-year. It's July. Is that when
Yeah,
it is?
usually.
Usually July. And so it's a little bit more challenging when anticipating their wages and benefits, because we always have that mid-year adjustment and that applies to sometimes other areas and for those wages that are tied to the judges' salaries.
And then so with next year, we're proposing this without the COLA then. So we'll be getting another supplemental and at this time next year for your COLAs.
Correct. All non-union,
Right.
budgeted without COLAs and we're instructed to do so.
But the 353 was total for this year prior to COLAs. And we're doing a supplemental this year. I'm just making sure we're accounting for this year's COLA when we set because your 5.7% change for the wages and benefits is less than many of our other departments. So I just want to make sure we're doing the numbers off the right time. Especially considering that the judge's increase in July isn't reflected in the 217 that we've already spent.
It appears the numbers that have been entered are off of the actual wage and benefit sheet. Typically we budget those off of the breakdown. You guys have seen those before. So the wage and benefit sheet has salaries at 376 and some change. But Jane and I can go back and look at that
And
in
then,
more detail with some time and reevaluate that and increase it if it's needed.
so when we set that and we're burning through it faster because we didn't incorporate the COLA for the first 6 months, the supplemental that you put in will also include the judge's increase as well on that.
I hope so.
Okay, I just want to make sure because we're gonna only have one shot at getting this right in a couple of weeks, and I just want to make sure we get it right.
I just want to also add, when we're anticipating judges' salaries, we don't necessarily know what those are going to be until the year that we're in it. Accurate?
Yes.
So we're just taking a guess when we're anticipating judges' salaries, as to what that second half will be. Sometimes we hit the marks, most times we don't, not just East District Court, but countywide. We don't hit that mark because we just really don't know until we get word from the state.
It also impacts the PA's office.
It does.
Absolutely. No, I just want to make, as long as we're accounting for it and we're budgeting appropriately. The other one that's weird is the personnel benefits. The current year is 132. Next year is actually 131. It went down. We haven't seen this in any other department. Does that make, I mean, from staff's perspective, does that make sense?
I understand that that's really interesting. I'm just looking at the wage and benefit sheet and it's what it's calculated at. So again, I'll go back through that the formulas are all right, but it's the same copy. So as everybody else's, but we can definitely go back and just.
I just want to make
Quadruple
sure
check
that
that
we double
all
check
right.
because things that stick out in my mind, when benefits go down in one department, but in all the other departments, they're going up, it's something doesn't feel right. And that was the last of my questions.
I'm good.
Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Good to see
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thanks for being simple.
There is never, the courts, but all courts' budgets are so tight and small. There's not any wiggle room in those at all. They tend to be pretty simple.
Mhm.
Pardon?
Taking the hot seat.
Might as well. Jump in the pool.
Mhm.
Solid waste.
which is a fund, not part of the general fund, its own fund.
We're jumping ahead in the order.
When I next?
I think it's
Next?
clerk.
Oh, Renee's next.
How long before Renee's? Okay.
I can get started if you want, or I can wait. Up to you guys.
I'm good.
So the one thing I'll talk about in solid waste, because I'm sure you're going to talk about it, is the 103,835 in professional services. That again is the base salary, previous position that was moved there as a placeholder. In 2025, we anticipate spending potentially all of that, if not more, on a couple of projects. So I'm glad we've had it and I'm glad we've saved it. The solid waste management plan update needs to be done before 1st of January.
Before we go on there, when it's in solid waste and if we don't spend it the prior year, where's that money going?
Fund balance,
That's just going into fund balance.
which I'm glad because we need to either have the cash available to prepay something until we get reimbursed or to cover an expense.
Right, but if it's going into fund balance, it could have been used somewhere else. Is it going into fund balance in its account or in general fund?
Its own,
It's going into its own account.
yeah, and it will be spent this year. So
How much do we have in it currently
158,000
in fund balance?
plus or minus.
Thank you.
So the solid waste master plan update, 5-year plan will be worked on in 2025. It has to be done by 2026. We're not sure if it's just an updated revision or a total redo. The consultant that was hired 5 years ago cost $53,000. Some of that potentially is reimbursable by the grant. Maybe all of it, we don't know yet. We still have to prepay it until we get reimbursed. We'll know in about 6 months what that cost is. We've got some names now. We'll reach out and the Solid Waste Advisory Committee met for the first time. They know this is on their calendar for next year. So again, I'm glad we have the money in fund balance to cover that expense. Horse thief, Mr. Kavanaugh and I have a meeting next week with the consulting firm to begin the groundwater testing and the air quality testing for 2025. I have no idea at this point what that cost is, but that'll come out of this line item. And then hopefully the third or fourth quarter, potentially most likely build a permanent gas dissipation berm, which will allow us to go complete post-closure and be done with horse thief. So we have no idea at this point what the testing is, how many times we have to test. We don't know if the wells are still intact for the groundwater. It's been a long time since they've used them, assuming they are. And then we'll get the testing done. We've already engaged with ecology on this, so it's something that has to be done in 2025. And again, the cost of that is not yet determined, but
Do you think you'll have that before the first of the year, the cost?
maybe of the testing. We're going to meet Wednesday. We have a meeting and then it'll take a while to come up to speed, but hopefully by the end of the year, we'll know. So we should know by the first quarter, maybe second, if there's enough funds in here to cover all of this. I'm hopeful there is. Even if we get reimbursed, we still have to cover the cost up front until we can get reimbursed for some of this horse thief. We will not be reimbursed. Should have been done a long time ago. And then the third one is it shouldn't be a major cost, but we don't know is the revised Republic contract. Now the county's paying the cost of transportation to clean out the transfer stations. The new contractor for the transfer stations is now on the second clean out of all of them. So it's much more frequent than it used to be. And we have yet to determine, and then working with Republic, we're not sure if the transportation cost has been reflected in the first round of invoices. We've covered all the other stuff. The grants reimbursed for most of that in the past. So this is an expense that once we find out what it is and if it's determined the grant will or won't reimburse us for that, then we'll have to pay for that out of solid waste fund. But again, we don't know what that is yet either. I can't imagine it's significant, but transporting moderate risk waste is not inexpensive either.
Part of the agreement.
Part of the agreement.
Can you hit again, you're talking a little fast for me, on the regular wages going up by 27.8%, why was that?
Well, first Mackenzie, worked on this with Jen. Mackenzie's sick today and not able to be here. So I'm assuming it's the same formula that we've used for everything else. And that reason we're not going to spend this year what was proposed is because, as you know, we pay for 20% of clerical in economic development, and that position's been vacant. So we haven't expended all of that. So I can't answer that directly, Jake.
That's what I'm just trying to figure out. We just had somebody come in and their regular wages are going up 5%. And should be doing it the same between this and that.
Could be
This
step
is
increases, could be
30%.
Yeah, I don't know.
Every personnel sheet is exactly the same across the board. I created it with drop-down menus, and locked formulas, so they should be exactly the same, and it would depend on each office having or department having different set of circumstances or anticipated promotions, step increases, those types of things.
So there was, and Jen and I go back and look at this, Commissioner, and get back to you. I know the person in the position at the time the budget was built probably was going to be due a step increase. I mean, that person's no longer there, so we'll have to go back and see what was in place at the time we ran all these
So
numbers.
I have a question. There's two different wages. There's the wage line at the top for
Correct.
solid waste, and then there's the OP general wage.
Correct. It's cost accounting. We track the grant.
But actual employees that you're paying out of this budget is the solid waste person at 1 FTE and the receptionist at 0.2 if needed.
And part of Mackenzie's wages. She's not totally paid out of the bottom part. She's partially paid out of the top part.
Well, I guess my question is, boy, it sure seems like a lot for 1.2 employees.
There are three sets of salaries.
Is Joe paid out of this too?
Joe is paid out. I'm talking about the fund in general.
I'm looking
Which-
at this budget page.
Which line item? The bottom part, the 53780 or the
I see,
10?
We're looking at both of them.
I'm looking at 10 and I'm looking at 80. I'm
Okay, so I'm gonna
combining
talk,
them.
I'm gonna talk as a collective whole because
Okay.
they're split up between
Okay.
two. We have three. We have Mackenzie, Joe, and the interim director.
Is the interim director's salary still put in the 2025 budget?
Yes,
That was kind of my question is, I think that's a lever. If the board so chose to pull the lever.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't, we went forever not having a director. I don't know that you plan on having a director going forward. And or putting it under a different director, so you're no longer needing a director's level salary in this budget.
It's not a director level salary, it's the stipend, but
correct.
Oh, that's all it is the
Yeah,
stipend?
it's just the stipend.
Just
Well, that's a conversation in and of itself.
true.
I mean, you add that up for a year and that's a lever.
But we have to talk about that department and management of that department.
Yes, we would have to actually make a decision.
They have to have management oversight like every other department,
I don't
Org chart.
disagree.
and there has to be money to pay for that.
This has been on our radar for a year though. The same with code compliance, and it needs to have an endings, IT, it needs to have an ending time and a plan to get there. That ends the stipend. Sorry, Rob.
If we roll from stipend to director, which they have to
No,
have.
you're not gonna have a director, you're gonna put it under a different director, like code compliance.
Oh.
Instead of Rob being his director, you're gonna have public health or building as his director,
And yeah,
as example. Solid waste would go under Aaron or whatever, and it's just an assumed duty.
I'd be a little concerned adding more to Aaron still. Right now.
I agree there needs to be that discussion,
Mhm,
when that discussion happens.
mhm.
We have a lot on our plate, a lot going on, a lot to be done, so it has to happen at some point.
Mhm.
But we needed to budget in case that discussion doesn't happen.
Well, at this point, I think we should budget it for probably the next 5 years because it hasn't happened in the last year and a half, so.
And again, if you don't spend it, it would just roll back into fund balance.
So one other question I have, the RDC administration fee, this is back on the revenue side. That used to be, I believe, built into the contract, that money went straight from, as part of the contract, it went straight into this, and we didn't have any ability to move it or change it or anything else. With the updated contract, I don't believe that's still the case anymore. And so is it coming in as a revenue from administration fees, the appropriate way to have that catalog coming in?
Well, that's a much larger discussion with the finance committee on how we set up our GL account.
Okay,
It's a good
so
question, though.
I just want to put that out there for you guys to have that conversation.
Sure. That's a good question.
I'm sure personally, I feel that the most appropriate time to make those changes would be when we change over to the new ERP system.
Well, I want it included in it.
I believe it's on the list.
It's on the list?
It is.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
I can come back after Renee. I don't want to
Yeah.
take her time.
Thank
so.
you.
See how I am? No,
No, you're good.
He wants off that
Yes.
state real bad.
He texted you and said, come now.
He just jumped in because
Yep.
Judge Hanson was really quick with his, so
Well, we're
We
gonna
had-
be really quick.
I
They are.
anticipate that too.
We just wanted to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We're good.
Good.
So I don't have a lot to report. My budget is pretty much the same as last year. Added an increase for the jury management system we use, a 5% increase across the board with that. We manage that program for all the district courts plus Superior Court. For Superior Court, they send out our summonses for us, so that's a part of the professional services as they mail those out. And then we have to upload every year the jury source list, which is a combination of driver's license and voter registration. And the state merges those two lists together and sends it off. And then we send it off to our jury. So we do that once a year and stop all of our juries processes to get that uploaded. So pretty much everything else was pretty much status quo in expenditures. Revenues are up just a bit. And I know it may not look that way when you're looking at my revenue sheet, but I had $9,700 that was put in my I don't remember what bar's number it is, but it's on my LFO grant funding. And I'm getting money put in there at the beginning of the year that's not supposed to be in there. So now that negative is a positive, which is taken away from my bottom line. And so it kind of skews my numbers just to kind of help out with that perspective.
And if I may, we had a phone call, so I just want to make sure that that I remember it correctly. You requested to add the $500 in supplies.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is here. I should bring that up. So,
And I just, because it's not going to be on their printed sheet, so
It
I just
isn't.
wanted to make sure that
yeah,
we talked about.
it was on the consent agenda on Tuesday, the agreement, and was signed. So how that's going to look is the clerk's office will purchase the credit cards and we'll disperse them to the jurors when they check in. And then we will load their payment onto it after those fees are calculated. So their per diem plus their mileage gets calculated. And so that process is taking away, currently it is vouchered through the auditor's office, and then individual checks are sent to all those jurors by the AP person. And so now it will circumvent that. We'll have an account, been working with Greg and Heather to have that BARS number front loaded with money so that there will be money in that account to pay the jurors. So those BARS, that money's already a budgeted line item, so it doesn't change. What I'm asking for is I have a line item for office supplies that are related to jury cards, which is $500, not much. Because the cards cost us 73 cents.
When they're done with their trial, do you give them the card when they leave?
No, when they
have
come
to
in,
mail.
it's
Oh.
when they come in.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it'd be
There'll
a
be no
nightmare
mailing.
trying to do that as they're leaving.
That is a significant savings.
Oh,
of
yes.
Expense between postage alone and the
Mhm.
cost of printing the warrant paper and the
Yeah,
ink
there's,
to go on there, the micro
yeah.
printer ink.
many of them don't cash their checks too.
Yeah.
So the process of going to the state and
Mhm.
whatnot.
And they take care of all
Nice.
of that. That is, they'll push that to the Department of Revenue, so that takes that process out of the treasurer's office. And so
You haven't done
Oh.
the system yet, though.
we haven't,
just wonder what the
no, we're
public
just
thought.
getting started.
Yeah.
Well, I think there will probably be some pushback from
Yeah.
people who like paper checks, but paper checks are just no longer authorized. For jury pay, we're doing this system. And in there, the agreement, people can have it moved to their PayPal, their Venmo,
Oh.
their actual account. They can use it like a Visa card. So there are multiple ways for the people to utilize that card.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna walk into this landmine that I did with the previous person up here.
Okay.
The public defense costs on the revenue side was almost $5,000 last year. Halfway through the year, it was only at $856. You budgeted 2,000 and next year's 1,000. What actually changed in the revenues? Why is the revenue going down so much?
So it is no longer assessed on defendants and hasn't been for, I don't know, 5, 6, maybe 7 years. And then statutes have come out which do not allow us to actively collect on those funds anymore. And then they did a judgment that comes out of Superior Court. So the felony judgment and sentence paperwork. So we add that as a judgment in our system. We have 10 years to collect on it. If we don't collect, then it's non-collectible. And I mean, it can still sit there. Somebody can pay it, or because it's pretty much if they get any kind of state or public assistance, that funding, that is just waived. So it is just not, we're just not collecting. There's no fees that are assessed against the defendant except a mandatory $15 on a domestic violence case.
That's the only fees.
Only fee
And
for
$15.
indigent defendants. That's
And
correct.
then, so if you're non-indigent defendant, then can you assess a fee?
Well, it's up to the judge and the prosecutor.
Right.
Mhm.
What is definition of indigent? Is that
Anybody who's,
below medium income level, but it's the state's median income level that's double the actual income level? I mean, what's the number there, you know?
well, they send out a indigency guideline for the judges. And if you're on any kind of public public assistance, EBT card, any of that, I mean, you put that on that and you automatically are considered.
Right, but I know for even people that aren't on assistance,
It's
there's
below
a
100,
dollar number.
it's below 125% of the poverty. And I assume it's statewide.
Yeah.
And
That
that's-
was the number I was looking for, 125%. Because some people actually use 200% of the poverty level. So I was curious if they did on this one.
So the 4,900 that was collected that last year, that was for stuff that had happened years ago likely, and they were just actually paying it finally. And so we can see that tapering down, and that's what you're
So,
budgeting for.
Probably nothing.
That's a great Thank
Yeah.
you for being able to help me understand it.
Yeah.
The other question I have on that poverty level, we'll call it, is if somebody comes in and they fill out a form to get indigent defense and report their incomes, does anybody, do you guys check those or does the state check those? Who's in charge of saying, okay, you're indigent?
The court. The
You-
court reviews the indigency screening form and makes a determination whether,
Any idea whether they actually verify what's written on the form?
I mean, they swear people in and
So it's,
ask
it's,
questions
it's,
and get answers.
it's still on the honor system. And if you want to lie in court, it's just perjury. So interesting.
So what percentage that comes through would you say is indigenous?
The vast majority, like 90%, I would say.
98%, bro.
The vast majority.
Okay, thank you.
That was my question on the check and balance. Cause it's, yeah, I'll go there.
Easy.
I don't have anything else. I think they did a great job. I just need to understand why the benefits went up 26%. That's a wild swing as well.
So last year, when it was budgeted, I had an employee that was not married, didn't have any children, so it was just her. So the person who's now in that position is married with family.
Got it. Good enough reason. You've
Got the answers.
Yeah.
All right. That's all.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you. Bye. You're welcome. Thank you. Yep.
Rob's not thanking you because he gets your chair.
He's trying to leave. Look at, there he goes. Don't depend on that. Yeah. Who's after the clerk? Oh, it's okay, you go. Okay. Okay, I'm good.
So
And the fair was concentrated to the landfill dollars originally and I believe they moved their work over there.
Oh, good.
So
Get to meet them.
and the landfill has not changed the fair at all. It's just considered to be there.
in the meantime, I think we can have a conversation going back to using funds coming out of cumulative reserves for things that we have pulled out every year and how we would like to do that. I think the coroner position, pulling that out of cumulative reserves makes a lot of sense because we are asking the state for
Yeah.
the money. And so that actually does look good in terms of going in front of the legislature to say, hey, look, we're having to pull this out of cumulative reserves. We don't have the money for this.
Well, and I think I can, you're not gonna get me to say pull money out of reserves very often, but on the corner, I can see it making sense because that's what it's for. One time emergency use kind of a scenario. That was my question on all these things that we're paying year over year over year over year over year out of reserves. It's just, that's just bad budgeting.
So my thought would be is, we've got 75, 20, 10. So that's 105. What we would do is we'd pull the 105 just into, either the 105 and still put 145 into reserves, or we pull all of it back. If you pull all of it back, you're not putting anything into the cumulative reserve. I think a better statement is what we need to do is set a policy that at the end of the year, after everything is said and done, at the first supplemental, what you do is you take a good portion of what stayed in your, and I guess I can just wait for for Jen to come back.
Yeah, you're gonna need to, because we already have a policy that says we put 250 in there. So if you're gonna change that, you're changing that policy.
And I wonder if I may, waiting for Jen to come back. If part of reserves, and again, it's multiple levels. If part of that is for a rainy day or is for a worse,
That's your cumulative reserve.
then this may be a rainy day for a while until we get to a brighter day. So is it bad to pull some of it out?
See, and I would argue the exact opposite. Yeah, I mean, and you know that. The money that we're putting over there for the airport and the youth center and everything is a yearly operating expense. Put it in your budget and figure your budget out.
I don't think that's what Rob was talking about.
Right.
No, I think where I was going with that is I agree with you, and that's what I was trying to say we should do.
Right, but in doing so, you want to lower the amount we actually put in reserves via policy.
I was talking more about when you, maybe the corner, other things where we have to, it's a bridge, we have to get from here to there, and reserves gives you the option to do some of that while you're pending bigger decisions.
I think what we probably have is a difference in that I believe that you have your emergency reserve, which you need cash on hand, and that's beyond your rainy day fund. That's your hurricane fund. Your rainy day fund, in essence, is your cumulative reserve, whatever is in it. A better thing that we could possibly think about doing is pulling $0.09 out of that, because $0.09 can only be used for a certain thing. I don't think $0.09 should have ever been added to just the cumulative reserve line, because then you're doing internal budgeting. I would much rather have the cumulative reserve be its own fund that can have the 5 million base in it, but that's
That I agree
everything
with.
else.
I think that is
Kind of
much
falsely
cleaner to
inflates the
people
number.
looking at a budget on how much money you actually have in reserve.
Is that,
Because right now, they're all looking at it with $09, and that is incorrect.
and having the number in there falsely inflates the
Yeah.
number to people who
'Cause it just
don't
comes
have
and
the.
goes.
That you don't have access to. Your cumulative reserve needs cash on hand that you have access to. A better way is that what you do is you can, if you have the funding availability, you can budget putting money into cumulative reserve each year as a policy goal that you may or not be able to do. I agree with Commissioner Christopher, putting it in, taking it out was something of expediency when they started the programs, and they said, well, just pull it from cumulative reserve. And then once it got into the cycle, it's in the
They
cycle.
never fixed it.
But if we're building a new financial system, we need to fix these things. This is the time to fix them. And I would say a better policy is not just to put 250,000 in. A better policy is that it's your first supplemental, the money that was rolled over, that's in just your cash balance that we don't even get to see. Because remember that's not even something, this is the way government budgeting works versus how private sector budgeting works. We would know exactly what our cash balance is, because your cash balance plus your cumulative reserve is your actual funds available.
And if we keep doing things the way we've always done it, then next year we'll take the corner out of there again and again and again, because we haven't made the adjustment.
And right, and that's kind of my point. It's really easy to do, to kick the can down the road for a year. Hey, let's just take it out of here. But you still got to find the money next year.
Right.
So I guarantee you that's probably what happened with all of these originally, is let's just take it out of there, and they just never fixed it in 10 years.
Yeah.
So I guess my point is, it makes no sense on paper to say, oh, we put 250,000 in reserves every year, when, well, technically you did. It's not a lie. You just sucked most of it back
So,
out every year.
Pre-dedicated.
So it's false advertising.
But again, that can be corrected with the new finance.
Right, but I don't know that it
Nicole's
wasn't
on that.
intentionally done that way, so you can say you put 250,000 in the reserves every year, which is entirely accurate. It doesn't mean you didn't spend 260, but
Quick, James, save me.
I'm here to say
we solved all the budget problems and made world peace.
fantastic. Our work is done.
Our work is done.
Let's go to lunch.
So,
Let's go.
Yeah.
so
We're
Jen,
done.
can you explain why 0.09 is part of cumulative reserves and it's not in its own fund?
And what it would,
Fine.
and what it would take to make it its own fund, so it doesn't show up in reserves and people don't think we have that money to spend on other things.
Are y'all reading my mind or something? Because that's part of my next year proposal. New ERP system proposal anyway.
Why put off till next year what you can make a policy decision on today? And
Sometimes I
advise
just have
staff
one
to
too many
move forward.
irons in the fire to tackle something
I
that,
get it, but we can give guidance to staff to get to it when they get to it. So it keeps the iron hot versus kicking a can down the road for the, because I can't believe we haven't had this discussion before. And it begged to differ. I don't think it was last year. I think it was the year before we tried to do this and there was some glitch in the matrix.
I don't remember attempting to do this, but let me go see what kind of notes I have.
So I guess where I'm coming from is it's almost disingenuous to have a 1.7 or $1.5 million deficit and knowing that you're going to be spending money that's likely coming from somewhere to be putting money in cumulative reserve. And I understand why you would do it if you're putting it in to take it straight back out, and that's just a budgeting method. I think a better thing is to change that policy to pull the 105,000 out of the cumulative reserve. So we're already associating that 105,000. We just pay for that out of the general fund, not out of cumulative reserves. We cut off the 250 for the year. And then that gives us another 145 that we can reduce the budget down.
Just want to go on
I-
record that I'm opposed to that.
I will be honest, I did not track what you just said. I was trying to look at something else, but I will speak to the policy that we have in place to put $250,000 into reserves. It's not to put it into the general pool of cumulative reserves. It's to put it into the actual emergency reserves to continue to build emergency reserves by $250,000 every year. So that would be that reserves that if we touch would initiate a hiring freeze and trickle down.
Okay, so how much do we have in emergency reserve?
5.5.
So we've only been doing that for 2 years.
This has been long before me.
The 250s.
But I thought
Going in.
we had 5 million for since I started in 2015, we had 5 million in emergency reserves. Something changed
That's
in
not
order.
possible. You maybe are confusing the terminology of the reserves, perhaps, because this is a policy set in place back in Glenn Chipman's era. Like
It was
it's been a
15, 20
while.
years ago.
Does
That's a long
also
time.
speak to getting $9 out of there, so we're starting to clarify what are these numbers and the emergency versus the accumulated.
Yeah, because if that was the case, our first year, there would only been 4.75 in emergency reserves.
My recollection is I agree with you, commissioners, that 5 has always been the number we've used, whether it was the right number or appropriate number. It's the number that sticks in my head.
And I think it was a conversation that we had that we would continue to put that into emergency reserve. So your emergency reserve would start moving up over time. But then when we do that, that's an emergency reserve that you don't have access to. So that's not money in, money out.
You
for
do.
the
There's
things
just a cause and effect to it,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Because $5 million 5 years ago covered more than $5 million today.
Absolutely.
I mean, the whole idea is to be able to make payroll and
And
other stuff.
if I can remember correctly, the 5 million was done, setting a $5 million reserve policy was done back in 2005 or something, like a long
Maybe
time.
they didn't have it. That was the goal. That was the stretch goal to get to 5 million. But we've all talked often about how everybody has a different way they slice and dice the reserves, the what's actually in each.
So if that 250's been going into emergency, what's been funding the other reserve we're talking about then?
Stuff Dan's talking about.
Just so the question is how does your cumulative reserve go up, right?
Mhm.
Your cumulative
Interest earnings would be one of them.
Okay.
interest earnings can be one. So interest earnings goes into cumulative reserve, or does interest earnings?
Interest earnings on investments that cumulative reserve is
Holds.
currently investing.
Okay.
And there was a period of this year from February on that there was no investments in 125, but that's been
So
rectified
that
and they're now
assumption that it was
investing.
going up
Wait,
250
one
a year
twenty-five
wasn't
wasn't investing
correct.
money?
Correct.
For how long?
February to July.
So when that doesn't get invested though, that money is still getting invested.
In the general pool.
But the general fund gets the interest earnings
Correct.
off of it. So if it's getting invested now and it's going into cumulative reserves, then when we budget for it, that interest earnings need to be shown in cumulative reserves, not in what we can spend. You understand what I'm saying there?
I was reading something.
So that's okay. Let me know when you're listening next time.
I'm trying to find the policy that you first asked about.
That sounded correct. Then again,
Okay, go ahead. You have my full attention.
So I was always under the impression that the interest earnings were always going into the general fund, and that's how we budget to spend money out of the general fund on the interest earnings side of it. If what you're saying is that the interest earnings in 125 is staying in 125, then we would, in order for us to spend the money on interest earnings in the general fund, we would have to do a transfer out of cumulative reserves to it.
Not correct. So the general pool of uninvested cash is the interest earnings that it's invested regardless. So if a department, if a special district, those types of entities that we have, that the treasurer holds the cash for, does not request to invest their cash, that goes into the general pool of dollars invested that the treasurer invests, and those dollars go to the general fund. Any fund that requests cash to be invested, those dollars go back to that fund. So when 125 is invested, and requests to be invested, then those earnings go back into 125. Build
Okay.
that balance.
So,
Already in there.
but if there's a change there, right? That stays in cumulative reserves,
Correct.
which would lower the amount of money that we're going to get in the general fund for next year.
Which is what
on
Greg and I have
interest.
already taken into account. Yes,
in this. budget.
which is why we were not comfortable going too high, but we found a comfortable level.
So the next part of that is in 125, you invest that and you get the interest. How does that work with $0.09 that is?
General pool of reserves.
So that would be why. So you're using $0.09, you're getting the interest on it, but it's going into our regular current cumulative reserve, not going into $0.09.
Because the commissioner's office is investing the requesting to invest the cash as a whole. And therefore going into 125's investment earnings to the
So you can pull
cumulative
it out.
portion of reserves.
So what Jen didn't hear when she was out was there was discussion about moving the $09 out of accounting for them separately, so it doesn't.
But you wouldn't, I mean, the only thing you would do there is if you want to keep the money out of .09 or the .09 getting the interest, you just wouldn't ask for it. And then that money would go into the general.
You're talking
fund.
3 million out of 16. So, I mean, that's a fraction.
I'm still talking 5% interest on $3 million is a lot of money.
It is. It is. So
Um,
it's really just,
And, but so
words
then if you're saying though that money needs, the interest needs to be going in there, we need a line item for cumulative reserves for interest revenue. Is that in here?
should be.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that's what we're,
It should be. I mean, it's. But. Let's see. Let me go.
that would
Look it
be
up.
in
That's under the commissioner's budgets.
cumulative 125.
While she's looking, I don't know, Commissioner Bill, if we answered the question already. So how were we paying for the money that Commissioner Christopher is talking about that we pulled out 110,000?
Yeah, I get it now.
You got, okay.
Yeah,
I
got it now.
didn't, I just, if
Yeah.
you got it, that's fine.
No,
I
I
just want
got
to
it.
make sure it was correct.
Yeah, thank you.
There is no investment interest revenue source being budgeted in 125.
So we are in essence budgeting it for 100% of that to be going into the general fund, or are we
No.
missing it?
No, it's just not budgeted.
But we probably want to budget that.
Oh, I mean, it's a moot point. We're already budgeting a gain in fund balance as it is.
Just in a different,
We're budgeting a gain in fund balance and cumulative reserve.
Yes.
How much?
It's because we have the $250,000 from the landfill to go into emergency reserves. We have, there's this $12,000 that's just automatically associated with the landfill admin fee from contracts. It just automatically gets deposited there. And then $0.09 is budgeted at 460,000.
Well, we can't include $0.09 because
You have to in the budget here. It has to be. So as a total, the bottom line, it's all within the budget. So the total bottom line of it
is going
it's
up.
going
But if we,
more than what we're expending.
but if we
So it's a
do,
gain in fund balance.
but if we do the project, that's a project at a .09, it could make it look like community reserves is getting slashed.
And it usually does. I mean, that's how projects work. It's the same with capital funds as well.
Right. Which I think that's the reason why we want to pull .09 out, because it is a restricted.
But I will say that I do not believe that the hangar project is currently budgeted in 125.
Where's it budgeted?
It's just fully budgeted as a grant in 30.
We're still gonna
5.
use $700,000 out of .09. Did we not budget for that?
No,
We didn't put it in the budget.
there was, nope. No, it's not in there yet. It's just accounted for in 305. It's a grant.
But it would, so if we budgeted for it, it would show that it was coming out of cumulative reserves.
A portion of it.
How just a portion of it?
'cause of
Well,
the grant.
what I've only heard, I haven't got confirmation, but I'm hearing $750,000, but so, of 0.09 or county portion.
So then when we spend 700,000 out of cumulative reserves and we put it there, that's so we're front loading the city's portion. And then when the city pays us back, do we actually make sure that it goes back into .09?
I've not experienced that, and my conversations within the last year or two with the city of the Dalles is, as well as the finance team here at the county, is that we do not want to front load. And the Dalles is willing to, and they would prefer not to front load. Accountants, we don't like to net things. So I don't know if that still stands, but that was my last conversation with the finance director at the city of the Dalles. That they have budgeted and have the money to be able to handle their own half of that. We don't need to front load for them. The timing and the communication is the problem.
Well, we definitely need to have a conversation and maybe invite you to a Klickitat meeting.
I saw on my calendar that there is an airport meeting on the 16th.
And I think you had these conversations with the city finance manager already.
An airport meeting or Klickitat?
I was just speaking to this project specifically.
Okay.
But I see a difference in what managers are saying about the money, and you're agreeing how it has to be handled versus talking to Klickitat and what they're expecting.
Well, so the reason is at the time, I mean, remember, this is 4.5 years, five years ago. At the time, 5 years ago, when Klickitat and it came in front of the board, it was, we will pay the 700, which covers both the city's portion and the county's portion, because the city didn't have the money at the time. And so that's why we budgeted for it, and we put it in our budget every year for 5 years. And then we don't use it, which then makes our budget look good at the end of the year, because that's money that we didn't use.
Which don't get done, yeah.
That doesn't get done. And this is exactly why I firmly believe that .09 needs to not be part of cumulative reserves. It needs to be set on its own so that it doesn't get incorporated, because otherwise you're making these wild swings in your estimation for dollars coming in and dollars going out.
Oh, I don't disagree with you at all.
And it makes us at the end of the year or the next year trying to say, where are we? How did we do? And you've got these wild swings. You're like, well, we didn't spend all the money that we planned to. And it's like, well, of course you didn't spend the money because you didn't do one big project. And we need to get away from that and start looking at this as the actual operations. And however we need to change, because we're doing this big financial update, now's the time to fix it all. When you have commissioners here that actually remember it and understand it, because next year, you look at this big budget book and you just kind of, I don't get it. I mean, it takes a couple of years just to understand how it all works, right, Lori?
Yeah.
So let's get it fixed now because we have the time.
I'm noting in a
Yeah.
finance committee chat group that I have just things to discuss. So I'm listening to you. I
Nope,
just want
thank
to
you.
make sure I don't miss it.
Thank you for letting me know when you're listening and not.
We're always.
Questionable.
And I don't know where my seatmates are on that. I mean, how do you guys agree that let's fix it now?
No.
You don't want to fix it now?
Can you possibly quit making accusations? I don't want to fix it now. I don't like your way of fixing it. I don't agree with it. That's all. I just said, no, I can't agree with you. That's all I said.
How would you fix it? No,
I-
I'm just
no.
interested so I can make a decision. If you have a different suggestion. I think we probably need to do something, but then I know Jen's tracking on it. And I know it's in your future coming up, and to add it now to make that change, is that cumbersome and a problem, or does it work better to roll it out in 2025?
Well, it's not just me that would make that change. That would be
The city.
the involvement of, in order to pull, you mean to just put $0.09 in its own fund, that would be the coordination of 3 different departments.
Okay.
And offices in order to make that happen.
So we should hear from them.
So I have it to go to the finance committee because that is where the majority of the workload would have to be in order to do that.
Okay.
And there's been a lot of improved communication between the Dallas Finance
Yeah, it's been
Director
good.
and our finance
Yeah.
team. I mean, there's been
It's going
meetings
well.
and conversations. and I
Right,
think that's
and-
been helpful.
And that's a project and that's an individual thing. What I'm pointing out is that, and I thought that Commissioner Christopher was in agreement that we should put $0.09 and separate it out from cumulative reserve, so it's in its own thing. And I thought that's what we'd said earlier today, and I guess I was wrong.
I guess where I would go with this is I would be willing to let the finance group look at it and come back with a recommendation of our options. And maybe that would alleviate the pressure in the room.
I think that's sensible. We have a lot of people that need to chime in before we make a decision.
I'm not opposed to the idea in general, just how we get there.
And the end goal was so that it wouldn't skew the budget when projects did not get done.
At least it
Well,
wouldn't skew our
Have that
cumulative reserve.
appearance.
Less fuzzy.
It looks more accurate to the general public than saying, oh, we've got $10 million worth of reserves. Do you? I mean, saying that when there was $19 million worth of reserves a few short years ago was one thing, but it's now time to break that out. And
Sounds like everybody's in agreement on
Yeah.
what.
No matter how we
happened,
get there.
How to get there is the.
Correct.
We set policy. So
How about that fair board?
there is one other option that I've been contemplating is that, so when you set your emergency reserves, and our goal is to have emergency reserves go up by 250,000 each year. That does not necessarily mean that the money for that needs to come out of the general fund. That actually can just be an accounting switch between cumulative reserve and moving 250,000 that's in your cumulative reserve and putting it in the emergency reserve, which is the thing that makes the most logic sense. Because then you're still comparing apple to apples. You're saying that because the emergency reserve in essence is cumulative reserve, it's just once you dip into that, that sets off a whole set of host of issues for the county that are valid concerns. And having that move up with inflation is a good thing. And so, but that should, the money for that needs to be coming out of cumulative reserves.
Like
How does taking money from one savings account and putting it into another savings account build your overall health of your savings account?
Because it's harder to get out of the emergency funds, more self-discipline, more rules and more things happen
But
if you do it.
the regular savings account, not the emergency savings account, is supposed to be grown so that you can like build buildings like this. And that's what that fund is supposed to cover. And if you're gonna drain that fund balance because you don't want to get your main budget in order, now you're not gonna have any savings account in that savings account in 5 years, 10 years.
Another
whatever
thing
the
we've
number
talked
is.
about at the
The
finance
small
committee,
amount.
maybe you were Chair Commissioner Christopher and we had the conversation, I can't remember, is 5 million accurate? Is that a,
No, it's not. That's the problem. So if you're robbing one savings account to lift the balance in the other, you're not accomplishing it.
no, but
It's-
I meant
it's-
the 5 million emergency. Is that enough in today's dollars
No.
to, when we get 7, 8?
But the only way to fix that is to get this budget book in a place where you can put more in your savings account. But if you refuse to get this budget book in a place where you can do that, then you're gonna suck out of your savings account to cover your today's problems and kick that can down the road till next year, which is what we do.
So let me be clear. That is an internal accounting where you're moving dollars. It's the same money. It's cash in an account. And what you're saying is that the cash that's appropriated to emergency reserves goes up by this much. And that just comes, and so all you're doing is pulling in cumulative reserves. The goal is to have your cumulative reserves continuing to go up. What Jen has been saying is that one of the ways that that goes up is if it's invested and you get the interest in it. Another way that it goes up is if you take money from your cash that's in your general fund, and if it gets too large, or you have a policy in which that money at the end of the year, once you've done everything in your roll-ups, a portion of that goes back into your cumulative reserves. You keep enough in your general fund so that you can cover supplementals and stuff like that. But then it rolls in there, and that's how it goes in. And the way you get there and that goes up is by always budgeting your revenues a little bit light and budgeting your expenses a little bit heavy. And if you don't spend it, that's how your cumulative reserve goes up. That's how the system works.
Otherwise, the general fund balance winds up being its own reserve.
Precisely.
Mhm.
Which
Which it cannot be.
it
It
cannot be.
And it's a better use of that money to put it where it's gonna get.
There's a limitation on how many dollars can be in the general fund.
And I believe the statement that I've made in the past is that every year we put more money in, or at the end of the year, when you add up your cumulative reserves and your cash balance, you subtract out $0.09 from that number has still been going up because we don't spend all the money we need. We have not been deficit spending.
RCW 3633 speaks to cumulative reserves, which is essentially the accumulation of current expense funds limits. General purpose dollars that exceed that threshold for the current expense. So I'm trying to find a good summary here, but I'm struggling. An item for said cumulative reserve fund may be included in the county's annual budget or estimate of amounts required to meet public expense for the ensuing year, and a tax levy may be made within the limits and as authorized by law for said item. And said item in the levy may be repeated from year to year until, in judgment of the Board of County Commissioners of the county, the amount required for the specified purpose or purposes has been raised or accumulated. The Board of County Commissioners may accept gifts for the cumulative reserve fund and may make transfers from current expense fund to the reserve fund. Any monies in said fund at the end of the fiscal year shall not lapse nor shall be same surplus available, which may be used for any other purpose other than specified.
Where was duly funds held? Was that in cumulative,
144,
separate fund?
completely separate fund.
Good. Somebody set that one up correctly.
Did you call it what fund?
Duly fund.
Oh, duly.
It's the Fair Improvement Fund. Or- $36,33,040, permissible uses of the funds. No money in any reserve fund shall be used for any purpose other than for which the fund was created. The purpose of the creation of the reserve fund has been accomplished by the completion of the proposed building or improvements, and balance remaining in the fund may be transferred to any other cumulative reserve or to county current expense fund by order of the board. Number two, if the purpose of creating of the reserve fund ceases to exist or is abandoned, the fund or any part thereof may be transferred to the cumulative reserve fund or the county current expense fund. That would be our general fund, by order of the board after a public hearing pursuant to notice publications. Our original ordinance and resolutions that were drafted in regards to the reserve fund back in 1993 designate that it has been determined that a need exists to establish a reserve fund to enable Klickitat County to adequately serve the future needs of the county. Very broad. Adequate funds are on hand within the current expense fund to allow a transfer of $250,000 to the reserve fund. We do that automatically through landfill dollars, and that would go to the emergency reserves.
And there's been a lot of things we've talked about over the years, like a policy about fund balances and all the funds and minimum and what can they go below them, can't they go below them? I mean, there's a whole series of policies that probably need to be looked at. If you look back at a lot of those older policies, they were kind of built in as control mechanisms.
Oh, the fund balance limitations, yeah.
Are you still waiting for someone? No problem.
Not just someone.
Sorry.
Someone.
That's someone. I'll get
Yeah,
in,
that's fine.
I'll get in trouble.
Told her I should have thought of the whole coming in on crutches and get sympathy. I totally missed that as a opportunity.
Next time,
Next time, yeah. Okay.
we'll know where you got it.
Yeah, that's right. She doesn't need me anymore.
Yeah.
We'll just hang them outside for when people come
Yeah,
in.
when you need sympathy. No, thanks.
Bigger can of Red Bull.
Might have
We do,
actually.
like a little table with, yeah, that'd be good. Do they have one of those ones upstairs that is bigger, like they use for groups? Oh, well, they should have one in our kitchen upstairs. We could borrow it. Or we can get one. Build out our kitchen. Yeah. That would be nice. Oh. Oh, yeah. Have you been in that new Starbucks over the bridge? I have not. It's really fancy. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. It looks like they're developing it.
Mhm.
I do have, I was gonna just do this for the fair
Sure.
presentation. It's the numbers on the fair.
Okay. Oh, that'd be fun.
Out every year.
Yeah.
Please.
This is not.
I was wondering how it did. Okay.
Numbers, attendance numbers?
Yes,
Thank you.
and then what the numbers are bottom right, it's just kind of how we send the numbers to the state,
Okay.
how we calculate that.
Hmm.
Boy, attendance really fell off on the non-free day now, huh?
Yeah, there was, if it's okay. I sit. Yeah, a couple things kind of shifted here on the attendance. One, you'll see passes went way up. We
Hmm.
haven't sold that many passes before. And then the daily tickets went way down. So that's why I try to do a little
Yeah.
calculation there at the bottom right. But if you even look at those numbers, the numbers are down quite a bit, what we report to the state. Like last year, we reported 7,314 in 23. This year would be 6,693. So the attendance was down even with passes up. And this is just the passes we sell. This isn't contestants,
Okay.
judges, people for the rodeo. This is just what we sell. A couple things we did different this year than last year. The board had the discussion whether to raise the rate because we've tried to really keep it low. And instead of raising the rate, the board decided let's charge for Thursday and to go later on Saturday. Usually we close down on Saturday at 4:00. We kept taking tickets to 8. So that's 4 more additional hours. Plus we charged on Thursday this year.
Mhm.
So put in perspective on numbers, you look at that Thursday number, but then you sell season passes. So it's all, that's why I tried to break it down to the bottom right
Mhm.
of total numbers. As we multiply the season passes by 4.
But why are you thinking the attendance is down? Is
Well,
it just because they're
just the
being
total.
charged now?
Yeah, just the total number. And I'm thinking with that charging, we definitely seen a different route on Thursdays than what we've seen in the past. Just
Yeah, but it's.
not as many people.
I think all the
But
events
it
were
looked
down this
busy.
year.
Yeah, it
It
looked
did.
busy.
Even Saturday, if you look at the numbers here, Saturday was down. So it's not even just what was historically free days.
And that's what's difficult. Yeah, Saturday's down, but our passes were way up. So you have
So-
to take the passes away from your daily.
So.
Kind of, but I guess I look at it as how many citizens got to enjoy the fair.
Yes,
And
Saturday
ideally,
and
you want
Sunday.
your attendance to go up, not down.
But your attendance may have actually went up because when somebody buys a pass on Thursday, they might be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
that's what
and they
we-
could have 4 days worth
Yeah.
versus a day ticket. So
And we
you're-
calculate it. If once a person buys that pass, we calculate it, they're going to be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
You don't actually have a clicker at the gate to see how many people walk through the gate.
No.
Oh, okay. So once you buy your pass, you figure you'll be there and then you incorporate that number and that's how you got the
Yeah,
the total.
That's how I got
The
the
60.
1121 times 4, assuming everybody had pass is going to be there all 4 days.
But what if they bought their pass on Saturday?
Uh,
Did you still assume that they were there all 4
Let's say
days?
it's,
the numbers we give to the state is yes.
Okay, so if any, is that the same way you've done it all the years? When you
Yes,
buy a
that's
pass?
why I try to show in the past and the numbers. That's the only way I could figure whether the numbers up or down.
why do you not have a clicker at the gate?
We have had the clicker at the gate on Thursdays when we're not charging. We have a clicker, but we don't have a clicker that if they walk through. Because if they have a pass, then we'd be double counting that they
Or
walked
they
through,
could
plus
walk
they had a
10
pass.
times that
Unless
day.
you had 2 separate gates with pass, without pass. It's,
Yeah, and I think all the events were down this year on attendance from the ones I talked to.
a lot of the
The-
events, a lot of the animals were,
Well, I'm just talking general
But-
things we've had through the
oh,
year.
in general events.
Yeah. in
I
the
would
county.
say the Huckleberry Festival was through the roof.
Was it?
There was a lot of
There
people
were
there.
a lot, the Huckleberry Festival was better attended than since I was a kid.
Golden Dale's had a hard time with their events this year.
But I
What
think,
events?
Mhm.
I think though, what you can show is are you saying that the change has actually been fairly good? The revenues were up a little bit
Yes,
and that likely, we can't change the number of people who come or don't come because you look at your Saturday's number from last year at 1524 versus this year at 812. That's just your daily passes. It seems like it went way down, but it could have actually been the same if you count in your actual.
if we counted our passes, we'd add 1121 to that
Yeah,
daily number.
yeah. So it actually
Correct.
could have went up.
Correct. But that's why I try to put it into this little bit to the right, what we report to the state. It's hard to compare apple to apples when we're changing what's free, what we're charging. We didn't change the amount.
And then do we have any numbers on the participants and everything, the people who don't pay? Was that, those numbers up or down?
Cynthia would have that number because that's required for our state report that she does. So hopefully she might have that. I was just showing the attendance and that gives us kind of a quick. And the only way I could do that is put it, daily ticket and then multiply the seasons by 4 and give that number and it's down. So,
Yeah, I'm not nitpicking.
Yeah,
It's
oh,
just
no.
I'm one of those people that likes real numbers.
yeah,
So it's like, to me, even though they bought a season pass, it still pays to buy a season pass only if they go 3 times.
yeah,
So were they really there 4 times?
yeah, you're
And it's
right.
Like, I just like,
But our reimbursement from the state,
yeah, these
is
numbers work all fine.
from
but
the numbers.
For you
Yeah.
guys's knowledge
Yeah.
on going forward on what to do or what to change or how to increase attendance, you really don't know because you don't have the real numbers.
Well, I
Right.
would say if you just do the simple math that you raise $22,255 and you divide that by the 6,693 in essence daily, if you're doing your math right, that comes down to $3 per person on average per day. And when you
Yes.
start thinking about that for the amount of money that the county puts into it and everything else, that is unbelievably cheap. You can't do anything for $3. You can't
No.
even cross the Hood River Bridge for $3 one time, one way, without a pass.
Yeah, our goal on admissions is to collect $35,000. So when there's money donated, that's the difference between the 22 and the 35.
35.
That's where we come up with that number,
God.
to put that in perspective.
So what you're saying is that the donations are buying down the ticket prices in order to bring the revenue in.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep. Hopefully I answered that.
Nope, that makes total sense.
The goal is $35,000 for admission.
And has that changed over the last few years?
No,
So we have all the inflation and costs and everything else, but we're not making that go up by 3%.
well, the only difference is, like several years back in 21, we had 2 free days right after COVID to try to get people back. And then we had a free day.
Right.
So forth is what's changed. But anyhow, this is just give you the numbers so you can see. So
Thank you.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Cynthia's on her way. Yes, it was. Here she is.
We're getting
They were asking.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming early.
Thanks for waiting.
Oh, there she is. Good morning. Well, where would you like to start?
I mean, the fair is pretty straightforward. They budget off of their activities as far as the revenue goes, what they anticipate for the next year. Out of the 116 fund, and that's generally all of the activites during that week of fair is what it essentially comes out to be. And correct me if I'm misspeaking. We had sent out an email asking everybody who received landfill dollars to come in and speak to the board. The fair has just historically received landfill dollars to the sum of 25,000. And then there is the Fair Improvement Fund, which was the dually dollars. And I don't think you guys budgeted anything really for that other than interest earnings this year.
Correct. There may be some capital things that come out of that, in which case, I know there was some discussion when we took the grant that depending on what the county's plans were, there could be potentially some support from the fair, depending on how the barn ended up with fund balance and all of those kind of things. In addition to, needs as they come up throughout the year, if we needed to do a supplemental to use some of those funds.
Okay.
My question, team roping went from last year 2,732. We budgeted for 3,500 this year. We're budgeting for 6,000 next year. Why is that increase? What goes into that?
Team
expense?
roping, as that expense is basically the payout of everybody's entries. So everybody pays to enter, they compete, the winners get a payout. We've seen a significant increase in the number of participants for that event.
Got it. Okay.
And that is, if entries don't come in, obviously that expenditure goes down because that's what gets paid out of there.
And we do, Western roping, other charges.
Yeah, so Western Games is typically it's an open show. It's going to be those pole bending and barrel racing, those types of things under the lights one night.
Okay, so we have other charges, team roping and revenues. We budgeted 2,000 in revenue. But we have expenses of 6,000.
Because I may have just miscategorized when I was filling that out. Which one was that?
It went from 750 to 2,000.
Yeah,
Well, if you're trying to budget the revenues per event by expenses, you're never gonna pencil.
Most of them are self-supporting. There are a handful that obviously the fair covers judges' fees and additional livestock charges and some of those things. So 1-to-1 won't, like you said, won't pencil out exactly from year to year. But I need to double check that because it shouldn't be off by 4,000.
oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to, because you had the team roping revenues the previous year was $10,000 and the expenses was $2,700. And so I'm just trying to understand how you would think that the revenues would match the expenses on that year unless it's something that the payouts are greater than the revenue.
The payouts that are recognized against that event will be higher than the revenues recognized, and that is due to the entry fees covering the payouts and a portion of the livestock and hay fees and those types of things.
Yep.
However, additional cost for livestock and the feed for that livestock during the event is covered by the fair.
No, I was just, it just didn't add up in my head and that's all. I mean, I know when you got money coming in, money going out and they're associated and it is what it is. I was just like, well, that doesn't add up.
And of course, if the fair is seen, I'm sure that you're tracking live during the fair at that point in time. And if you're not receiving the entries that you anticipated, those adjustments will be made because you can't expend more than you bring in. So those are, I would assume, I'm making a big assumption, but
right.
I'm confident in how you guys operate that.
For the events, the livestock fees are what the livestock fees are.
Exactly.
Because you're amount of head regardless, but as far as the payouts to participants,
yeah.
Okay, the other thing we have, prior year, camping fees were 7,200. Current year was 8,200. Next year, we're only assuming $6,000 in revenue on the camping. Did we raise the camping rates? And so if we know that it's going to book out, because it books out every year, shouldn't we be able to budget that at what it truly is?
So yes and no. Camping is a fickle beast. We did increase the rates. I believe it was 2 years ago, not this last year, and not an increase assumed yet for 2025, though. I mean, we could make that decision. As far as the revenue side of it, we attempt to stay moderate, if you will. The electrical sites, yes, booked up every single year. The dry or gravel camping, it's hit and miss. The last couple of years we've seen great years, but there were years that there were a handful of trailers in the back, and that's just because people don't want to camp in the gravel.
Got it.
So.
Okay. I mean, it's self-sustaining, so it is what it is, and you guys do a fine job managing it, so.
I have no questions.
None.
Actually, I do have one.
Oh.
Dues and fees. This year, it shows an actual of 91,000. The heck is that?
91,000 would be incorrect. That's just the line that when we move money into our operating checking account for during fair, when we're cutting those premium checks and those entry, the exhibitors payouts, that's where they booked that transfer of funds for the year. That's not.
So they just put it in the wrong spot is essentially what you're saying.
Yeah, they haven't designated against.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's being used as more like a transit account where it flows in and then gets dispersed through a JV.
Yep.
Is that proper protocol going
We
forward to
do
keep us
that.
out of an audit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, we do
Okay,
that.
that's all I'm
We do
asking.
that across the board with every grant fund. With about every grant fund, they have a transit account. Anything that uses a job cost has a transit account to be able to do
Yep,
that, to
then
break
done.
revenues up on multiple projects.
Good.
Anything else, Jake? for you?
Nope. You got any questions?
No.
Just one item, hey. No, I just appreciate, I know you transferred $25,000 to the fair, which has been done since 96, actually. Same amount, and we do put $10,000 back into the fair for capital improvements. And Jeff, that's under Jeff Hunter's amount. Like last year, we helped pay for the ADA upgrade. As well as the county did that, but we do try to put capital funds back in, just so you're aware of that.
Awesome.
That's all it was.
And that goes into the buildings and grounds general fund budget.
Okay, so we haven't, so we're putting 25 in, and then do we have an expense coming out on here that then goes into capital? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So
And
we
then
put-
they'll do the paperwork at the end of the year to transfer the 10,000 back to those projects.
Does that make the most amount of sense? Because then we've got revenues and expenses that hits, and all it really was dollars going. Would it make more sense to just give them 15 and put 10,000 for capital improvements straight in there?
I mean, efficiency wise,
Well,
less work, but
As long
but
as we
for-
get what we need done completed.
yeah,
Right.
and
We might
and-
make a different
and
choice.
to tell the story through the financial report, through numbers, and that's, I'm assuming that that's why it's maintained like that.
I mean,
It
could
tells
be-
that story that the fair also goes to assist the county back with.
That
The-
the
Yeah.
county
For-
is helping the fair by granting the 25,000 and that we're giving 40% of
But
that
if
back.
they only gave you 15 and there something occurred that you needed the actual
Mm-hmm.
25 and couldn't transfer 10 to capital for some.
Then we'd
unforeseen
have
reason,
that
Then there'd be a problem.
discussion.
Right.
But I just want to make sure you're aware that, yeah, it's going back and forth, but it definitely helps on projects that we need done that don't burden the county on that. So anyway, sorry.
Well, I would argue it still burdens the county because it's still the landfill dollars to begin with, but it's just a matter of, I think the only, to be fair and honest to everybody, I think the reason it's done that way is so that you guys have a choice in what the money is spent on. And if it wasn't done that way, you wouldn't have a choice in what the money's spent from. So let's just tell it like it is to everybody, and that's what it is.
No, I thank you, because I agree. That way we can say what we
Yeah.
need to work on.
Maybe one of the few things that hasn't changed since 1996.
And I'm not opposed to it
No,
continuing
no,
forward.
no.
let's just say it how it is.
It's like, I thought it was really good that we teamed up to do the ADA upgrades. That was a good thing that both parties agreed that needed to be done.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
good that
It's
you're
a good
chipping
thing.
in.
All
Thank
right.
you, Ron.
Yeah.
We
Thank
don't want
you.
Helen to get up and. I'm just here.
Do you know what your request is for next year for capital? What project? Or do you know yet?
There's, Jeff had it in his, I believe
I
it
don't
was,
know that he picked it out when we were talking about the
Yeah.
capital, so that's why.
I
was
didn't
kinda
bring it
questioning.
today, but it was like gravel on the north side of the new barn. Cause we never did gravel that or a walkway.
Okay.
So when the barn's locked up at night, there's still access around the barn was one of them.
That wasn't the siding issue we talked about? where
No.
You have the siding, you have ADA for the beer garden, you have the bottled water station, you have the gravel. I was trying to figure out what they chose
Oh, I got it.
It
out of
was the
next year's.
gravel and lighting in the midsection.
That makes sense.
That's.
The
what
gravel
other
would
one
have been
was.
low on our list.
Yeah,
Lighting would have been up on our list.
yes, that was the other one.
Safety.
The gravel would have been below it. So the only way to get your gravel done is by doing it this way.
Yeah,
Otherwise your gravel would have been put off.
Well, and it was good for the project too, when we did it. It's like, let's move the sewer line. And redid the drain line that, we
How come you
did
didn't do gravel and lighting out of the dually money?
at the time.
Or now?
Just wasn't, didn't plan
Because the
on.
county money's there?
Well, it was our 10,000.
I would say, in my opinion, we didn't know at the time that we were going out to bid for that project 100% that we were going to
And I
have
need it?
funding.
Oh, when
Yes.
we,
Oh,
And
I
so
see.
that being part of it is we wanted to ensure that we would have the funds to cover that building with or without the grant funds. And then,
well,
Because
No.
at that point, you guys had already budgeted for the 1.5 for that building. So,
our original budget was less. than-
yeah, the lighting we noticed
And
this
yeah.
year.
so
A bunch of the activities, I call it the midway.
Right.
With the new building, and it was very evident that there was not enough lighting there.
Oh, I don't disagree.
No, oh, no, it was a good question.
Became a real
I
issue.
think. A lot of it was, the goal was get the building built, then see what worked, what didn't. That's kind of where we were. So we didn't really realize till after fair what additional we wanted to do.
And I've been getting Riley's to bring a light tower for the last 2 years when we have the beer garden and the dance down by the Jones
Yeah.
Light. I've also done that for lighting down there, and I didn't even think about it with everything up there.
Another item that was discussed that we still are working on, I believe. We did have to bring chips in this year just because the construction ruined between the Cameron building and the Dooley. So we brought chips in for a stopgap just to have the fair. And then the discussion is, do we rototill that back up and put grass back in? So that's still,
Yeah, Jeff said that'd be the same cost, whichever route we go.
yeah, whether we bring the chips in every year or rototill that and put the grass back in. It had grass, which worked well.
I would, yeah, I would advise whichever one would be cheaper operation and maintenance going forward.
Yeah,
So you don't have a recurring expense when you may not need a recurring expense.
correct.
But
So that
that's,
was, yeah, that was the other capital thing that we didn't come to a full conclusion.
No, not yet.
So thank
Get
you
through the
for
fair
asking.
first.
Yeah.
Anything else? Good.
Thank you, ladies.
Thanks for
Thank you.
coming in.
Yeah.
And thanks for the fair. I had a good time.
Oh,
Thanks.
So did my grandsons.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything else you want to discuss? We don't have anything else for the lunch hour. I know Jen has a lot of work to do to prep for this afternoon.
I do too, and I have some phone calls I could make.
And some phone calls I'm falling behind on.
Okay.
Commissioner Christopher?
Anything for you for a little bit?
I would like, if going forward, we can structure our meetings more efficiently. To not have 2.5 hour breaks or 3.5 hour breaks in the middle of them. I don't know that that's, what would my wording be? Considerate to everybody involved.
Who are we talking about? Consider it to. I mean, we've got people that we need to budget for time when they were available.
I don't want to cut them short.
And we wanted to give everybody enough time in case if we go down a rabbit hole, which we're known to do. And ask the questions we need to ask. And then we got done a little early and that's okay. And we all have work to do.
We all do. We all have work to do.
I do.
I don't.
You don't have work to do?
No.
Sure, you
Because we
can find
don't
some.
have any work to do. that we talk about in here anyway.
There's lots
Um,
of boards and things that we have to work on. I do. And I've got to go make some phone calls and I appreciate that time because I wasn't catching up on being able to make those calls.
No, this goes back into during our regular meeting stuff where we tend to get done 10:45, 11 o'clock, go to lunch, 2-hour lunches. I brought up when you weren't here that maybe it might behoove the board, since that happens a lot, that we go to lunch way early and then come back at 1 o'clock for public hearings and do a 10-minute hearing and then we're done for the day. That maybe we might want to move the public hearing time forward and do them at 11 o'clock, and just plan it out a couple months in advance so everybody can be notified. That way you're not having the giant breaks in between.
Right, but there's
and coming
still,
back for 5 minutes.
but there's still work to be done. Regularly work through the lunch hour, make phone calls, all the stuff that we have to be doing for all the other committees that we serve on and everything. I understand the reason we have the 1 o'clock for that is because that's the first thing when you get back from the lunch hour
Right.
versus going into the lunch hour. Because if we had we've had a couple public hearings that we thought were going to be an hour and they took 2.5 hours. Well, that would have just burned through the lunch.
Yeah, we just. We need a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion that we recess until 1 o'clock. Right? Is that what it is? Let me double check.
I think we start again at 1.
Yes, 1 o'clock.
And Dan, you seconded.
Yep.
Motion
I
and
will-
a second.
For discussion, I will add that I might be Zooming more to make proper use of my time.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Welcome to the afternoon budget season for Klickitat County Commissioners. Mr. Anderson and I are present in the room, and I believe Mr. Christopher is online.
I am.
Are you there, Dan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're really quiet, Dan.
Sorry, I'll closer to the computer when I talk.
There you go. Good afternoon. We're starting with Public Works.
Okay, we have 3 funds to discuss today because we got through the other ones last week. First fund is Fund 101, which is the road fund. This fund is responsible for the oversight of the county's bridge and road network. I want to clear up some confusion we have. People think road and public works are interchangeable and they're one and the same. They are not one and the same. Road is a fund within public works. Public works makes up facilities, GIS, capital, non-capital. So and major construction. So there's more to public works than just road. So when people look upstairs and they go, you got all these employees, those employees are not all based in road. Some of them don't even work in road at all, but we're fortunate enough to be able to, because of the way we operate and the personnel we have people that can work in multiple places, and which saves the county considerable amounts of money because we have, like Pam and I, if we operated like most counties, we'd have a facilities department, which would have a director, would have an accountant, would have a front office person. We don't have that. We used to have 2 front offices. We'll get to that later. But anyway, so what we have is and Pam's handed out the operations history and the revenues. And we'd kind of like to discuss a little bit of the revenues. There's been some changes to the different revenues over the years. With the end result, pretty much the revenues are flat. Some of them have gone up, some of them have gone down. We've looked at CRAB, who we answer to, and also has legislative seats, and is very in tune with what the estimates are for, not for like property tax revenue, but for gas tax revenue. And they anticipate gas tax revenue will continue to decrease. So,
Can you talk a little bit about gas tax revenue and why it is decreasing for Klickitat County?
yes, we can. Gas tax revenue is decreasing overall because there's more electric cars and there's more cars with better gas mileage. And gas tax is based on gallons. It's an added price. So when we have the people charging out here, which is fine, it's good, you know, it's good for everybody. But that's gas tax we do not receive. I mean, so it's not going down just for Klickitat
Right,
County.
but
It's
we
going
don't
down
have-
nationwide.
We don't have as many, EVs, I would think, as the King counties of the world and places that have a lot of EV chargers.
You are correct. The problem is gas tax is not, people under the assumption that gas tax is just the tax Klickitat County collects. It is not.
I was going to ask that.
It is not. It's overall in the state, then it's divvied up based on the road miles you have.
Oh, really?
Yes, it is
Okay.
not just a standard. It isn't just,
So when we go over and buy gas in Oregon, because we don't have that 49 cent, that
Right.
got passed through, it's actually not affecting Klickitat County's tax nearly as much because it's a function of the total. road miles.
exactly. But I'm the same way, but you're still affecting you're affecting the county, but a smaller percentage.
Much smaller percentage.
And it's not directly related to miles of road
Right.
we have. It's also the function class that we have, the population. It's a huge equation that
Yes.
Grant puts together to figure out that allocation.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And it changes every year depending
Yes.
on.
And so because the gas tax is going down statewide, our portion of it is going down.
Will also
commensurate.
go down.
Got it.
Yes,
Thank you.
that is correct. So that's. the-
Mr. Christopher has a question.
Okay.
I know EV vehicles pay a permit fee when they buy them. That's essentially according to the people that made the law, it's their portion of gas tax. So they pay a higher registration. Do we get a piece of that in our road gas tax fund?
I don't know. We'd have to check. I don't believe we do. I think that all goes to the state, but I'm not sure. It would all go into the same pot, so it would probably be divided up. If that's what
Right.
they do, we don't know. That's
Okay.
that's why the state is looking into a very unpopular program, and that is charging people by the mile.
Right.
Which hurts rural people far more. than-
Yes, it's bad for rural people. It also means people that drive to and in and out of our state don't pay a dime in gas tax. If you lived in Oregon, you wouldn't pay anything.
Right.
If you live in Oregon, you may still not pay anything, but if you drive through and you buy gas in Washington, you will pay. You will contribute to our gas tax.
It'd likely not just be one or the other. It would be a new tax on road.
Yes, oh, of
So if
course.
you bought
We don't
in
get rid of
Washington, you still-
taxes. Yes, you are correct. We don't get rid of that. We add to it. So, basically that's our revenue in a nutshell. Our expenses continue to increase. And with that, like I said, our expense, like everybody else, just like the general fund is seeing, our expenses go up. And it isn't, but we're not paying just for employees or wages. We're also paying for materials and equipment, which has escalated a lot more than 3 to 4% that the COLAs are going up. COLAs are one piece of ours, but the equipment and the materials are another piece. Just for instance, we'll use Matson Quarry, for instance. We crushed in Matson Quarry. Now, this is a far-reaching example, but the last time we crushed in a Matson Quarry, our maintenance rock was $235 a ton. I think it's 9 something a ton this time. That is an incredible increase. That's why we crush in big quantities, so we're not paying to reduce that. So at least the $9 a ton will hold out when
How long will that last?
we try to get 5-year swings at least.
So,
As our capital, and we have changed from capital, our capital now is all maintenance pretty much. It's heavy maintenance, it's pavers and that type of thing. So we're not doing much. I mean, we're not doing reconstruction at all. There's nothing there. But the biggest concern and the point I want to make to everybody, and I got to make sure people understand this. When people come in and they're like, road's flush, you could take money from road, give it to the sheriff and all the other that stuff. Road is not sitting very good. I mean, one of the tasks, all of us here, is to keep our infrastructure in check and keep our infrastructure up to date, or at least try. Everybody's losing, but I feel we are now losing a lot bigger. And at that time, Seth has a PowerPoint presentation he's going to share exactly where we are. And when he gives you these data, this isn't data we made up. This is data that comes from the CRAB. And they collect all this data by all the forms we fill out every year. Seth, go ahead.
It's not going to show full screen. There it goes. All right. So yeah, thanks to CRAB, we got a lot of data from other surrounding counties. We were able to pull our information as well. Some of the stuff we don't usually keep track of, but they have in their system, and I was able to pull it out. So we can kind of come up with a road status, where our roads sit for ourselves, and how do we sit in our region, and how do we sit in our state. So little overview of our roads, our infrastructure. We have around 1,067 miles of roads. Of that, about 50% of them are paved, and the other 50% are gravel or dirt. So we have 573 miles of paved and 494 miles of gravel and dirt. Of the gravel and dirt, there are 85 miles considered primitive roads, so low maintenance on those roads. We do maintain 58 federal bridges. Those are bridges that are over 20 feet in length. And also 25 short span bridges. Those are bridges that are under 20 feet in length. Miles by road class, our major and our minor collectors, those are the major arterial roads. Get my feet because I can't see it on the screen now. We have 684 miles that are considered collector roads, and 382 of those are local, 382 miles are local access roads. Our current road status. So we judge the status, the condition of our road. We do a PSC score. That's a pavement surface condition score, and that's based on a visual evaluation of the road. Our guys literally go out there and count cracks, patches, ruts, and it's put into a system that gives it a score. 100 being a score of a road that's newly paved, has no defects, no cracks, no patches, and 0 would be a road that's completely failed, no more asphalt left on the road, just a gravel road. Right now, we have around 90 miles of paved roads that are in fair to failed condition. They're outside of our normal maintenance condition. They're getting to where they need some major rehabilitation. So 90 of those miles are in pretty poor condition right now.
Are those major arterials or are those primary local collectors?
That data, that is a combination of all of them put together. All paved roads.
Right.
So let me see. I think I have it broke out. Yeah, where was that one now?
And yeah, I guess my next question would be is where's the failed roads at?
Jake needs to get closer to the microphone.
It's all across the board. I can get those miles separate. I don't have them right now, but yes. And we do have some examples of that here.
It'd be nice to see the map of where all the failed roads are.
Right. Okay. And so overall average, all of our paved roads in the county right now this is year 2022, the pavement surface condition score is 80.5. I could not pull 2023's data. There's some sort of glitch in CRAB system. I don't know whether it's on our end or their end, but I wasn't able to get that.
You were still right around there last year.
I think we're pretty close. For 2024, we'd usually have that at this point, but because of staffing issues, we don't have any interns. We haven't got to it this year.
But the PCE is only on paved roads.
Only paved roads.
And which bridge is for?
That one is for is the BZ Bridge. And it's in
One that
poor
we
condition because,
Just painted?
yeah, the one we painted. It's because of the abutment is having some failing issue, but mostly because it's just insufficient. It's not as wide as it should be. It's not that it's failing, it's just in poor condition because it doesn't meet current standards for widths and things like that.
So its sufficiency rating is down, but its structural rating does not necessarily down except for. the
Correct.
abutment.
Yeah, they changed the rating on the bridges. The feds used to look at them for the sufficiency and all that. Now they've just combined it into bridge condition, so it's kind of misleading when you look at it this way.
We're pretty fortunate. For the most part, our bridges are very good. We've gotten a lot of federal grants.
Right.
To replace the ones that.
And to maintain, just like the bundled packages we got, that's gonna bring those scores up a little bit because we're, fixing the decks, the bearing issues we have on a few bridges. So we're keeping those scores up. Being able to leverage those federal dollars that are out there. This graph shows over time what our pavement surface condition scores have done. You've kind of seen this in the past. I think I've presented the last couple of years an abbreviated version of this. What I did is project to 2024 based on that trend line. You will notice that trend line is not a linear degradation. It's more or less exponential. So I projected 2024 to be 78.8 is our overall average score, but until we take those, we don't really know where that's
So
going.
80.5 is 22?
22.
Okay, so we don't get an update each year.
We usually do, but 23 I can't use. It was corrupted.
Okay.
So I wasn't able to include that.
Do we know, compared to other counties around us, what are their PCs?
We're getting to there.
Get all that.
Okay. With this slide, I'm trying to show the life of pavement over time and the different type of maintenance that occurs as that asphalt degrades. So when we look at a pavement surface condition score of somewhere between 185, we're in that preventative maintenance stage where we can do things as simple as a BST to preserve that surface, fog seal, or we can go and do crack seal, that type of work. Once we get beyond that, we move into a rehabilitation, and there's minor and major. So 75 starts in there, and then you run down about 65, you've moved over into a major rehabilitation type project. So examples of those are a minor rehabilitation. We're looking at something like just an overlay. The pavement's starting to lose its structural capacity. It's no longer a BST that's going to solve it. We need to add something to it. When you go to major, that has failed enough that now the subgrade materials are having issues. We may need to grind out a big portion of it, or it's delammed. So we're going to grind a portion of the asphalt and inlay on top of that. That'd be a major rehabilitation. As we move further along, a reconstruction would be now the subgrade is bad. We're going to have to tear off the asphalt, add some extra rock to it, so it becomes more of a full reconstruction. An example of that would be what we're doing out there on Bickleton Highway. We've taken the asphalt off, crews have rebuilt the road back up, and we're going to put an asphalt surface on top of that. So more or less, as we move across this table, the cost of maintenance increases exponentially. And I included down there in the bottom, our current cost for preventative maintenance, like a chip seal, is around $38,000 a mile. A minor overlay would be $460,000 a mile. A grind and overlay around $600,000 a mile, and a full reconstruction, we're looking at about $1 million a mile now.
What do you figure, how long does it take to go from a new road back down to a failed road? If it's built to today's standards?
It all depends on the use that it sees. So a lot of our roads that are in poor condition right now are because the asphalt has gone past its life. It's no longer elastic more, the asphalt that's in it. So after it gets old enough, it oxidizes and can't stretch and shrink with the heat and cooling, and it just cracks apart and falls apart. A couple of the roads that we're looking at that are in that state right now are probably 20, 25 years since we've done any kind of pavement preservation on it. But we move to the west end where we have high traffic rates. 15 years is what you expect to get out of an overlay before you have to do something.
So
and you should chip seal every 10 to keep that up.
So if you go, okay, so chip seal every 10, so that's $3,800 per mile per year. is what you should average in today's dollars.
Mhm.
And that's every 10, but if you go doing overlays, it's every 15. And by going to 15, you're going to 40. Oh, yeah, add another zero.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. So if on this table, there's where our 2022 average is. You can see we're in the average road in our county is in a state of rehabilitation or in need of a minor rehabilitation. If the projection is true for 2024, it puts us somewhere there. We're going downhill pretty quick. We're on that steep slope. And of course, maintenance cost increases as we go across this table. So here's some examples of what PSC scores look like truly out on our road. So 100, these roads here are newly paved roads. We've got Trout Lake Highway a few years ago that was recently paved. And we've got East Road south of Bickleton that was completed this past year. When we get into the PSC score of 60 to, what do I got, 80 to 70, everything covers up my screen now. These are roads that are going from preventative maintenance into a rehabilitation stage. So we've got Centerville Highway at Struck Road vicinity. You can see some patching, some cracking in the one picture on the left. Snowden Road, we've got multiple patches, some rutting that you can see in the picture. And then Bickleton Highway, this is east of Rock Creek Grade up on top as soon as you come out of the grade. And that one's more on the lower end of the scoring. That's probably close to a 70. See, it needs some major repairs in that area.
Wow.
And here are 42 failed. So we've got a portion of Centerville Highway. This is out by Warwick. Doesn't look as big in this picture, but that's quite a drop off where that has delambed right there. Northwest Lake Road going into Skamania County. This is before Northwest Lake Bridge down there. Lots of patches, a lot of greater blade patches and some crack sealing going on there. And of course, our favorite project out there, Box Springs. Oh, Dan.
Do you
Dan?
see a time 10, 15 years from now where the number of roads built and asphalted on the west end, just there's no way that the county can keep up with that amount of miles built all kind of at one time? The roads either go to failing or get ground up and going back to gravel if there's not a boatload of revenue coming in the next 10 or 15 years?
Some of the roads may end up going that route. It's going to become to a point where some of the minor roads, which we'll get there
But
too.
we didn't build a bunch of roads at the same time, did we?
No.
So it's not like you have a wave that you
No.
have going, right?
No, I'm just pointing out that there is many, many miles of road over there, and at that cost, that they're all going to come due eventually. And if you don't do the one that comes due and you push it off a year, now you have 2 to do, or 3 to do, or 4 to do because you didn't have the money to do them when they came up. That I think it's going to snowball into a bigger problem.
Yep.
This is, I think, why the county commissioners have continued to invest in roads in Klickitat County over the course of the last 40 years.
Yep.
At least on the west end. And you are correct.
So that gets us to how do we compare to other counties in the state? Now we've heard heard rumors that we have the best roads in the state. So I wanted to look and compare and see where do we stand? So on road condition score statewide, we rank 27 out of 39 counties for major roadways. We're in 27th place. We're at the bottom end. 23rd out of 39 for our minor roadways. This is still not local access roads. These are our major and minor collectors I'm talking about. But we rank 14th out of 39 in total mileage of roads that we maintain. In our region, the Southeast region, this is the Crab region, our road condition score, we're ranked 7 out of 9 for our major roadways and 5 out of 9 for our minor roadways. The one good thing we do have going, which we've already mentioned once, is our bridges in poor condition. We have the least amount of bridges in poor condition in the Southeast region. We're doing pretty good in that regard. In mileage of roads in our region, we're 2nd out of 9 for total mileage. Yakima being the highest mileage in our region.
Who's all in our region then?
That is, hold on, I got that for you. I don't have those memorized. I should, as many times as I've gone back and forth on this one.
Good.
Hold on, I got that. There we go.
There you go.
So we've got Yakima, Klickitat, Franklin, Walla Walla, Benton, Klickitat, or Kittitas, Columbia, Garfield, and Associa counties in the southeast region.
Just keep that up.
Yeah, it'll come up beautiful. Okay. So how did we get here? This is just trying to tell a little bit of a story on what we've done over the years. So I've told 2014, I don't have this chart showing that I went to 2015. Our maintenance budget has been flat at $5.4 million every year. The blue line on this shows our construction budget, and it fluctuates based on saving up money for projects and then expending it and up and down. The more important piece is from 2021 forward, where we don't have this is only road fund dollars, I should say. There's no grant dollars shown on this.
So, okay, so this is use of road fund.
This is
dollars
road
for
fund
construction.
dollars only.
And when you look at that last slide, was that just on paved roads or did that include non-paved roads?
That's just paved roads.
That's just paved roads, but when you pull up maintenance budget, that gets used on paved roads and non-paved roads.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
You can see in 2025 with our proposed budget, we are shifting money from our construction side of the road funds over to maintenance. And that's just to keep up with what we already are doing. It's not really increasing the work that we can do, but just trying to keep us on track for our current standings. We do receive a lot of grants on the construction side, but it's important to note that those grants are not going for building new roads except for the RAP dollars. We do have a few RAP projects like Sundale that's upgrading and increasing the road out there, doing something more. Most of our federal dollars have been expended helping and supporting our maintenance dollars. So they've been overlays, mostly overlays. And I went back and I looked, and since 2009, we've received $11.1 million that has gone directly to pavement preservation on our roadways. That equates to around 29 miles of road. So we were able to keep. So when we look at those numbers of where our PSC scores are, that's because we've been able to support our maintenance dollars with these Fed dollars. If we didn't have that, we'd be in even a worse state than we are right now. All right, next slide. So cost of doing work has gone up. So we've had a flat maintenance budget. So one of the major pieces of work we do on the maintenance side is chip sealing. So as you can see, and we've shown this slide in pieces before, since 2000, where we were doing approximately 70 miles a year in chip seal, 2023, we did 9 miles. That's over an 87% decrease over the last 13 years.
And so does all chip seal come out of maintenance or does chip seal come out of construction as well?
All maintenance.
And you can't, for maintenance dollars, we can't use more of that construction dollars on maintenance?
We could, and we are. We are definitely doing that, but we typically do use overlays, match grants, with our capital.
I'm just trying to figure out if you can do chip seal for $30,000 a mile, but your overlay's $460,000 a mile. Even if you're doing chip seal on a 10-year rotation, you will still end up having to do overlays, correct?
Yes.
So it's not like if you do it by this time, it's 30,000 versus that. It's still going, that substrate's going to degrade.
Yes. Exactly.
And so if you are chip sealing on a regular basis, then how often will you have to do an overlay?
Depends on the road, like Seth said. Some of your roads we've held together for years and years because we could chip seal. Done. Centerville Highway was overlaid. I don't know if it was ever some parts of it. Yeah.
Some parts in the early 90s.
Yeah. So,
but it's been maintained with chip seal since, and as long as we keep up with that, you won't have to go back and rebuild them.
Is this the same one that you were saying is a 40?
No,
no, that's a different.
This
section.
is, yeah, the other side.
Different section. And again, a lot has to do with how they were built. The roads we built recently, just like you said, I appreciate that, have been built correctly. Now, I'm not going to throw the previous years before us under the bus. They didn't have. So a lot of them are, they scattered a little rock on top of it, and they shot chip sealed it. A lot of that was for dust abatement. Problem with that is, and when I hear people say, well, we can have a few potholes, you can in a road that's built good. A road that's not built good, that the moisture will infiltrate the subbase, because there's not really much of a base on top of it, and your road will literally fall apart. So once that starts happening, that only leaves us one alternative. That's to go in, grind it up, turn it back to gravel. And it is not very popular. You can talk to the people in Adams County. They did that back when money was really tight. And like 08 and 09, they had to grind up some of their roads.
Mhm.
And since then, they've changed a little bit ways of doing things. But anyway, continue, Seth, sorry.
Yeah, you're all right. Chip sealing costs have increased from approximately 20,000 a mile to, like I said, $38,000 a mile this year.
And that's over what time frame? The 20 to 38?
Yes, the frame that's shown there on the table from 2000.
So in 2000, it was $20,000 a mile, and now it's 38,000 a mile. It's actually not that much of a change since 2000.
Appeared to be a bigger change.
Changes ourselves, but we found some savings. That's what we try to do. So what we've done is we've gone to what we call on certain areas, we get by with what we call a snow sand, which is using 3/8 minus versus half inch. You use a lot, use a third of the oil. So that's how we keep.
You're keeping the cost down. How does that work for the longevity though?
You don't get as much, but on a good road, you will. We don't do it on roads like I talked about in the base. We will do it on roads that we build, that we know are built well. We've been able to do that, get that. Plus, we're very, very proactive about bidding our asphalt contracts out early. And we've done really well with asphalt prices.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can somebody grab maybe grab the mic that Jen was using and put it up for the presenter so I can hear Jeff? Not asking.
Sorry, Dan.
Any of that. I'm just saying going forward. You know, when Jen goes back to talking, maybe we hand the mic back over there, but for now it'd be good to hear everybody.
Yeah, and the idea with like a chip seal is it's sealing the road and maintaining the surface that's underneath of it. So that's why you can't do a chip seal once the road's gone beyond, because it doesn't add any structural integrity to the road. It's just a seal, keep water and give a little more of a wearing course on top of it. So once you've breached the structural integrity of that asphalt, a chip seal is not the fix. That's when you get to the
right.
And one thing to note on this chart that I find interesting is those dips that you see in there. If you equate each one of those dips, it's a year that we had a bad winter. So we adjusted our chip seal schedule because we had to pay for an expensive winter removing snow. All right, and more on, you know, the cost to do business. The top blue line represents a reconstruction project, and the bottom line represents overlays over time. You can see they're going up. All right, this is local roads. So we've talked about our major roads. Well, here we've got Graves Road, we've got Irie Road and Kesey Avenue. And the problem we have with these roads is there's no granting opportunities for these roadways. These are our 09 local access roads. And in the past, we had landfill dollars that we could either rebuild the road or do some heavy maintenance on these pieces or do repairs. We no longer have that ability. And on the right side of the screen, you see Kesey Avenue. That's the main route to the Lyle School. That's where the buses access. That's the drop-off point, and it's in pretty poor condition right now. So we have no way of leveraging state and federal dollars to repair these routes. And if these keep going the way, I mean, like Graves Road or any of those others, if they get really bad to where they become a safety issue with giant potholes and rutting, we may not have much choice other than to turn it back into a gravel road.
Has any other counties, rather than turning it into a county, you know, a gravel road, just went to the locals and said, you know, either you guys take over this road and you provide the maintenance on it, or come up with your own funds to fix this thing? Have you seen anything in any rural counties where
heard of it.
we talked about, there was discussion in 08 and 09 about this in other counties. We were fortunate not to be in that situation. The problem is once it's a county road, it is very hard to get rid of it. The locals will refuse to take it back because why would they? Now they're stuck with the maintenance, especially when it's in conditions like, that. They will not. They will fight you tooth and nail on it. And because that idea was floated in 08 and 09 in some of the counties in the Southwest East region that were in a little bit dire straits. Now, Seth's got more stuff. They've made some changes. And so we've kind of reversed positions a little bit. Go ahead, Seth.
Okay. All right. On this last slide, I tried to combine a couple different things. So on the right side of the screen, the y-axis represents number of miles maintained for each one of the counties listed. This is the Southeast region counties again. On the left side, we've got dollars per mile dedicated through their maintenance budgets. So Klickitat County sits right there. We are in 5th place out of 9 for the amount we budget per mile for maintenance.
And this is adding
All
gravel and pavement together,
This is,
which
total maintenance
you
budget.
could see that completely flip based on some counties have far more gravel.
Right.
Right. So the ones that are near us, we have at half and half paved and gravel. Yakima has 67%, Klickitat 86%, paved. Walla Walla is 61%, just to give you some numbers there.
Wait, what's Klickitat?
86%. They're mostly paved.
And that's why their cost per mile is so much higher.
I would assume so, yes. Plus, they're in the higher regions. They probably have a lot more snow plowing that they deal with.
Yeah, that's probably it. A lot of this is
a lot of snow. What I find interesting on this table is we have similar maintenance budgets overall to Columbia, Garfield, and Nesoton. Those are on the right side, but they have half the miles that we do of roadway that we maintain. I also looked at, and it's not on this chart, but we contacted our region counties and asked them how many maintenance technicians do they have maintaining their roadways. And I wanted to do kind of a maintenance techs per mile. How many miles is each maintenance tech responsible for, more or less? Just taking the total mileage, dividing it by the number of techs they have. In Klickitat County, each one of our road techs manages 46.5 miles of roadway. Or if you think about it, snow plowing, if they divided it up equally, they're plowing 46.5 miles each. Yakima, they have 41.3 miles each, and Benton County has 45. We're 3rd out of 8. We were not able to collect that data from Columbia County, so I couldn't say where we place in the 9 because I don't have Columbia's data. All that to say, we've done our best to maintain the roads given the budget that we have year to year, but it's resulting in some steep decline in the condition of our roads. We're no longer able to keep up with the needed maintenance at the budget level, and as a result, we're falling below other counties in our region, and we're really only one step from being the lowest county on that chart on the conditions of our roadways. You have anything to add there?
Oh, I got a few things. Good job though, Seth. Very good job. We also have seen a lot of people move into the county. So now we're maintaining a lot more miles than we used to maintain. People are moving further out. We're getting complaints we need it plowed. So we're actually plowing further out than we used to. And I did with part of this, and I didn't go through it. I was too big of a hurry. We have a winter weather response. So you start looking at it and we have what we budgeted and what our expenses are. Let's just look at this year, for instance. So we budgeted, we have to keep going up. The problem is we don't have any more money. So like Seth said, we take it from chip seal because that's the only place we really can take it from. So like, for instance, this year we budget $1,010,000. The problem is we've already spent 804. So we'll be in trouble if we have a bad couple of months in winter. We've been able to do okay, but there's been some years, like Seth said, bad years. 22, we had budgeted 900,000, we spent 1.1. So again, when we get into that, we take directly from the chip seal budget. So that's why, because all of our expenses have gone out overall. So what are we doing to try to ward off? And again, I'm not here to throw darts or anything else. We've also, some of these other counties have been able to survive because when we were back in, 08 and 09, we still had $1 million in landfill. So we were looking at, yeah, okay, we're fine. Everybody only concentrates on, well, yeah, you guys built all these roads. That isn't all we did. We used a lot of it to do the heavy maintenance, which kept our PSE scores higher by paving the roads that bad and doing things like that. Matter of fact, we used it to chip seal Dot Road with our capital budget. We also chip sealed a couple other roads with our capital budget. We actually went to bid and did it. So that's how we were surviving. So we did that. So let's forward to now where we are today.
Dan's got a question, Jeff.
What's that?
Dan's raised his hand.
Oh, sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
I kind of got a question to see if you've checked on the other counties, the smaller counties. I'm not necessarily worried about Benton and Klickitat and Walla Walla or even Yakima for that matter, but it might play into the equation. How many new miles of road are those counties building today? I'm thinking Courtney and Sundale and whatnot. Are we building more new road than they are? Hence the reason we don't have enough money in our maintenance budget.
Well, I don't know. I could answer that kind of with Sundale. Sundale's 100% funded. We can't use that for maintenance.
Right.
So,
But could we have used that on failed roads to bring our score up, our average score up? If we've got failed roads that are 12 and 15%, could we have used that same money on some of those failed roads?
No.
Right. That's my question.
Grant.
Are we
would've got
building
that
new
grant
roads that we have to
capital.
maintain 15 years from now
But if
when
it's
we
a
can't
failed
even
road,
keep
it's
up with the roads we have?
Yes, if the problem is we looked at doing that. We had applied for Bickleton before we applied for Sundale, and we scored too low. We didn't get the grant. There's certain,
The grant's really specific on what.
what they want you to build. RAP was originally set up, and that's the only one we use. Like Seth said, all of our Fed dollars, all of our Fed grants we use for rehabilitation. Mainly, a lot of reasons. One, we need it. We know we need it, so that's why we do it. Plus the permitting is just nuts for anything else. But the RAP dollars, the way it's set up, there are some 2Rs, and we've done some of those, and we still are. We did Trout Lake Highway. We've done Sunnyside, which is getting done this year. That's all state dollars. That's that program. But that program was originally set up for these smaller counties to build farm to market roads and to help them build roads for development. Development's a bad word, but actually so they could expand. That's what that fund was originally set up for. It is now shifted to maintenance because other people are in the same situation. So to get back to what are we doing? What are we doing besides just in here with tears in our eyes, wanting more money? So,
you want more money?
Of course, we always want more money. But besides that, so since in the last few years, we have cut our staff by 4. What that means for us, though, is, again, people are like, okay, well, you had over amount. It isn't that we had over amount. Remember, all the people in our building in our office do not just work in road. So, but we took our sign tech, we eliminated that position. One of our inspectors is now 3/4 sign tech, 1/4 inspector. We cut our survey crew by 1 person. When the guy retired, we didn't fill that position. We used to have a 4-man crew. We have a 3-man crew. We used to have 2 people sit up front because we had a facilities person and public works or road person. Now we just have a road person, and I really feel for Tracy because we also ended up with a bunch of extracurricular fun with the public records requests. But we've been able to manage because other people pitch in. And then the fourth person, who am I forget? Oh, Seth's position. We used to have a lead designer. Again, I want to get the myth. I'm trying to get the myth away from where we're so fat. We have all these people. We have one person in design. That is it. That does design. But not only do they do design, we are also tagged with, like everybody else, with all these unfunded mandates and all this reporting that we have to do. That person does that too. And like Seth said the other day, might have been today, I don't know. We were talking about it, and I'm sure Commissioner Anderson knows because he's working on the bridge. When you get into design, 80% of it isn't even design anymore. It's permitting. And we see the same thing. So we've done that. And I have one other thing. Again, I'll be honest, I'm not a huge advocate of proposing this, but I cannot not propose this. There is an alternative.
I know, right?
Yeah, there is more ways, because I've heard, Commissioner, we need levers. There is other avenues for revenue that can be done. The biggest one is what they call, yes, Transportation Benefit District. What does that mean? That means you can set up a benefit district. There's RCWs that regulate this, and we cast you out the package. What a transportation, Washington State allows cities and counties to create transportation benefit districts. That collects certain fees and taxes to help improve transportation systems. So what that equates to is you create a benefit district. Now, certain counties I know do it. And what it is if the board decides to create a benefit district within the unincorporated areas of the county, what's under your jurisdiction, you become the board of the benefit district. If you wanted to include the cities, then you have to have members of them on the benefit district. So what does this do and how does this work? So if you it's created by ordinance, and at that point in time, you have two major ways you can raise revenue. One, you can raise revenue with a $20 car tab fee. That is done with the vote of the board. It's not a public vote. After 24 months, you can raise that. When you have $20 a month or $20 a car tab extra, it goes directly to the county. But again, you set this whole thing up. It's very restrictive. You tell exactly what you're going to do with that money. And then that money goes into a special fund and it is tracked. You can actually bond with that district. You can do everything. It's basically outside of the treasurer. He may not like this. He becomes the treasurer of that district and he has to keep an eye on all, or take care of all that, take care of that fund like you would any other fund. So where you can start seeing it. So you can get $20 for the first time. If you decide to put an ordinance in, put the benefit district in, you could raise $20 the first year on car tabs. Again, now you're also tasking the auditor because they have to put that in. So, and after 2 years, you can raise it to $40 per car tab. After 4 years or 2 more additional years, you can raise it to $50 per car tab. Again, I'm just telling you, I'm not saying I support this. Or there's other options where you can use a sales tax and use tax equivalent to 0.2% or 2 cents on $10 or $10 purchase. That takes voter approval. So there is that. Again, I'm not saying that this is great. What does it do? Or what are some of the potential funding things? Rehabilitation, just like Seth was talking about. Safety. And everybody that's affected, everybody that has a vehicle that registers it in the county is affected by that by the tabs. Single axle tabs are not, single axle vehicles under 2,000 pounds are exempt. And carriage or horseless carriages are exempt, which are, it's kind of a weird thing. It's an antique. But your dump trailers you see everybody drive, those are also can hit with the fee. Again, it's just something to chew on. Sure. No, it's directly for improvements to keep your infrastructure. Legislature came up with this years ago, thinking, I want to say 2014. No, it's further back than that. I don't know all the history. I didn't really study up on it. We can get more of it. I didn't do it because I didn't have the time. And if the board has no interest in it, I'm not going to move forward. But I just wanted to throw it out there because, again, I feel my job is to bring you guys alternatives. So that is, as Commissioner Anders said, that is a bigger lever that the county has the ability to pull.
Did you look to see if you did that $20 car tab, what that would be equal to in Klickitat County?
We estimated around, we tried to get with the auditor how many vehicles are actually registered in the county. We didn't really get that. We're guessing you're probably bringing in between $300,000 and $400,000 a year with the $20 average. I know Pam will be the biggest biggest payer.
But doesn't that also depend on whether you're doing cities?
Right. So we don't know for sure. We're just estimating that maybe we're 15,000, maybe, we don't know just by, we don't know what is only in the county. But you also got to roll in the trailers and like Pam having 10 cars, I would think the majority of the people that have the 10 cars live out in the county, not in the cities.
There's also in here up to 0.1% of the sales and use tax.
Yes. So there's other things. I just covered the things that you could do. There's also a building permit fee. I didn't really dive into that you can add.
I was looking at that as well.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff that can be done. Again, some of it's voter regulated and some of it is done by the board. Again, you are also asking the treasurer and the auditor to take on additional things, which they cannot take money out of this fund to cover that. This fund is very specific. Whatever is decided to do, you have to do. It gets audited and it can be really ugly if you don't. But I have not had a chance to check. I know a bunch of West Side counties do this. That I can tell you factually. I don't know about this county. We haven't had a chance to check. It wouldn't surprise me if the bigger ones don't, because it is a way, it was set up for a way for people, for the counties, because the counties are falling behind on preserving their roads.
So it's $5,400 per mile right now is what we spend for maintenance. What do you have the historical percentage of what that has been? 10 years ago was where we spending 3,000 per mile, or?
It's the same, because our maintenance budget has been flat since 2014. So our road mileage hasn't increased. That amount should be the same throughout.
So we've been spending the same amount of money per mile each year, yet we know what costs have done.
But we actually get less while we're maintaining the same amount of miles. We actually get less work.
Right.
Cost to do that work has gone up dramatically.
So I guess what I would be really interested in is your average is down to 82. the ones at the bottoms end skew that number the most, and I'd like to know what those roads are. And are those roads really local access roads, or those roads with major collectors? Because if it's things like Graves Road that only has 7 lots off of it, is that something that is skewing our numbers down when in actuality, there's not a whole lot we do. Do we even plow it?
Yeah, we plow it.
Oh, we do plow it.
The thing, I think the main thing, this whole thing that when Seth put this together, it was when Seth looked at the arterials. When we're compared to the other counties where we sit in arterials, we're actually worse
Okay.
with our arterials, with our counties than we are with our local access roads.
Yeah, when I did the comparison between the counties, those were based on, they did include local access roads.
Oh, it didn't even include.
Those are our minor and major collectors only.
Okay.
So, yeah, yes, I don't disagree. It skews for the PSE scores, but does Crab even care about the PSE scores? They don't on the local access roads.
No, but it is collected.
But it is collected.
So our PSE score, yes, does or doesn't include local access roads.
Let me double check that, because yeah, when I compared to the other counties, we only did look at those minor and major collectors and didn't include that. So
which by us using grant dollars, which is what we should be doing to pave our roads, and we pave the worst ones, we actually help elevate our score. But that's the whole
idea.
That's the whole idea, exactly. So by paving it, we are able to do that. But the problem is we're getting to the point where we can't afford even to pave. Our fear is, and what we got from Crab is just recently, their outlook is that these funding sources that we're using are starting to dry up. The Build Back Better and infrastructure bill. And the bigger kicker is, depending on what happens with the Climate Act bill, because right now the state has shifted some of that money to reduce the locals, reduce our portion of the grant, So they're paying a lot, some of them 100%. That's why we got Sundale paid at 100%, was because they're trying to spend some of that money to show they're actually doing
something with it.
Yes, not putting it, not whatever they're doing, but actually putting it back to the roads. So that's why we're getting our stuff 100% funded. But if that goes away in infrastructure, we'll get to the point where.
So are you saying if that had went away already, we wouldn't have been able to do Sundale?
It would have been very tight. Would have been very tight. I mean, it would have still been for 10%, 10 cents on the dollar. That's pretty hard to still turn that way. And right now we've been told like Sunnyside is still 100%, but that could change overnight. We don't have the money. Our idea is we're pushing that to get it out to bid and then get it awarded. Then we can say, look, it's allocated. You guys, if you pull the money, we're coming after you.
Okay.
So that's our push too. But again, that's stuff not to be doom and gloom, but that's something we have to take into consideration. Also, when we get Fed dollars, only certain kind, not state, but Fed. And again, this is a decision the board can make. I'm not advocating this by no means. We give the cities approximately 10%. We don't actually give them the Fed dollars. We give them road dollars. Now, I don't think
so they would be getting the dollars, but we're in essence kind of washing that money into road dollars so they can use it on anything, right? And
Right.
It's kind of a boon.
Right.
And then they hire us to do the work anyways.
Yeah, that's a little bit different, yes. But in instances, because they have funding source, they have TIB. We don't have TIB. That's how we
acronyms for everyone online.
Yeah, Transportation Improvement Board. So we do a lot of work for the cities, a lot of work as far as their rehabilitation and their chip sealing and that stuff. They get that through TIB. We are not eligible for TIB dollars. So again, I'm not advocating you pull the cities, but that is divvy to the counties to see fit what they want to do with it. The federal gas tax, the STPR, there's no guarantee for the cities to get that. Some counties, they've created these, districts. Like when I was up in Pierce County, they made the cities compete for it, a certain percentage. They had to write grants and do the whole 9 yards. So they get a portion. Thurston County does the same thing with the cities. And if they have so it's not a guarantee. We just give them the money. Which again, I'm not advocating. I'm just letting the board know there's other options. And I probably spoke enough. Yes, Pam?
To answer your question, the number 80 that we had for the average score, that's all of our paved roads. When we considered the other, when we compared to the other counties, our average score for our major roadways is 82.25. That's excluding local roads.
And what about the other counties? What's their average? When it's all averaged out?
Let's see. The average of all counties in the southeast region for the major roads, the average is 87. For local roads, not local, sorry. For minor roads is 82.3 or 2.1, 82.1.
What's our major roads?
Examples of those? So
No, what is our score for major? Because you put them both together, right?
Right. So
Give me
our
apples
for
and apples.
major is 84.5.
And is Sunnyside considered a major or a minor?
Sunnyside is a major.
So when we do Sunnyside, that would probably bring up that number, right?
Could bring a few miles of that up, yes.
To start trying to keep that in mind.
Yep.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, a lot of other counties don't have what we did for a long time. They didn't have access to the landfill dollars. Everything else I would say is probably averaged out over that because this isn't the funds that are just brought into this county. It's here's how many roads you have and everything and how that works. And in that I understand. And so our major and minors, even at 82, we're still in good shape. We're not falling off,
No, we're not. No.
And we just have to be focused on smart about which roads we fix that actually have the use and everywhere you're going from that. It doesn't seem like we're too far out from the norm from the others.
But what we're seeing though is roads budgets going like this. And if it continues to go like that, we'll go off the deep end. That's why we're bringing it to you. Keeping in mind now, for years, their road didn't get a levy rate because they backfilled it with landfill. We didn't take the levy rate. I mean, they did, but when they started the landfill, they did not. If you follow,
Do we have built up levy then that we could pull?
I don't know that you can pull it. Maybe you can.
Because if you don't use it, if you don't use it, it gets banked.
I don't know, but I know for sure the first year we started, the first year road got landfill dollars was because they actually reduced the levy rate.
And just county as a whole perspective.
You need to grab that little thing.
Oh,
Dan needs to listen. Oh, she's got one right there.
just for another perspective, county as a whole, it didn't always get a 1% levy rate because CPI didn't reflect that. So the county can only take IDP.
Right.
Which one ever is lesser of the two. So these last few years, we've been able to take 1% because IDP was over the 1% rate. So there's also that factor as well that could have played into it. And I'd never looked at the road side of the levy.
Because and we can represent it. We have the history. So every time we got a bump was usually because they didn't take the levy rate that they could have taken. They decided not to.
What do you mean you got a bump?
When we got a bump in landfill dollars, we didn't start at $1 million. We started down a lot lower. We worked up to $1 million.
Oh,
So every time they did not take the levy rate, they chose not to raise the levy rate, they gave road landfill dollars.
so I could say, let's look into it and figure out if there is any bank capacity. That's a lever that's out there.
Okay.
A lot easier.
Wasn't aware of that.
Than a TIB. So let's just take a look at it. This is good to know, for future boards as well. It'd be a fairly heavy lift, but
Yes.
we've got to look at that. I know, the other thing that we do here is we do a really good job with our snow plowing. And that's a testament to all your employees and all the hard work and the money we put into it. Some of our neighbors, they have county roads that don't get plowed. And they shut them down for the winter, or they let the local the local people who live along that road take care of it if they so choose to take care of it, so they're not snowed in. And is that something we've ever looked into?
Well, again, that was a big push for quite a while. And that's what a lot of them did. You were right. Skamania County closes a lot of them. They have nobody that lives there, so they're not impacted. Other people, you know, again, when we go to the east side round table, back when it was bad, they looked at that. Now, that's not, Crab tells you it's not a good idea. If somebody gets hurt or anything else, you have people out on county roads that you are now liable. Looking to the insurance guy. And insurance people are not that fond of that. You get somebody out there, they get in an accident, they're on county roads doing county business. Because ultimately the county is tasked with maintaining roads.
Right, so what I'm saying is if you have a road that's failed, you like, for example, I'm looking at Graves Road right now.
Mm-hmm.
What you could do is you could just drop that rating to a primitive road and just let it go, and it'll work its way out. And if it's a primitive road, you wouldn't have to plow it.
That's true. That's
And
true.
that's one of the options. It would fall off our number. It would raise our score up, if that's what we really care about is the score. Which that's not what we care about. But these are just the things like, because I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at, and what you get is not going to go up, and the costs are going to continue to climb. What I'm seeing right now, when you look at the ENR studies, that since 2021, any design construction is up over 45% in costs. And that is unsustainable on so many levels. And so we have to be thinking about this as how are we going to, and it's going vertical. It hasn't even peaked. It's still going vertical. We don't know how high it could go with inflation in the engineering and design and construction side. And we have to think, how can we maintain as best we can? Forget about building anything new that we're going to have to maintain. How do we just maintain and get to the next side of this? Hopefully in the next 6 or 7 years, we'll have some major projects come in that'll give significant bumps to you guys that won't be requiring services. And that's something that we can hope for and plan for and guess. But other than that,
no,
it's getting real tight. And I don't even know, like, yeah, you're going from $3 a ton to $9 a ton. I give you guys all the faith and credit for the work that you continue to do on tightening the belt, and it's going to get worse, not better.
Our point is we have to be able to let people know. So that's the main reason we're having this discussion. We know you understand, but we're hoping other people get that. Because right now, a lot of people come and say, we'll just take the money out of road. It'll be fine. It will not be fine, people, because you'll make us go faster off the cliff. Just divert a couple million from road, and we won't be doing anything.
And I just want to be clear, it's never been my intent to say that we were going to divert any money from road.
This isn't a shot at any of the board members. I've heard people in the public say that the roads are fine. Again, if you live, and it's funny because the people live on a state highway. Roads are fine. Or some of the people that say that are one of the first persons that calls us because they want us to grade their road 6 times. That's something else you'll hear. And again, we didn't even talk about the gravel roads. The more maintenance we lose, not only do you see that, we'll have to reduce our grading, which we already have. But when that comes, then you'll hear from the rancher saying we can't get our product to market because the roads are too bad. But again, we only can do what we can do. And I don't disagree. There's going to have to be some changes. The county's done pretty well overall because we haven't accepted a bunch of new roads either. So.
And I hope the people that follow me don't accept new
Right.
roads that they're gonna have to repave.
Yes, because it's.
I just wanted to time check. We have a 3 o'clock. How long do you guys have?
We don't have much. We're gonna finish we'll go real quick now. We got ER&R next.
Let me finish road real quick.
Okay.
So I'm required.
Oh, that's
by
right.
State statute, you guys a copy of the draft annual before the first Monday in October, so I'm doing that.
Thank you. Okay. Good timing.
I gave you a 3 bone. 3 bone. And you'll see more of this this is the first year of the 6 years, so you'll see more with the 6 year. You have to adopt this by the end of the year, the annual. But it's required, like Seth said, mainly to let the board know because it's part. The 6 year is a plan. The annual is actually a budgeting document. So moving on to ER&R. ER&R is Division of Public Works and is required by RCW. It's used to purchase, maintain, and repair public works equipment and resources. Part of roads buying power has been, because part of roads buying power has been reduced. This also has an effect in ER&R. Why does this have an effect on ER&R? Because ER&R is roads' major customer. So if we're not using the equipment or we're using it a lot less, you don't replace the equipment. Now,
You have a ER&R sheet or anything you want to pass out?
no, we don't have any sheets.
Okay.
So what that means is, so where we sit today, I just looked at the 3 major pieces of equipment we use outside of pickups that get the most use and that we use to plow snow with. Those are dump trucks, graders, and loaders. So our dump trucks, the average age of our dump truck is about 13.38 years. Our oldest one is 24 years old. We should replace that. But again, we'll get into, some things with ER&R. That's a 10-yarder. Our 5-yarders, they're a little in better shape because we bought 2 new ones not too long ago. So they're 15 years old. So people aren't okay. Our 2 older ones are 27 years old. They are really ready for the scrap. We've done some things to try to change things around. Our graders are approximately 11 and a half years old. Our oldest one being 25 years old. Our loaders, this is where we really hurt, and they're over 30 years old, with the oldest ones being around 36 years old. Now, the reason some of those are old, and is because the cost of those doggone things. Today, a dump truck is approximately $275,000 to $350,000. A grader, a new cat grader now is $550,000, with a loader being $350,000 to $375,000. Please keep in mind, those are government prices too, not what the contractors pay. So I do get why everything is elevated. Just like Commissioner Andrews said, construction prices are going up, one, because wages are going up astronomically, even outside of what the county's seeing on the construction side. They are just skyrocketing. Equipment is going way up from what it used to be. So that's where we kind of stand. So that's the other downfall as in something we're trying to manage As funds go down, our equipment gets older, and then it becomes less reliable and costs more to maintain, which means it's kind of a cyclic thing, the relationship between ER&R and road, for people that don't understand how it works. ER&R owns the equipment. They rent it to road, so road pays a rental rate. And the rental rate's based on replacement cost, how long we're gonna keep it. And what we've done to keep our rental rates down is we've actually extended out the life of our vehicles. And that, again, that's kind of one of these you're balancing. And so the more you extend it out, the chances are the more you're gonna pay in maintenance. Well, the maintenance cost goes right back into the rental rate cost. So that's where we are. So I'm gonna get to cap, or this year, we're still, our goal is to get the fuel island built. I wish I didn't have to build a fuel island, I really do, but we're stuck. The fuel island we have is over 40 years old. We have problems with the tanks. Now, this will eventually hit us in White Salmon, but right now it's in Goldendale. So what they are is they're double wall tanks. The outer wall's potentially been compromised. We don't know that because I'm not going to pay to dig the stupid thing up until DOE, we have to report to DOE. They are very aware of that. And they put us on a time clock to say, you fix that. Okay, somebody'd say, well, you could dig it up and replace it, but it's not that simple. Everything else is old. And once we do that, we have to upgrade. So that's why we're upgrading the island, because everything is outdated. And so that is our big ticket item. We've been saving for that, though, really have. And so that's the other thing road pay, or ER&R pays, and other people pay. There, we do have a markup on our fuel. Everybody has a markup on their fuel, though. You go to the dinosaur over there, he has a markup to cover the cost of his pumps. We're the same thing. But we'll build the pumps out on 25, 30, 40-year cycle or life to keep the cost down. And we're planning on buying a mower. Our mower is pretty much, if we use it, it breaks down. So it's time to look at a different type of mower, and that's what we're looking at ER.
Not attached to a tractor? Or?
Yes, yeah. Which, needless to say, we got to buy a tractor too.
That was going to be my next question.
Yes, $250,000 is what we have estimated for the tractor. And
how much do you have in the ER&R set aside for it?
We have replacement cost. I think it's fully depreciated, so we have replacement cost.
And have you guys, every year, are you updating the cost on the replacement value? Because with the ridiculous increases in the cost of this equipment, you could say it's fully funded, but then you look at the cost of a new one and it went up 30% in a year.
Yes, we are required to do that. State auditors, we are required to update and state auditors look at it pretty closely to make sure we're not overcharging or undercharging, so we can keep that fund intact. We do the rental rates every year, which is part of replacement and everything else. Pam does. It's another one of the many tasks Pam does for us.
Dan? Surplus vehicles from richer counties that might be surplusing a vehicle that's still got life in it rather than buying a new one?
We've looked at that. Those are very hard to come by because a lot of the counties are in the same. The counties do one of two things. They either run them like we do, or they do a buyback plan. Yakima does a buyback plan. We don't have that kind of budget to do a buyback plan. So what they do is they're basically leases. So they run them, I don't remember, 5 years, and then they trade them in. They buy them back. So
is that why their maintenance cost per mile is so high?
Might
They're
be.
always in new stuff.
Might be. That's because we have purchased a few of them, but honestly, by that time, they're not very reliable. When I wouldn't buy any of our vehicles, I'll be honest with you. They're pretty much ready to be turned into a paperweight.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that if other counties are trading out their vehicles, and I can't imagine that, none of them do. I know many counties, at least on the Oregon side, that, replace their stuff a little too frequently, and including fire trucks every, 4 years. That I can't imagine if we started looking at the bigger counties, Multnomah, Clark, King, that there's probably not some vehicles out there, but
I
that's just
guess
my own thinking.
in that train, if the people like Yakima traded in every 5 years and we can buy something that's 5 years old and take off that new car smell and get it for half the price, that's something that we could do in the future. But right now, we're building our ER&R right to buy new stuff. And so as long as we're not falling behind on it, we should be okay. What we'll be continuing to do is that rate will continue to rise as the prices go through the roof right now.
Exactly. And again, those are good. We've done that. We've actually bought, like our snow blower came from Idaho. We bought it from Idaho Department of Transportation. Again, a lot of them we've looked at that, and sometimes that does work for us, but a lot of times it doesn't. And we bought the used stuff, and sometimes that works well. Sometimes not so well, because then we end up with a piece of equipment that has a lot of problems. So again, it's kind of a roll of the dice. Some of the stuff you can definitely buy used. Some of the stuff we just won't replace. I'll be honest. I mean, the real high price dollar items like our paver, we won't replace that. We don't use it enough.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to get rid of it either, because we do still use it. We pay for the other counties or the cities, and we pay for ourselves. We get rid of that, then we lose all of our ability to, when somebody gives us a $300 a ton price,
we have no leverage.
Exactly. So we keep
Right.
that. So
I guess I'm just saying that our budget problems, and I'm not just saying your budget, I'm saying that county's, all of our budget problems are going to take a new way of thinking and a new way of doing business. If we continue to do business the way we've been doing business, we're going to fall off a cliff. So I do believe the board should look at creating a policy that requires Public Works to look at available used vehicles and then approach us with those options. And if you say, hey, this thing's a turd, we don't want it, then that's fine. But that should be the policy that we use going forward, that is always the first look. Otherwise, we're never going to fix our problems.
And we don't have a cliff with our ER&R. That's why we build ER&R. That's why the county has
that's why you're
ER&R.
required to
People
have.
who have cliffs are all the groups who don't have VRNR or ER&R, and then they get
Right, but if you weren't putting as much money into ER&R, you'd be able to spend it on maintenance of your road. So it's the same dollars.
We're required to have a rental rate, a true rental rate. Now, yes, you might be able to lower your rental rate, but you got to look at replacement. That's the bigger rub for us.
And you'll never be able to assume you're going to find something on the used market.
Well, you won't know, you won't be able to put a legitimate, and then the auditors will come down on you really hard, because they'll say, because it's supposed to be replacement for new. Now, if you can get it used, which is a good idea, I don't disagree with Commissioner Christopher. We've looked at that, and we still will look at that. There's no question. But for our rental rates, the problem is we have to have a replacement rate that we can justify. Am I wrong, Pam?
No.
Okay.
I guess the only issue you'll have is when you get to 80 or 90% of your rental rate and you're hoping to buy it next year, but the price of it keeps going up faster than you put into your rental rate.
Yeah, and we've already found that's actually been already ongoing. That's why we pushed the good stuff out further. Like I said, we would have, 15-year rate on like the dump trucks, we pushed it to 20.
Right.
And the good ones because to be honest with you, some of the new stuff, again, Commissioner is correct. some of the stuff I'd rather have used, because some of the new stuff, you're lucky if you can get it to run coming off the low boy. Some of it doesn't even start to come off the low boy.
Well, and another thought is, I mean, every 20 years or so, you go through a downturn in the economy, and that's when you can buy stuff on the cheap. And when you have a good ER&R that has funds in it, I remember when 2009 came around, we were talking about doing a whole lot of paving because the price went through the floor. And it's like, if we spend a little bit extra money in the future, our future money, we can pay 10 times as much right now as we will be. And so that's something that talking about doing things differently is one thing government can do is wait for the downturn. And during a downturn, that's when you can re-stimulate the economy. When everything is humming hot, that's not when you want to be out there competing, no matter what you're trying to build.
Exactly. I've seen it year in and year out. It's cycling. You are 100% correct. Private's way up here and government comes in after. Private drops, economy drops, government comes in and catches back up because they can get it much cheaper. Right now, we have not seen that downturn yet.
Right. It's coming.
It is coming.
It's always coming.
Yes, it will come. Okay, if there's no questions on that, I will keep moving us forward with the GIS fund. I think Pam we have one handout for that.
So are you actually going to present a budget?
We could present a budget, no?
I didn't see any numbers on ER&R, nothing, no handout, no nothing.
Does he ever?
No, we presented a budget to Jen. ER&R is based on what road does. I learned everything from you.
Let me tell you a story.
No, we always present things. And we never do. We never have an ER&R because for us, ER&R is a placeholder. It's all based on what road does. I mean, so let's talk about GIS.
Isn't broken down by bars numbers, so it's hard for us to look at and adjust anything anyway. So
if we're ready, we can begin GIS. GIS this fund is used to manage the county's graphic information systems or the county mapping systems for non-public works information requests. So Public Works absorbs anything that comes to Public Works. We don't charge GIS for anything this is only for our non-departmental. And so it covers internal departments such as the assessor, the auditor, and emergency management, the mapping we do for them, the auditor for election precincts, the assessor for new parcels, and emergency management for some of their maps. The budget includes costs for maintaining the website. We also maintain the website, licensing and providing GIS services to the county and to the public. The public actually uses our online map. This is the budget that pays for it. So the landfill request at the present time, so now we're going to talk budget here, is $52,500 for 2025. And so for this year, it was $56,500, but it was reduced to $48,350 due to the fact we cut the ortho photos out. In 2023 or last year, the budget was $41,365. I can't talk today. So again, we cut out the ortho photos. So we've looked at things and we've run things a little bit more efficient. We are not proposing to cut the ortho photos this year. However, we are actually asking to spend, we're asking to reduce our ask from $52,000 to $42,000 and pay for the ortho photos with the landfill. Or the reserves, sorry, landfill. Sorry, Pam. Thank you.
We talking about 2024 or 2025?
We're talking 2025.
So I'm looking at
Yeah, different
68,000, not 52,000.
What are we talking about, Pam?
For what one?
No, that's
Oh,
landfill.
yeah.
Landfill ask. The budget total is 68, but the landfill isn't always the 68. That,
So you want to cut the ortho photos out of the landfill ask?
yes.
And then, but yet pull it from cumulative reserves?
No, pull it from fund
Fund
balance.
Oh, fund balance. How much is in the fund balance?
30,000.
Because the 68, so we were only at, we had 68. That's what the hell. But, okay, so 68,000 is not, part of that's fund balance, part of it's carryover. That is not all landfill. The 56,000 is the landfill ask.
Okay, we're not seeing
You
any.
might be shooting yourself in the foot because I was going to give you permission to upgrade the photos this year because we haven't done it in 4 years and it's probably time. So, but hey, if you
still
want to cover
asking
it
to-
however you want, feel free.
No, we're not asking to cut the photos. We're asking to we'll use fund balance to do the photos, not, and reduce our landfill ask by 10,000.
Well, I appreciate that much because it would have costed more by giving you landfill
So
funds, but
you
I
guys
was
are
planning on giving you the landfill funds this year.
about ortho photos with Jeff, about
Yes, now,
potentially using.
I'm
his-
gonna caution Jeff, and I'm not trying to throw Jeff under the bus. I'm gonna hold firm unless I hear from the board. I'm not gonna let him move some of his cost out of emergency management into the GIS fund.
That's not as planned. The idea, the question is if it's a map or an overlay, and he's buying the photo, can we use that photo for yours as well, thus saving the money? Not him moving it to yours.
Okay, we don't know. We haven't had the meeting.
Right.
My understanding is that his photos are different, and I don't know that they'll work. We'll see. But he also wants us to take over the management of his system. But we'll talk to him. I don't know all the facts. There's been a lot of changes for him.
Got his hand up.
Of course, he's got.
Good afternoon, Jeff.
Good afternoon. Yes, not all the facts are known by all parties. And none of the things you just discussed are accurate. That's part of why I asked for the meeting to be held next Monday. So hopefully we'll be able to hold our comments until we can meet to discuss our collaboration in the GIS system countywide.
Sounds good. Let's move on then.
Yep, we're moving on.
Mm-hmm.
So we can talk about the budget.
Okay,
What
so
we have.
how is the fund balance in GIS going up? So are we taking the money from the landfill, sticking it in there, and if you use it, you use it. If you don't use it, then it goes into fund balance. How is the fund balance accumulating there?
Because we didn't use it all for travel.
Huh?
We didn't use all the money
For
we
training.
anticipated for training and travel. That's how.
That's how we got $30,000 in it?
No, we've built that over the years. We didn't get 30,000 last year.
But the question is, the fund balance accrues because of unused landfill dollars that were allocated in the past, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Dan.
I knew where you were going with that, and the answer was yes. I was just trying to get him to a yes.
That's what I wanted to hear. So what you're saying is you want to use previous years that we have put in there that came from the landfill that hasn't gotten used, and you want to use that to buy the ortho photos. And I would say I'm fine with that because it needs updated so long as you can't end up using Jeff's and not paying anything.
Right.
I'd agree.
Yeah, he said I agree.
Oh, You're not very close to the mic there, Commissioner Christopher.
And then on the condition that on the future board that's sitting there next year, you don't try to sell them new photos. Next year, you go a few years before you try to sell some new photos.
We haven't had photos since 19.
And you know, some of that's okay because some of us are smart enough to go on Google Earth and see the photos from yesterday.
That is true.
But
you can't get the data off.
But I'm not going to focus on 8,500. Can't get the data off.
Can't get the parcel data off Google Earth.
I don't need to. You run it together.
Clarification question for when I wrap up the budget. If, by chance, Jeff King's grant will cover the ortho photos, am I to reduce the landfill request further to balance their budget after removing the ortho photos?
The landfill request has been how much each year?
It varies.
It varies.
So I guess the other option that is what we've done since Jeff piped up. We've been using fund balance in certain departments to try to balance the budget as well. And so if you have $30,000 in there and you don't have a use for that for the next few years, we could reduce the landfill ask this year and use it and try to get it down to maybe $15,000 or $20,000 in that account.
We can look at it.
We can look at it. Again, I caution, we can do that, but we could easily, like when Heather came up and said, we need this done right away. If we didn't have any fund balance, we'd be coming to you for a budget supplement or an emergency.
Well, you still have to do a supplement even if you have fund
Right.
balances. It's not budgeted.
Exactly.
So that doesn't make a bit of difference. One way or the other, it's going to be coming out.
Then we'd be asking for.
Well, that's why but my idea is to keep in there a certain amount that's rational. And if you're above that, like we were in 911 for a few years or whichever fund that was, we started spending that down. And this might be a time where we start spending that down.
That's why we were proposing to spend.
I was just clarification.
Right.
Because if that grant, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No.
spiral. I just wanted to make sure when we get word of that grant, what happens?
Right. Well, then you would still, if you still took the 10, we're counting on spending some of it down.
If it follows through and they don't need it, I would say we just remove that from the landfill ask. And then you spend down
Right. That's
spend it down, what is proposed.
I would propose we come up with a fund balance that we want and let them adjust however it needs to get to that fund balance that we approve.
What do you propose for the fund balance in there, Dan?
I think 15 safe.
I was gonna say 20 or 25, but
I think fund balances for funds in general, that we should probably kick that to the finance committee because we already have fund balance policy. And we just need to look at the policy as a whole, structure as a whole for the county.
Fine with me.
I don't see a problem, but in that finance committee discussion, that, because this is about budgeting, I would say, what do you say, Lori?
What do you guys say?
Well, I mean, we'll look at it and suggest what we think.
Right.
But, if I wanted to go back, way back, to add some humor, go back to the Tootsie Roll story.
Right.
I don't want to be responsible if I tell you the Tootsie Roll's $10 and you say, go buy it for $8. I don't want to be responsible for somebody say, you don't know how to budget and bad you. Right. No, I get that. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. What we think it's going to be historically.
I'm trying to throw you a soft pitch here to say, here, I'm giving you $10,000 on 1.59 million in the hole.
Oh, I'm all over that. I get that.
But yeah, if Dan says 15,000. I was gonna say 25. Lori, what do you say?
I want to hear from them where they think they need to be, so they don't have a.
I mean,
Tootsie
we
Roll problem.
historically have done 20,
Okay,
haven't we, Pam?
Pretty close.
isn't that what you
Why
said?
didn't you start with that? So
That
if we
helps.
say, get your fund balance, that
It is 25.
Because I wanted to do the Tootsie Roll story.
They're holding out on you. Yeah.
I wanted to get the Tootsie Roll story back.
all right, so
So we'll
it
shoot for
sounds like a
20.
little bit of the discussion is try to get to 20, work
Yes.
with Jeff. Hopefully you can use his picture.
Yes, if we can
that
use his
saves us
pictures,
some
yes.
money.
Yeah.
And then the ask, and then you guys can redo it, and I think that'll take how much off of, if we're fine with everything else on your ask, which I still am wondering why the benefits are almost as much as the wages.
It's a percentage of what the employees are that work in there. So it's,
And you have one, or how many do you have working?
we have two.
You have 2 employees for
Part-time.
25,000 in wages and 18,000 benefits. So is it on the,
They're in the high.
they're on the high side of the benefits? Okay. All right.
I think that covers everything we have.
Do any of the benefits include anybody that's not there? In other words, you bill it to one area and not another?
They get billed to all the areas wherever any of them work.
Right.
Got it.
That's the
Perfect.
percentage
Thank
that
you.
they're there. So are they both half-time or quarter-time or,
Quarter if that.
so, never mind. I'm gonna let that one slide. I would, I want to give you full faith and credit in the fact that, you just talked about, 2 budgets and you had us dickering over $5,000 on a budget that, and then we completely ignored a $5 million budget. I salute you, sir, on your, on your
You're a
showmanship.
master.
On your shell game abilities.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
Yes.
But when you come back in next time, we're actually gonna go through the actual budget.
I don't know that we ever have gone through the actual budget in the entire time we've been here. So
Would you like to, Commissioner Christopher?
I don't know how we really can when they just they don't have it broken down by bars number very well. So it's not like you can really see what anything is, which makes it very hard to analyze.
And what
And what fund?
Road.
Stuff.
road?
Okay, we can kind of quickly, we can do that or not. Again, we can do that. I gotta find it. That's on the first page.
Oh, I
No,
I
no.
guess the way I look at it is it's road money. It's going to road. The only way I would have a concern with it is if I think you're, hoarding money in printer ink and should be graveling a road instead. And to do that, I would be micromanaging you, and I don't want to micromanage you. So it's not like I can rob from Peter to pay Paul and strip money out of one bars number and put it in my general fund. So what does it really matter?
So
Back off of what Commissioner Christopher had just said, for budgetary purposes, for the risk pool and the liability insurance purposes, we might need to talk about having a budget only bars line for personnel and then operating.
we don't, we could do that, but we can't budget that. I mean, we can't report to Crab like.
I understand that. I understand that completely. What we have to do now with the insurance pool that we have is we have to run a report and then report on operational only budget. So without that being in the system, I have to track that manually, which we just now got that information. So in prior years, I was having to kind of get a roundabout. I'm not super comfortable with what we had to do last year. But I would just like to be open to that discussion of budget only bars, just like public health does. Just like you do for your operations, you have like just that budget only bars line. I'm not asking to break it down because
Right.
I know that your project costs are going to be impossible to break down by bars number.
Yeah,
Your guys' projects change every Tuesday depending on what the board's directives are. So I understand that, but if we can maybe,
we could break down like so much in wages, so much in benefits. We can do that. Where we get into it, because we function in three major areas: maintenance, admin, and capital. And for us to break it down in capital is next to impossible. We don't, so we could do overall in road, we could do this is wages, this is capital. But to cover that, it is that way. Maintenance is 54, it's been 5.4 million dollars a year. This year, we've actually increased it to 5.65. And construction, so we will cover it. We should have covered it. That's my fault. Construction varies year to year depending upon what we get grants. Keeping in mind that this year we are only using about $950,000 in county dollars on the so-called capital, which we call heavy maintenance side, to do overlays and that kind of thing. But the budget says 9.2, the rest of that's in Fed dollars, Fed and state dollars. Like this year, we had an estimate of 17 million. Yeah, that's not money that we're spending, or that is money that we potentially, but it's not county dollars, that's Fed dollars, state dollars. So, and then we also now have a line item like the 380,000. That money goes to the cities. That's divided up to the cities. That's the pass through from our STP grants. So we have to budget for that because that's gotten pretty expensive over the years. And our admin, we try to keep it where we can.
So I guess what we really should be talking about is the policy and moving forward. Knowing the situation with the gas tax going down and you having to spread your maintenance out further and further. And the question is going to be, at what point does your winter plowing ability get impacted to the point where service levels go down? And how far out is that? And that's both winter as well as summer grading.
You are correct. Those are the two main items we have left. I'm glad you brought it up because I forgot. That's my mistake. There will be a little bit of it this year because for us, we don't want to lay people off. So the 4 people we cut are the 4 positions we have not filled was because people left. We have 2 new open, we still have 2 positions open on maintenance. We are not filling those. I just told the guys we're gonna freeze all hiring for the time being. So there will be an impact this winter. Won't be great, but it will be because, like, remember, I showed you the routes. So we will move people around.
That's where I was gonna go, because where were those two spots?
We are revamping the route so it won't be taken that way.
Okay.
Mr. Christopher?
The roads that used to get plowed that aren't going to get plowed to make sure that the landowners are aware of a remapping or whatever so they didn't get caught with their pants down?
No, they will still get plowed. It'll just be a slower response
Less
time.
frequent.
And because at this time, it's only one position in each area. So what that'll mean is you'll only see that when we get the real bad storms. If you don't get snow on the river, we will bring people that normally plow the river and put them up in the high country.
Right. I just know from when you guys changed your plowing routes, that my place used to get done by time to go to work, and now it doesn't, and we're lucky to get it by noon kind of thing. And so I didn't want residents to be shocked when they wake up and there's still a foot of snow on the road, and then they complain to the county commissioners over it.
Okay, so the next question is, you just said you're not gonna fill those 2 spots. Are you still budgeting to fill those 2 spots?
We don't budget by spot. We budget by what we do. That
the
was the
difference.
discussion I was having with Jen. We don't budget by employee. We budget by what we accomplish. We still have to plow. We budget by what we do in maintenance, not by accomplishment, not by people.
Got it. So I understand that, but for the public and understanding it, what you're saying is you're in essence cutting 2 FTEs out of your system in order to manage this.
Right.
And then on the policy side is that you're making 2 cuts. Are you planning, how many people are you planning to hire in the winter time as casuals for plowing?
Right now, none.
You're not planning to hire any. And so the public can be expecting that service levels during high storms or major storms will be reduced a certain amount due to this.
Yes.
And what we can do is we'll go through this year, and then next year or after, it's going to be, we either have to do some sort of either taking the increases that we may not have, or the TIB, not TIB, whatever that damn thing's
Yes, I know
called.
where you're going.
Or but that's going to be a
That's the
decision
options.
between the
Yes.
commissioners and the public on whether or not to vote for it based on this.
Right.
Because I think for a very long time, Klickitat County residents have had a very fortunate situation that they got plowed out far more often here than you do in Adams County or Skamania County.
You are right. That's exactly how we'll do it. It doesn't, the budget amount, there's not going to be any savings. I mean, by reducing FTEs, you're just trying to keep up is what you're doing, and your level of service will go down. But there's only 2 answers to this. You either lower your level of service or you find more money.
Yep, understood.
Unless you got a money tree that I don't know about.
I don't have anything else for right now. I
Okay.
would request that we take a 5-minute.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will take a 5-minute recess. Do you need anything, Leah? Okay.
Oh.
Like a walk.
Learned it from you, Dave.
Good job. I know, right?
Who?
Jeff? Jeff.
Oh, hey, Jeff.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, make sure when you get the numbers on what years they did not take the levy increase, you make sure I get that and it's not just going to Jen, because I'd like to see what years they didn't take the road levy.
No, we will try to get that. I don't know. I'm not going to say next Tuesday because we'll be able to do that, but we'll present it to the board.
Perfect, thank you.
I can move the next day. From getting myself scheduled and so it's like the whole length of the house plus And then some people that had some, and then raised up where there was one yard with a private duct. It's a giant bush, like it's as wide as the tire on a trailer. It's exactly the spot where the trailer. Did they think was there a 3 or something there? No. Years or something.
You know, when I go to the ship, I'm not gonna submit this until they actually.
Landscape, just.
Lauren, all right. Good, so let me explain the car thing. So we used to insure the vehicle like out at home that we carry. This is what I can explain right. Sound follow. Is when the car gets parked, they're insured. So the meteor also wipes out all your control cars. They're on the road and used. We don't cover them. Insurance doesn't cover for damage and destruction.
What is that?
It's different. That's covered under liability or workers' comp. But vehicle itself is. Yeah, the deputy.
Or.
Because we're gonna get sued. They just don't cover physical property.
So like. Because there was concrete under, like, it was where he just got rid of the rest of his.
Or you had to go.
No, I meant, the line item, what is that?
That's liability, that's the cost of, that thing. Road stuff is covered, big, they said any vehicle that's 5-car lot. Most of them, everybody drives except the road department.
Want to do it.
It's
Just credit, yeah.
Yeah, anytime we get, well, it depends on, liabilities, if we get sued, that was the workers' comp. So that was covered at rate of high insurance.
But, the 90,000, wasn't it listed on the front of the fund? That something we can follow.
Yeah, that's the liability for getting sued, that's the, that's what covers all of that, the normal kind of stuff. And cybercrime, I mean, there's 5 different categories.
Well, that's good though, right?
Maybe more, yeah, the liability and property in case the falls in on it.
So covered it. But doesn't look great.
It's just
Make it worth it.
rolling stock. We do.
My God.
You have them big Catholic cars, but it hit the side. No. Roll right up. Oh, yeah. That's what.
Going out to the backyard and really, but his dog, the digger.
Oh.
And if that dog, from any little bit of this dirt,
Oh.
she's digging, it will build a like, it could do that. And so we're trying to go to grass and
Yes, move into the hot seat.
she just keeps tearing it up.
Been there before.
Huh?
Been there before.
You can break a chair for me if you want. Carbon coming.
Oh, isn't it vicious? It just boings all over and. No.
$30 a roll, so.
Yeah. I had like big chunk wood with rock flower beds, and my young Sizemore dog decided to get a hold of it, and he dug all the logs out and then dug all my flower bed out right by the front door, and the soil is. So I just.
Yeah.
Hit a bit.
Saw the spot,
Yeah.
right? So I keep going, every time that in my backyard, and I'm like, which dog is it? That's my dog, well, I don't know if that's whatever, but like, there.
And I have a driveway out a ways, so you can have the squirrel.
My place up here, yeah, it was this year.
What I have in here isn't gonna do us any good, is it? For how we start this? Because this has everything locked together, right? My big sheet didn't have it when I went through it. I'll go grab it again.
Mine's all. Yeah. I've went through mine 1,000 times, so it's all over the place. You know what page? No. Yeah, I know. I went through mine so many times, it's out of order. Our pages start 184. Yeah, yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it was alphabetized, wasn't it?
I did talk to the board in regards to the left medical that we had discussed in the sheet. And so we will be moving that to the commissioner's budget so that it will not reflect in your patrol budget anymore.
Perfect. That's wonderful news.
It's out of your
And
hands.
I saw that you added the towing. We've got a towing line now, which is fantastic because it's hard to separate out what's our vehicles versus what's cases. So
Right.
that'll be perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Did you let them know in regards to the left medical, or are you you're comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. It makes no, I don't know why it was in there in the first place. It makes no sense to,
Yeah, there's.
it's out of, it's nothing that you guys have any control over, and it's mandated. So just
Yeah.
put it with the left board budget.
It
And
just makes more sense.
yeah. So
And I don't have
we will
anything
be.
under sheriff. I don't have anything under corrections department in here.
Okay.
So
Okay. I can print some more. I could share it to the screen.
yeah, why don't we do that since Dan is online?
Okay, I'll share.
And then we can all be working from the same sheets.
Yeah, all I ask is when you go through in-depth bars numbers or whatever, you recite the page and the bars number so I can know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I think the reason we have to do it online is because our big book, the bars, it's different than the book, right? Because the book had everything together.
We see that well enough.
Can you slide some of those over so we can see more of the numbers?
Yeah. It would.
It should.
What do you want, same one or getting on?
Oh, let's see.
Okay. And that's as far as we go, 3023.
Yeah, on this sheet.
Okay, are you working from the same numbers that she has on this sheet?
They should be the same.
Yeah, they should be the same.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page because this is,
This sheet was what they entered into that I loaded into that sheet.
Yeah.
okay. And this has, just so we're everybody's in agreement, this has corrections removed from it.
What's in this sheet, correct. This does not have the jail listed under the sheriff as these total numbers here.
Okay. And then for the 2024 amended budget, does that include the jail still in the sheriff's?
Jail has been removed. The whole, what I did is I just took each one of the radio. Within the sheriff's departmental budget or office budget, the entirety of it as a whole, it has sub-departments. The sub-departments being administration, patrol, jail currently, range deputy, canine, marine, and posse. So for this budget, what I did, what's in the book is still going to show the jail within there because it has not been moved, but I did pull it out of this working document so that the board could just see the jail or the sheriff's subtotal here under the sheriff section. Department of Corrections is higher up here. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Who would like to begin? You?
We're here to go over our budget and to discuss any concerns or anything that you guys have and brainstorm ways that we can save even more money for the county. Do you want to start, Bob?
Well, we're here. You called the budget meeting. We're here. Sorry, we're here. You called the budget meeting. So I'm sure you got concerns on the budget. I've heard that. But Karen, I'll let you go through the budget, the 24 budget, and see where we go from there.
And as we are all aware, yes, last year, thought I had added the COLA in. Caught it when Jen brought it to me, I caught it and we reformatted the wages and benefits form to include all those items that were never included in the wages and benefits, i.e. your, the education section, which we actually pay out a lot in education, but there was no place to collect that data. So I redid it at the first of the year and included the COLA then. But yes, I'm aware of that. So we've accounted for all of our rates, including holiday overtime, because we have to work holidays, double time pay. So that holiday overtime is now accounted for, and we know how many deputies are on shift for each of those holidays. So we're forecasting that. as well as the, well, holiday schedule and then holiday overtime. So those are new to the wages and benefits form.
So those weren't included, the holiday overtime?
The previous wages and benefits form had no way to include any of that type of information. So when I did a deep dive in January, I worked with Jen and said, hey, this is what's missing. Do you mind if I change the form so that we can account for and have better control over what the numbers are and show more accurate control?
This is the old form. This was a form that my predecessor had developed. And so, yeah, it had just these varied boxes and it doesn't really include anything for union represented. Other union departments had put just like a basic dollar amount within like the longevity or overtime area. But yeah, this year we really, she gave me the standard template for the hourly amounts, and then I put it all into smart sheets so that it could be easier, more user friendly for the offices and departments with drop down menus, and did the formula calculations on its own.
Go back to that other sheet. Not that one. Yeah. Okay. So you have on patrol in 2024, your budget.
You want patrol or admin to start with?
So I guess we can start with whichever one you want.
Well, admin's on top,
Okay,
so why don't we
let's
start with admin?
Okay. So your 2023 actual was 696,000. Your 2024 amended budget is 530,000. And that is technically, you've only done one amendment to your budget, and that was to add medical and a few other small things, right?
We did two amendments, but both for the same thing. Yeah, medical and salary.
And the retirements, right?
Yep.
Yeah. But that didn't come out of administration. Oh, where do we go now?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so if your 2023 was 696, your 2024 budget is 530. Your
We moved-
2025 proposed is 570. Are we expected to actually come in on budget for 2024?
We are expecting to have to move up $8,600. And the reason for that 696,000 in 2023 was that all of the insurance was moved up into the admin category that year.
And so we moved that out now.
Yeah, I believe.
Yeah, when we first did the insurance, at the timing that it came in, Karen and I had just dumped that payment into the admin line and then dealt with moving it after the fact with accounting. So, yeah.
So the 2023 actual includes the insurance, where the 2024 amended does not. Is that correct?
Actually, their 2024 amended budget does still have insurance lines in it. I had
But it's in
missed it.
patrol.
It's in patrol.
And
But
the
it's-
jail.
It's not in an admin. So
Correct.
I'm just trying to figure out why is the discrepancy, how we go down 100 and
93,000.
no,
Almost.
130, 160,000. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And going from 530 to 570, and you feel comfortable that that's going to be accurate? That we're
I
not gonna
feel
go
that
over?
we're going to move up, we're going to move from down below in one of the categories up $8,600
86.
in projecting the salaries and the fuel.
And that is with using the fully loaded where you take into consideration everything now, right? Where
That is, oh, yeah. No, I've got
Yeah.
fully loaded all the way projected out. Yeah. I didn't miss it this year.
Okay, so my next question would be is, we've had the conversation at the town hall and we've had the conversation that, and it's always been from my perspective, because we have the Department of Corrections up there that has to have someone managing it, that the administration moves from your administration dollars over and across.
Not necessarily. It can't come from any of the budget, so you're actually targeting the administration budget?
What I'm saying is that the money followed the duties. The county had been paying for someone to manage the jail.
Right,
And the money that was going according to that follows the jail,
right,
because that's the logical process.
okay. So whatever the cut comes to the sheriff's office, we have no choice but take it out of the administration?
Or you can take it out of patrol, or it just has to come out of somewhere, right?
Right,
It just has to come out of somewhere so that we can pay for it. We're still $1.59 million in a deficit situation here, Sheriff.
all right.
And everybody is coming to the table, bringing ways to save money.
So is that the new salary for, you don't even know, what is your proposal for that salary? Because is it gonna be what the?
We need to make sure we use a mic so this can be recorded and everybody can hear it for posterity.
So is the amount that you want out of that amount for that jail position, is that the amount that we've been paying all along, or is that a new higher amount?
Whatever that was budgeted, whatever that position was, moves over and the money moves over with it. And that's just the logical thing to do. Otherwise, we're increasing the deficit and adding another employee.
So I guess I'm a little confused because under the RCW 41.14.070 unclassified positions, now that you moved 16 employees out of the sheriff's office for the jail, thank God they got their jobs. From 11 through 20 employees, which I'll have, it appears I'm entitled to 3 unclassified management positions. Are those going to be paid for?
So you are entitled to 3 positions. That does not necessarily mean that the county will fund all 3 positions.
That's where I was headed with
What
it.
we do is we give you a number in your budget that you have to live within. If you want to put that in deputies, or you want to put that in management, that RCW is designed so that you have people that are outside the union bargaining situation.
Right.
Okay. And so if you want to lose a deputy and some overtime in order to fund that administration position, that's up to you being the elected official.
I'm glad you made that clear.
I tried to make that very clear before.
All right. Thank you.
Excuse me, Dan?
I just want to go on official record that it is not my position that we suck. Essentially, let's be real about it. Culp's wages and benefits out of the admin budget and throw it to the jail budget. I do not believe that it is fair, and I'm opposed. And that's about all I'll say about that.
Well, and I'm not going to put that definition on it. It's just a legal transfer of everything that was with the jail goes now to DOC in that transfer.
So do we have a number for what that is on that budget?
126,592 total.
26.
What was it?
$126,592 is the chief jail deputy's 2024 wage and benefit number from that
But
sheet right there.
on this, you're also including the COLA, or you're including an increase, right?
This is the original budget. So no, COLA has not been
Mhm.
included in this one yet.
But is it included in what we were looking at above?
What are you
So-
talking about?
The other page, you included in there COLAs and everything else, right?
Yeah.
So whatever that number is, which should be 126,592 plus COLA, that's what needs moved, correct?
I thought you were talking about 24.
No, we're
So
talking about 25.
25 would be one
Are you taking out-
136
Are you taking COLA?
020
I'm sorry.
What?
136.20.
020.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
136,020.
And that's wages and benefits combined, obviously.
Understood. Okay.
So can I clarify? For the 2025 budget that will be for the Department of Corrections, you're taking the COLA amount that would be coming from the county out of our budget for that new department?
They're taking the full position dollar amount.
Right, but they're including the COLA amount for that.
Only including what was budgeted in the personnel sheet.
Right. This
So
is just
whatever
what's
Karen
budgeted.
budgeted in that sheet right there, that chief jail deputy line.
Right.
So for clarification, what the board is choosing to do right now, of which I've already said I'm opposed, is to remove $136,020 and then make the sheriff figure out which employees get laid off to come up to $136,020
I
to
believe.
meet his budget.
I believe that the sheriff has available positions that have not been filled in the sheriff's office that he could potentially do that with currently. So nobody would necessarily be getting laid off.
But the board is okay with sacrificing potentially officer safety by downsizing the number of officers on the road at any given time. If there's one or two less positions filled, that's essentially what we're doing.
That is a choice of the sheriff, not a choice of the board, to where he puts his money at.
Well, it's kind of the choice of the board. Because the board's telling the sheriff, you got to come, we're moving your admin, who was being paid the chief jailer at the time, out of the sheriff's admin budget, not the jail budget. But you're saying you're moving that over, but you're forcing the sheriff to decide whether he's going to lose a manager or whether he's going to not fill a couple positions. And it's wrong, real wrong, and you guys know that.
So, Sheriff, what we're doing is just transferring the job duties with the position that it moves. That money goes with the position. We're not saying what you're in essence saying is that you need another management position that you have not had before,
The money's been there before.
but that was for the jailing
No.
or managing the jail.
The chief jailer, or chief corrections officer, criminal officer, the chief criminal officer, that position was never filled, but the money was there. Because it was being paid out in overtime and so on.
Exactly.
Yes.
So what we're saying is the position goes with it. The position goes with the money that was being appropriated for it. That
So
way we
when
can,
I moved Lauren into the chief criminal deputy position, that was being funded.
that is your choice on how you manage your budget. If you think you need more people in management and less people on the road, that is your choice.
Right.
Okay, that's up to you. What I'm saying is we have a $1.59 million deficit. We sent out the board sent out the request to come back with a no change budget. And you are the only person who came back asking for more people and more money, knowing that we have a deficit and you've been overspending your budget.
According to you. Now, let me ask you, overspending the budget and overtime? So what is the board telling me? When we have wildfires going on, we're not to pay out overtime because we don't want to spend the overtime. If we have domestic violence cases where it requires overtime, we're not to do that. Now, are you guys micromanaging my job as a sheriff to when the deputies respond? But if I have to pay out overtime according to union contract?
Sheriff, you're the chief.
Executive officer of the county.
No, the chief executive officers of the county are the ones that set the budget. You are the chief law enforcement executive officer.
Bingo.
Okay. And what we do is we give you the money and it's your job to live within it and find ways to live within it.
I
Okay.
agree.
We have an entire county to try to budget.
Yeah. But I understand where the board's coming from, and you do too, Jake. You do too.
Yeah. We're coming from the point of if we move the position, the money flows with the position.
Yeah. Well,
and if you want to have another person in management or however you want to manage it, that's up to you as an elected official. Your job is to stay within your budget. If you're going to go over budget, either because you didn't properly account in your budgeting process, because you didn't account for the funds that were associated with it, which we're okay with, things happen. You need to come and make a case to try to get more money. And if we have more money, we'll try to give it to you. That takes open communication. That takes something that doesn't happen in December during an emergency budget. That takes proper budgeting, proper analysis of your budget and watching your budget. And just like we had a conversation with transportation, road is going to lose 2 people because of the budget. Okay. They're losing people. They're not filling positions.
Who?
In the road department. 2 positions they're not going to fill because that's the case, the reality of what the financial situation of the county is. And they're making the hard choices. Your job is to make the hard choices for what's underneath you. We only have so much available and we still have to make up $1.59 million.
I understand all of that. But what I'm saying is, you two know exactly what I'm talking about. Lauren Cope. That was the idea. It's come back to me. That was the whole idea, to get rid of Lauren Cope and beat up the sheriff in this whole jail transaction act. And you may be right. Yes, I'll make that decision. But I'll be talking to an attorney in the meantime.
Sheriff, we're not playing politics here. We're not talking about you, Mr. Culp. You are the sheriff's employee, not our employee. And we're not here talking about you specifically. Neither of us have talked about you specifically. That's the sheriff that's talking about that. I'm just talking about the cold, hard facts of the numbers when we look at a budget.
And I can live with that. But what I'm talking about, there has been discussion with 2 of you in regards to Lauren Cope.
There's never been a discussion between this entire board, including Mr. Christopher, about Mr. Culp. It's been about how to fill the positions and how we move that.
All right, we'll go with it.
Shall we move on to patrol?
Sure.
And I'd just like to say, last December was a disaster for all of us. And I have already apologized to you guys once about it. And we've taken measures this year. And, I can't say more about it. We have a full staff now, and so.
And I understand. And last year we were in a position early enough in December where we could actually do an emergency budget.
Right.
When you look at the dates this year, that falls on the 31st. What we've been directing everyone is don't be bringing us an emergency budget on the 31st. We have a budget coming up, supplemental, that we have to take into account any overages and budget for that. Otherwise, people are going to be up a creek without a paddle.
I understand that.
And as long as you have faith that that you've accounted for all the costs, because I remember in February, we were looking at patrol would already be $200,000 over, not including any extra overtime or anything special. This is just the
Right.
cold facts of the numbers that we didn't budget as a county or as an office that properly last year. So that's why I
Right.
want to look at this a little closer to make sure that we're not going to set ourselves up for the same thing 3 times in a row.
I understand that.
Did we get cut 200,000 last year?
No, you've never had your budget reduced. I don't know where this is coming from.
We did, and then we received the supplemental to cover it. So
You
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
I think it was 2 years. I'd have to go pull it. Yeah. There was a big dip one of the years.
That would have been year of,
You gotta use the microphone.
Turn it on, Dan. No. Go ahead.
2022.
There we go. Yeah.
Where the entire county was, it was Commissioner Christopher and Anderson's first year in office. And the entire county was asked to reduce the budgets by 3% of 2020 actuals. But
yeah.
as you said, with a supplemental, it
Brought it back up.
brought it back up 24,800 over the 21 budget.
Yeah. So. So yes, I am. I know that you've heard that I will be gone from the 8th to the 24th, but I will have my supplemental data in to Jen before I leave. And unfortunately, I will be in an area where there's no cell phone and no internet and no sunshine or warmth.
I was going to say congratulations, but no, I'm sorry.
I'll be up in the Arctic Circle, so there won't be any way to.
Well, have a great time.
Well, I will, but I
With the
will not.
polar bears.
Quite the choice.
Well, it's a memorial trip for the friend that passed. But anyway, I just am making sure that you know that I will have it done, as well as all of my invoicing prior to leaving.
All right.
And I've had all of the jail invoices done quarterly. Money's been coming in. I've invoiced, I'm preparing the invoices. I know you'll remember that KVH, I had worked with the different police chiefs to bill them directly so they could manage that. Goldendale said, no, you bill us. So they kicked those bills back to KVH, who then kicked them back to me. And that will answer Heather Joby's question of why I have 22, 23, whatever bills. It's because they were taken off, they were put back on. I've got the bills ready for processing. It'll be part of that supplemental. But I've also got the invoices ready for Goldendale at the same time.
So we are following the process that we agreed with the cities now, that we will pay it and then we'll ask them for reimbursement.
Correct.
That we
Yes,
used to do, as I understand.
what we used to do years ago.
Because how does KVH have any idea who's who when they come in, right?
Right. Well, and KVH has been billing us for people that were never even brought to jail or arrested. They've also been billing us for mental health crisis patients. And so I hope that that situation is resolved, but it will also be Jen's and Heather's to carry on in the future. So.
And that is an absolute great reason that you have a supplemental budget when you have an unexpected expense, but you also have a revenue coming that you can do it. That's the whole purpose of supplemental budgets and that. And so thank you for always double checking and making sure that we're only paying for people that were actually ours.
Yeah. In relation to administration, but it also trickles down to all of our departments. We redid our letterhead this year. last month, and it's electronic letterhead. We're not sending it to the printer. You can just print straight from it. We're not using the gold foil that costs extra. It's good old white paper. So that was a huge cost savings because each box was like $600. So I was able to get that corrected and save us some money there. So we're working on those types of cost savings that we send out a lot of letters. So we are working to decrease our costs.
Thank you.
So patrol, any specific questions on patrol?
My first question is, of course, going to be, we are properly accounting for all of that overtime, making an assumption on overtime on how much they're going to get. It's not like we're not building in that there's no overtime, right?
That would be correct. And I've spent the last week going over, this is what a patrol schedule looks like. And it's very convoluted. It has a lot of information in here, which contains who's running standby, who's the sergeant on call, who's being paid overtime, which shifts are overtime. But this has been important. These giant red lines are the shifts that no longer have a person to cover them because they've left the county. So all of our deputies will be absorbing those shifts along with Chief Culp because he will be out on the road helping to fill in and cover as well. So that's sort of a bonus for us as well.
How many are we currently down?
We're down 4. Yeah, with the 5th expected next month.
How long do you think until those get filled if we have to hire and backfill and if it's not a lateral?
Two of the positions received conditional offers yesterday and the day before. And they both already have their background packets completed. So they were very quick on that. One is a lateral and the other is.
He's a recruit.
He's a recruit. So.
Okay, so with the recruit, we're still gonna have people working overtime, covering that while he's gone, and then all the rest of it. I mean, lateral's the best thing in the world.
And then we've got one transitioning from another department in the county to us. So we'll have all 3 positions filled.
So you have another lateral coming then?
Not a lateral.
Level coming out of the jail.
Oh,
So we'll have,
but
Two-
so
two
still has to
unfilled.
go away and do that and then ride along and everything else. And
Yeah.
so did you, with this number for 25, because some of this will roll into 25, right? And you took
Right.
into account these openings and the training and the overtime with
I did.
regards to that?
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear.
so that leaves us with 2 open positions.
When the person leaves next month, right?
Yep.
And just to clarify, these people are in the hiring process. They have not been hired yet. You know, one of them has had a background investigation done, just one. So we have to do the background investigations on them. If they pass that, then we've got to do the polygraph and the psychological exam in order to get them to pass and actually hire them.
So when we give a provisional offer like yesterday, right? What is the total time it takes before they're on the road by themselves and no one's we're not paying someone else overtime to cover that?
If it's not a lateral.
If it's not a lateral.
Then it would be close to a year.
It's 1 year.
Yeah.
You hear that, Mr. King? It's worse for somebody else than you. Okay. I see on here, it shows you only have 1 canine. Is that the plan or are you gonna have 2 canines? Because I hear all sorts of different things.
We're gonna have 2. we're gonna have two canines, and we're in the process of getting the other one evaluated. And if it works out, and it's a good dog, we have the 60,000 that was donated to pay for that. And we'll have two canines. Keeping in mind, Profi, probably another year, will no longer be retired out. So that's why we're gearing up, trying to get the other dog on board.
So the 60,000, does that cover the increase in the wages, the increase in the training of the officer and everything else that goes into it?
It will cover, since I haven't seen the quote from Code 4 Canine yet, it will cover the purchase of the dog, the training of the dog, along with the officer, some of the equipment. The one thing I will double check on is the 3% salary, because we turned the budget in prior to the canine, so it would be that 3% for the canine handler. I will double check the math on that.
And that would also have to be approved by the commissioners because collective bargaining only allows one canine officer to
Oh,
receive that 3%.
That's right, yeah.
So it'd have to be, if you decided it'd have to be open collective bargaining.
And how much additional training weekly or yearly does a canine officer need versus a regular officer?
It's 6 hours a month, but the deputies need 24 hours to stay certified. So
A month?
no, a year. So that will help in accumulating that 24 hours, so we don't have to send that deputy to additional training on top of it.
So it's 6 hours a month of training.
I believe it's 6
for-
hours. I haven't,
Okay, and then
Yeah.
so that is additional training that no other deputies get, correct?
right.
And then, so my next question then goes, that means you're paying someone else overtime during that time to cover that deputy shift for that additional training time, correct?
Some
Most
the-
of,
oh,
if I
go
can
ahead.
jump in, I used to be a canine handler. Most of that monthly canine training can be done on duty, on regular duty. Depending on calls, but it can be split out through the whole month.
And
It's
then
not like they have to pay a course to go someplace
That's what
to
I was
take
gonna
that
ask.
training.
what about the 24 hours?
That every deputy has a minimum of 24 hours a year.
Okay, so
that they
that's
have.
just the regular 24 hours and the 6 hours can fall into the 24?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why the canine training has always fallen under the patrol training, because it meets his requirement.
Okay, so really what we're talking about is primarily a 3% salary bump.
Right.
And you're saying the 60,000 covers that for the first year?
Are you
It-
talking about the 60,000 that was donated?
Yeah,
That donation goes to the dog.
Purchasing the dog.
right, but I thought the statement was that 100% of the costs, the increase in the cost would be covered. And so I'm looking at
Yeah.
this holistically, saying you can say that it's covering the dog, but it's actually not covering the dog because we're adding a dog, we're adding additional cost to the county.
We
that
could raise
we didn't budget it
donations.
for.
We can raise donations to cover the 3% salary increase if we need to. Would that be acceptable, Sheriff?
Yeah, of course, but I realize we're cutting budgets and we need the money. 3% really for the duties they to perform. And at some point, Profi will no longer be a canine. So you move that 3%. So I guess I'm not understanding.
Well, I guess from my perspective, what you're doing is you're adding costs to the county and we just need to adequately associate those
What
costs.
cost are we adding to the county other than the 3%?
That's what I've been trying to understand, because the question was, it's additional training. The person will be out for training. That means somebody else while they're out is covering that on overtime. All these costs add up
Right.
in a budget that's been over budget 2 years in a row.
But the canine training, a lot of it is done on current shift without having to
Once
have
after
overtime.
the initial is done.
Right.
And so the initial will be covered with the 60,000.
Yes,
It will cover it. See,
it covered it last time. I see what you're asking.
That's what I'm trying to understand is making.
We
sure
haven't
what-
received the total, any of the totals yet from Code 4K9. But when we do, we'll also take a look at what's in our donation bucket. And if we need to raise more to cover anything. We did save money when Deputy Marble went to K9 training by renting an Airbnb rather than hotels. So he could just, because it's 10 weeks. And so we were able to get that to a one-room little shack that is near the facility.
So have you designed into your budget how if you're down multiple deputies and it's kind of a worst case scenario when you've got 5 potential down,
Right.
that everybody else is working additional overtime. You've got people that are going away to get trained, and then you've got somebody else who's going to be gone for 10 weeks. At some point, you start burning out your employees if so many people are away.
Correct.
Same
And
thing's been happening in the jail for 5 or 6 years, so it's something that I think we're all used to and trying to find ways to remedy that, but
So when Profi times out and the new dog is trained, will you be down to just one dog again, one officer?
So you're not planning on filling Profi's role too?
No, this is what this new dog will
What
be
he's
doing.
doing, yeah.
yeah. And Profi's been very monumental in solving a lot of things, especially recently. There was a hijacking runaway guy out from Ellensburg coming down from Klickitat County, and they caught him just up 97. And Profi actually was the one who found him in the bushes, and he was also the one who found the gun. And all of those deputies and state patrol were at risk. And so Profi was,
So
he
will
was
the
our
new
hero.
handler be the new handler of the same dog after that, and Officer Diamond won't have a dog? You know?
That would
I
be,
said dog will be retired to officer.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good, because
Yeah.
I thought that's sad for Officer Diamond.
yeah.
'Cause, yeah.
And we'll work out the arrangements on that when it's time for Profi's retirement.
So when Profi retires, do we still pay for his retirement? Or is it just Officer Diamond picks up all the tabs and everything? How does that work? I don't know.
They get retirement.
Yeah, Lauren?
Usually the handler, when my dog retired, my first dog died, but my second dog retired. I just paid $1 and had him as my dog.
Right, so
And I
so
took
then
care of him.
you took care of him, the insurance and all that stuff or whatever he's got to do for medicals, all vets, all yours.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wondering what the costs are.
And it might, as a matter of interest, Adam Diamond was promoted to sergeant. So it's Sergeant Profi.
Oh.
He's been promoted as well.
Okay.
So he'll be expecting sergeant's retirement.
That means double treats from Auntie. Did you have a question, Jen?
I was just gonna throw a number out there because at one point in time, I did go pull the canine information and include it because it's currently in our system, the 3% increase is not being allocated to the canine sub-department. I don't know if you realize that or not.
No, I didn't.
So we should probably.
If
work
we
on
could do that, that would be fine.
But just to give you a number as to what the 3% wages and benefits would be for 2023, it was about $4,000.
And then that 3%, when he becomes a sergeant, that 3% becomes a larger number of that 3%, correct?
If the deputy's pay increases, then yes, that 3% would be increased as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And any drug training that occurs and anything related to drug training for Profi and the handler, that is paid out of the investigations fund. The Fund 124.
Okay. Thank you.
And so, do you have another?
I
Question?
just, the next one, you added 2 deputy sheriffs to a budget with no revenues. We're 1.59 million in the hole. I wish we could fill those 2 slots so that your people would have to work less overtime. But we don't have that kind of money in the budget. If you would like to, and this is my personal opinion, and I'll let everybody else speak. If you would like to work on going out for either the 0.1% increase in sales tax to try to cover additional costs in the sheriff's department, or what I would prefer would be a public safety levy that's allowable by code. I see that as the best options to increase it.
Right.
I can be honest with you, the numbers in terms of our revenues versus our expenses in the county are getting worse, not better. Hiring additional people without revenue is not going to be easier as time goes on. It's going to get higher. When we look at how much wages are going up, knowing that there's going to be union bargaining next year, and looking at, we get 1% more money.
Well, increase in sales tax is not going to bring you into money to hire deputies. Let's be honest. How much would it bring in?
The estimate right now for every 0.1% in sales tax is about $350,000.
Right.
So it's some money, but you have to think, as time goes on, we're getting into a worse situation. The money's getting tighter, not better. Look at what happened in road. There's 2 positions that they're not fulfilling. So the level of service is going down, not maintaining, it's going down. We can expect that across the board in almost all departments over the course of time.
I understand that. Clearly understand that. I've been personally involved in sales tax increase in Clark County and levies in Clark County. I took vacation time to promote levies for badges and guns, law enforcement. But what the Board of Commissioners did, they used the sheriff's office as a carrot to the voter. Badges and guns. We were looking for about 30 deputies. Vehicles, planned out the union increases over 5 years, all that. But what the commissioners did, they added on the treasurer's office, the assessor's office, and all these other departments, part of that levy. 3 times it went down in flames. Voters would not go for it. I don't have a problem with the levy. It's truly a law enforcement levy. But the timing for a levy right now with the economy is not good. It would be a lot of work, I think, on my part and everybody else's, citizens are hurting right now with the economy. They're not about to reach in their pocket and pay out more money. I think the November election nationally goes the right way, may change that economy situation. Then I think it would be appropriate to go out with a levy.
And we can't go out with a levy right now. I'm just saying this is looking forward into 2025. If we would like to add additional staff in any way, form, or fashion with regards to the general fund without the revenues, that's the only option you have.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I'm not totally against that. I'm just saying the timing's got to be good for it, economy-wise, for the public, because it's the taxpayer's burden if they pass that levy. But in addition to that,
Got one thing. Go ahead.
in addition to that, if a levy is passed for law enforcement, we don't want the same amount pulled out of the sheriff's budget, so it's a wash.
So I guess the only thing I can say is we've been here when we had to do a 3% reduction, and that was before it even got this worse. And we see what happens. At the time, we were able and in a position that we were able to balance your budget and put money back in there. And extreme things happen. That's why we have cumulative reserve. Usually when you get a budget set, your job is to stay within the budget. And if you're going to go over, you make changes, whether that's not having 3 people on or having 2 people on, whatever you've got to do in order to stay within your budget, especially when it gets close to December. To me, it feels disingenuous when you're well aware of our budget situation, but yet you ask for 2 new additional deputies. That to me, I don't like having to say no. It hurts, but I'm also have to be rational and logical about the fact of the matter when it comes to the amount of dollars that we have.
Exactly. I understand what you're saying, Commissioner. But on the other hand, boards of county commissioners for over 20 years have not hired one additional deputy. That's nonsense. That's poor planning. Anyway.
And we were going to respond to you in a way of last year when we talked about adding additional deputies, you said you've never asked. So we figured we'd at least start the process and put it out there with the understanding that it may not happen.
And I think the conversation that we've needed to have for a long time is how are we going to raise the revenues? And so that we can get through this. And whether it's the 0.1 that Jen has passed up on the sheet or whether it's a levy, that's where we're going to have to go. There's no other way we can add additional. And the people in the past that were in the same position, the county commissioners.
Mr. Anderson. Jen.
You almost got that one.
Yeah.
I was under the understanding when the conversation started, so I think we merged revenue stream options with that discussion back and forth. So there are two pieces. There is the
Need a microphone.
I am.
You want to bring her up here, Jen? You just
No,
want to come up here and talk?
There are two different revenue sources that are public safety or criminal justice specifically. There is the levy that Sheriff was speaking to, but there is that criminal justice sales tax that I believe Commissioner Anderson was trying to speak to in the beginning. Both are restricted to one, the sales tax would be criminal justice restrictions, and then the public safety would be restricted to the public safety. And the criminal justice sales tax does not require voter approval. The levy does.
Right.
So, and then the criminal justice sales tax also comes with a city share as well. So I just wanted that clarification because it was getting really muddy there.
Yeah, you're correct. In Clark County, we ultimately passed a 0.2% sales tax, hired the 25 deputies or whatever. But the board did a resolution because that board, the hearing room of the board was packed like we had here before. But it was packed, demanding that citizens demanding that they raise that sales tax to 0.2%. Commissioners also made a resolution because sheriff's funding in Clark County is general fund, and that they would not pull out the amount of the sales tax out of the sheriff's budget to make it a wash. So it was over and above the normal sheriff's budget, but it did pass.
And it's passed in Hood River County and it's passed in the Gorge.
Yeah, besides, well, the sales tax without a vote of the people. That can get dicey.
I would much prefer a vote of the people, but I won't be here. Madam Chair, I've been hogging the conversation and I've.
Oh, yeah.
My hand's been up for 5 minutes, by the way.
Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm going to try to say this as nicely as possible. But through our entire budget discussion, one commissioner's been talking 98% of the time. It takes two commissioners to do anything. So I would like to make it going forward crystal clear to the public on whether any of these moves have a second vote to move forward. And I'm talking the nitpicking the dog, the 3% going after the 3% of wages. One commissioner cannot direct staff to remove that from a budget. People need to know where each commissioner stands on each one of those things. So I would certainly hope we can at least get a thumbs up or a thumbs down or some kind of a roll call vote. So this isn't one commissioner's budget that just gets rubber stamped.
I think we were just having discussions, Mr. Christopher. I don't think we made a decision where we had to come to a conclusion. And we were doing back and forth with the table trying to come to resolve. And I think we've came to some good places. So the discussion's good and we need to continue. And if we get to that point, we need to have roll call or vote. We'll certainly ask for it. And I do not disagree at all. Oh, go ahead, Carmen.
So I just want to point out, we were talking about the two deputies. So in the midst of the divorce between the jail and the sheriff's office, we had to redo our org chart, which is an opportunity for us to add positions. Whether or not we understand that they cannot be funded, but they would be on the org chart so that in years to come, those positions could be maybe later funded, which makes the most sense, right? Add it now, don't try to recreate the wheel in a year or two again, because it's a process. It makes more sense to, so we've added in an org chart that will come through later because we've talked with Rob. So that's where some of that two deputy things also comes from.
Yeah, we talked about, and I've talked to the sheriff about this, and Carmen is, at least this part is, for me, it didn't make sense to do an org chart, a new org chart for the sheriff without the jail until the jail's moved and shows up on an org chart somewhere else. And sheriff agreed to that. So they've given me a new org chart that will be submitted at the time of transition, is that whole process. And I believe they've added some boxes that they would like considered on there, so you can have the boxes and they don't, and not be funded, but have them be on there. So they're ready for that process. It's just the timing wasn't quite right yet for that piece of the process.
And we can add those boxes at any time. That's a simple decision, correct?
Right. And I agree totally with the org chart, and I'm glad you asked for those. I believe in putting more deputies out there. I've benefited from it. Neighbors have benefited from it, and we want to keep going and make sure your officers are secured and have enough help, and cut back on the overtime and wearing them out. Like everybody else in the room today, it's just finding the money. Yeah. But I totally agree, and I'm glad you asked.
But finding the money, funny you should mention that. Civil Division, we have been serving lots of paper process. That is the revenue stream coming in for the sheriff's office under the law services, law enforcement services. And in going back years, I have found that they did not spend the time to do collections of monies owed. And we have bumped that up and started doing collection calls and chasing down the money that is owed to the county. So I'm hoping that our efforts will be seen with the bottom dollars that the treasurer receives. So we are working that.
And not unlike any other department.
Yeah.
We've had that in other departments too. They need to start collecting what's due for the county.
Did you change your budget with regards to that? Or in terms of your revenues?
No, because I was looking at the numbers of what we bill out. So I used our billing numbers of what people owe us.
How
And
much is that?
we're about 14 to 18,000. When you talk about, and we've got writs of restitution that pay $300 to $400 versus just a little paper service that pays $35. Those are increasing. We've had 10 this year so far. So people are being removed from their homes, but we play an integral part in that process. And so I do want you to know that we are actively working on collections for people who owe us money.
It all adds up.
So with the rest of the budget, I mean, we've talked about the big ones.
Yep.
Do you feel that the line item for fuel is going to be adequate this year? We don't want to be in a situation like we
I
were
want to
this-
bump it up. I think Jen's got it. I think we've got it bumped up pretty good now.
He was asking me a question, so I didn't.
How rude of you, Rob. Yeah, so I believe we've got that bumped up.
Which one is it?
Fuel for patrol.
Oh, patrol. Yeah. It is sitting at 183,600.
Yeah.
Where, let's see, 24 is 100,991. Oh, yes.
And we've been doing some strategic assignment of tasks because the deputies do the paper service and sex offender verification. So I actually Google Map and group them together so they're not driving here, there, and everywhere. It's a very targeted area to save the fuel and time. So
Can you talk about small tools, minor equipment?
That is your body cameras, the tasers, all that kind of stuff. And in body cameras is also the evidence library that we also have to save the data on, so. And I try to put little notes in. Huh?
That's what she did, as she was saying, that she put the notes of what that line item is there in the comment section.
Which smart sheet is this under?
Budget development. Here, I'll just. There's a link in your chat.
In chat.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other major changes from 2024 to 2025 that are increases that you can.
I haven't seen any major changes. Are we going to be pulling insurance out and paying it from a central location in the county? So, okay.
For the general fund departments.
For the
yes.
general fund. Okay, perfect.
So that one, I mean, currently you have 90,000 budgeted in patrol for 2024, but
And
nothing for
83,
25,
yeah, and 83 was in
the jail.
the jail. And then there's a small amount, I believe, in search and rescue area and a small amount in range timber, if I remember right.
So range timber.
Yeah.
Have you got somebody filled the position yet?
We have a posse member that is volunteering his time on the west end of the county, but we have not been able to fill
Well,
the two positions yet.
We've got one gentleman in background right now.
Oh, there's somebody.
Yeah.
For that position.
And so the numbers that I'm expecting for the end of the year.
Actually, we'll have two as applying.
Mhm.
That's-
Two have applied.
Two people have applied for the
Yeah,
position.
but one's in background, the other one is not yet.
And did we ever bill for this year or
Oh,
last year?
we billed for last year, we got paid. We bill at the end of the year, because we bill actual, not estimate.
We bill.
We bill actual, what the actual expenses are at the end of the year. I usually bill November 1st, November 15th, somewhere around there. That gives them time to get us the money before the end of the year. We don't bill them estimate because it would be unfair to, like when we've had a posse member covering it all year, there's no expense for his part of the salary because we haven't spent that salary on him. So they get billed actual.
I thought we had a contract with a set amount and then it was divided between stakeholders for some reason.
If we meet our minimum requirements, but with and so and we're rewriting that, increasing the cents per acre and but the stakeholders last year were more than willing to pay the 20 cents an acre because they got good service. And so they'll be billed again this year. And hopefully this one range timber deputy gets on board and we're able to have 2 full good months of him helping the timber companies during hunting season and cattle movement. So our deputies have been covering a lot of cattle drives, but not much in range timber. They're not driving around the backwoods, like a regular range timber deputy would be doing.
I've been asking all the questions. I'm sure you have plenty of
Good.
questions.
You're
with
covering what I had to ask, and the conversations are good, so I'm good.
Commissioner Christopher, do you have questions with regards to this budget and the changes?
Nope.
That's
Other
true.
than I hope that we're going to be printed off the updated numbers since we're looking at a computer instead of pencils and papers. Because we separated the jail. Hopefully I'm going to get documents for my binder that include the sheriff's budget and the jail separately.
You currently have this sheet that we're working off printed. It's in the black binder.
Okay.
Sex offenders, we currently have, I believe it's 82. And we get paid $72,000-ish a year for those. And we have a report due next week, and then a check will be generated after that. So funds are coming in and the program is working well.
So our sheriff's patrol vehicles, 2023 actual transfer out was 229. 2024 amended was 178. 2025 is 391. That's
We talked about that in a workshop about last week or the week before. So during the budget reductions, we had discovered that there was significant balances within some of the groups for VR&R. And we were pulling some vehicles out of VR&R. And the bow, there was a couple of things in there that the sheriff's office decided to pull out of VR&R because it didn't make sense to run a vehicle rate for that. What ended up happening was we ended up using a little bit too much of the balances within some of the patrol groups. So this seemed like a good year to try and get that to a more stabilized position. So this year is a little bit higher than it was last year, but it's not too far higher than the year before or the years before that. We're just stabilizing those patrol group purchases.
And
it's something
Yeah.
I did.
And I've
not
had
the
a
sheriff.
conversation with Deputy Beasley. He will include in his authorization from now on the disassembly of the sheriff's vehicles. And so I just gave Leanne some VR&R, and I included those in there since we are already included all the cables and all of the other stuff that we now are paying for out of our regular budget. So I included the destruction of the vehicle, so to speak.
Decommissioning.
Decommissioning. It's been a long day. But anyway, so those will start showing up, and that will help our budget a little bit in not paying those that. And they're actually taking the lights and sirens out of my vehicle right now to put in the new vehicle. So we do that regularly. And so I figured this was a good time to show you. We are saving money. We didn't buy new ones.
The only thing else in patrol that is higher than before, and I know that you can speak to this, so that's what I'm bringing up. It would be that the repairs and maintenance vehicles and how we broke out that towing separate.
So in that line item, which is the 4811 vehicle repairs and maintenance, we've always been paying towing for cases also in that area because that's the only bars that we had. So now we've got the ability to pay for that in 2025 with a separate bars number. So we can say, this is directly related to a case versus this is our vehicles.
And do we get revenue? Do we get a charge for that time?
Sometimes we can get restitution, but not often. Because that goes, it depends on if the case goes to court, if the PA adds the restitution in, and we try, but sometimes we're not able to recoup that. And we will be having, heads up everybody, we've got a couple of vehicles that need some repairs on them, thanks to a deer. And now the hood won't even go up. And how much is that, Lauren?
I got estimates today, on the Tahoe that had a collision with a deer. And, the estimates are around 3,000 to 4,900 to fix that. And that's just one. When we can't control the deer.
I understood. Karen, on Kernick, patrol miscellaneous, your comment says 12 months times 1,000, but your actual number proposed is 21,000. I was just making sure you didn't get that backwards. This is bars 52122 49.
4,900. So that's, there is one item that it's 12 months times, but then there's also other items that are in there. I didn't itemize every single thing, but.
Okay, I was just going
yeah.
by your comments,
Nope,
and
I
21 and 12
appreciate it.
can easily be switched, so.
Yeah, yeah. Next year, I'll even try to itemize it more so that you guys can easily see it, but.
So I guess what I'd just like to see is if, and granted, Commissioner Christopher wants an up, down on all of these decisions. I just want to see the difference between 2023 and we know that, or 2024, and we know that there's a big supplemental coming that's going to change it. And so once that supplemental's done, I want to see the difference between 24 and 25 and what those costs are and how much this department on an apples to apples basis is going to go up, because we know that jail is coming out, so it'd be much more difficult. So you have to actually look at the apples to apples comparison to see how much it's going up after the supplemental, because I know in that supplemental, you've got to add a bunch of stuff. So that at least the public can see the difference of how much the cost of the sheriff's department is going up year over year, knowing that our revenues are not going up year over year. Because we're all going to have to make the case, me as a private citizen, for whatever decision the board makes next year in trying to increase the revenue so that we can keep the service levels where they need to be.
Understand that there's a lot of restraints on you folks with the budget. I understand that. But as an elected sheriff, I'm also concerned about officer safety and public safety. And the public will have a final word, I'm sure, on what kind of services they get from the sheriff as far as safety.
Absolutely. I mean, you've been through more levies than any of us have, and you know what it takes to get one passed. And however it goes, but I think we just, the public needs to know that our delta continues to get smaller and smaller, and we've used up all of the available resources out of the landfill, and it's getting tighter for each one of our departments and each one of our electeds.
Yeah, and for me, we need to know the numbers so we can hit the mark.
Understood.
Yeah. Mr. Christopher.
I have some questions that I would like to ask them. On the revenue page, intergovernmental services, law enforcement services, you've collected 10,000 for this half the year, but you're only expecting 15 total next year. I'm questioning if that revenue line needs to be a little greater. Because you had 36,000 in revenue last year. It looks like you're on par for 20,000 this year, which is what you budgeted, but yet you're lowering that to 15, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Well, it's based on the paper services that I talked about, and I'm hoping that I can even double it, but we've only got 3 more months to the end of the year, so I was being conservative.
Right, but isn't this number a July or a June 30th number?
Oh, it's the 6-month report. Yeah.
Would you like me to, what it is?
Oh, I actually know. I ran it. But I was just being
Good
conservative.
at 15,000. You don't think it's going to be more than that?
I would hope I can bring in more than that, but I don't want to stick my neck out and not bring in revenue that I promise.
Okay, good enough.
And then the licenses in the revenue, which is the first line, I believe, that is concealed pistol license.
Yeah, I only had a question on the one.
Yeah, but I
So
wanted.
I will just bust through these and just go through the ones I have a question on, and I'll be done in 5 minutes.
Okay.
You have an uptick in sheriff patrol ammo from 2,500 to 4,200. You expecting more training with those newbies on board? Is that what that is?
I've got to buy additional ammo because
what I
what we've
figured.
got is 9mm, and I think no, we've got 45 and we need 9mm.
Interesting. I didn't
And
know
the
you
price
guys
of
didn't all
ammo's gone
use
up.
the same caliber, so I was kind of that's surprising to me. Do the officers get to carry whatever caliber they want?
We issue a firearm, but yes, allow them to carry if they want to carry a 9.45
Or a 40? Yeah.
or 40.
I'd choose the 40, but yeah, I appreciate you offering them because that is an officer safety thing. So
Exactly.
I
It's
I,
like
I
if I
like that.
demanded all of my deputies to wear a size 7 boot, because that's what we give them, wouldn't work. They got to have a gun that fits their hand.
Advertising in patrol is going up $1,000 to $1,200. What is that about?
Well, those are those writs of restitution because we have to advertise
Got
for
it.
so many weeks, especially when we have sheriff sales. We have to advertise the property sale.
No, that's
And
fine.
we do get reimbursed for it sometimes, but sometimes we're even having the law firms pay for it directly.
Uniform supplies going from 7,500 to 1,300. Does that include boots or is that just uniforms? Is that boots and badges and belts and holsters and
That's patrol uniform?
yeah. Oh, sorry. I was looking at the wrong thing. No, end that discussion.
Okay.
I flipped the page and I was looking at jail.
But the uniform needs to go up because you're going to be hiring so many new people, right?
Right. But we also have a stock room full of some equipment, so we may only have to buy pants and shirts. We have belts. We have a storeroom.
They'll be putting as much used equipment and uniforms as possible.
Just a thought. A lot of departments pay out a uniform allowance. That way we don't have to store a bunch of other uniforms or anything else.
Yeah.
And it's up to the individual that has to pay for that because out of the uniform allowance.
That is a great idea, Bob. I think the board needs to consider that for uniform allowance that covers belts and holsters and boots and everything. And it's just a one time and once a year kind of a thing. And then we're not on the hook to be getting those bills in our bill box every week.
That's a matter of, that's a matter of collective bargaining. And so
Right.
Yep.
It would come up.
Yeah,
next.
but I know, but the board would need to make the discussion on whether it wanted to actually go that route to even open the collective bargaining. I'm in favor of it, but I don't know if the rest of the board is.
Just so the board is aware, outside of the sheriff, Public Works is another union department that does get like boot reimbursements, same concept here. It's not paid as the sheriff in their collective bargaining. It is paid as a boot allowance as well as a tool allowance. It's a part of their payroll, and there's parameters in it, but leave that interesting.
And I would just leave that discussion until next year, until we get closer to comparing with other, the whole process we'll go through and meet with the sheriff and his staff and see what they want.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
So I was just going to make a note on the CPLs, the concealed pistol licenses. If the state ends up taking the licensing from us, then that revenue will go down. But we want to keep it as long as possible.
Would the state do that?
Is the state supposed to be doing that?
There's been talk that years down the line, they may take it over. Right now, they've taken over the FFL part, the firearms transfers and a lot of other stuff, so.
Well, I think Commissioner Christopher wanted to vote yes or no on the two major things. Number one being the two positions and number two being the transfer of the wages from administration or whatever that position was over to the other department. And where are you at? And Commissioner Christopher said where he was with regards to one.
Well, and we had the conversations and that was on the positions, yes, on the org chart, but we have to find money. Yeah, I totally appreciate it. And the other.
Did you say yes on those positions funding or no funding them, just yes on?
No
them?
funding them, but the org chart is great. And then we'll start working towards how do we get that money? Because they're necessary positions. So we'll keep that conversation going. And the other for transfer of the admin, I believe that money should be transferred with the jail. I believe it was part of the admin that belonged to the jail. And it has to, whatever was with the jail goes with the jail. Yes, on that one. Is Mr. Christopher still there?
I'm
always here.
Okay.
But you want my opinion on the two? Is that what you're asking?
I think you stated it, but I think we just wanted to clarify.
Okay. Yeah, no, I am a no on the two positions because we don't have the money. I would be 100% support in a future law enforcement levy, and I would help Bob campaign for it to get officers on the street. But before I wasted my breath and potentially lied to the citizens, I would want a resolution by this board on what those dollars were actually going to be spent on, so it didn't turn into a bait and switch. Because if it added to the budget, that would be fine. But if most of the money was going somewhere else, I wouldn't be in favor. And then I'm a no on the transferring of the admin wages.
And the levy thing, and I think we also need to have a conversation with Heather at some point about how those function. I'm not totally up to date on those, but I did hear at one time, sometimes they do add in other like emergency services and things under the RCWs. So I want to make sure if you're doing it for the sheriff, it goes with the sheriff.
Well,
I think the argument is you could do it as a criminal justice levy and then use that money in the courts and the prosecutors and the clerks and everything that has to do with criminal justice. You don't have to use it on the sheriff's department. So I don't know that the voting public would be all in favor of throwing another prosecutor in the prosecutor's office is my point.
But we'll look at all those things before we ever say, sure, let's.
Ultimately, the levy has to be approved by you, the board, to run a levy.
To run the levy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I won't be here when we actually get to that decision, but there will be a new board sitting here. And my hope is that just like we started in February with conversations on what was wrong with last year's budget, so we didn't have a problem this year. I hope that because running a levy of that magnitude takes a lot of time and a lot of planning and bringing people together. Just remember though, while the sheriff's department is having issues in terms of funding, all those other departments have the same issues because it's all part of the general fund and the inflation is not keeping up with those positions as well.
You're absolutely correct. All these other departments have that. But I got a dog in the race. My job is public safety, and that should be number one, period.
Well, and I'll be here a couple of years and we're going to get creative with economic development and start finding money.
And just real quick, you guys can all do what you want to do, what you need to do, but the sheriff's office, law enforcement, it's not like, the road department. It's like, we don't have the money, we have to cut it. Okay, we're not paving this road this year. Law enforcement is dynamic. It's whatever is needed when it's needed. So it's a little harder to budget. It's a little harder to cut, but we are cutting back as much as we can. the deputies are sitting alongside the road as much as they can. They're not driving around wasting gas, but that's my 2 cents. We're doing what we can.
Homicides,
You need to build a war chest. That's what you need. A big budget.
Well, it's a general fund. You can't build a war
Well,
chest. What you need to, what we have to do is we have to budget adequately for the estimated overtime. And if something happens like a hurricane or a volcano that blows out that, the conversations need to happen quickly so that the board can do a supplemental to address those concerns. We do this in the exact same thing during ice storms. It hits you guys on one side, it hits the towers and Jeff King, it hits Public Works, and those guys go out and they try to find every grant they can to cover those costs, and they do a good job of it. The Sheriff's Department is one of those departments where we don't get many grants. The amount of money that actually we have that covers the Sheriff Department comes straight out of the general fund, and we only have so much.
Yeah.
Grant writer.
In the instance of emergencies, the fires, the wildfires and those situations, if it qualifies for FEMA, if it is an emergency situation, yes, patrol, manning those fires, directing traffic, assisting in those, any overtime earned out of there would be covered and reimbursed by FEMA, so long as FEMA didn't pull the rug out from underneath
Like
us.
they did in Bickleton.
They did do that
And
with
if we had a
Bickleton.
fire that was in Skamania County, not even in our county this year, that I don't know how much overtime that we put in.
And I hope you have that
Public
track because that one
Oh.
hasn't come through yet.
I always have it tracked.
Okay, so, yes, and the reason the Bickleton fire is not completely gone, that reimbursement is not completely gone. They pushed pause because the federal government had a freeze on the budget. So, it's not off the table completely. We just they haven't circled back around yet either. I don't know, but just always in the case of emergencies, if one is declared, just make sure that we're tracking for
We do,
especially
we actually
overtime.
put special line items on our time
Yeah,
sheets.
the time
Yes, yes,
sheets.
Karen and I usually work together for
Yeah.
that.
And I've got both fires pulled, so.
Good deal.
Good. Mr. Christopher?
One more question for Bob on the admin. So I guess I'm trying to look for what your plan is for Mr. Culp. Is your plan that if a road deputy is sick for the day and Mr. Culp is on shift, that he fills in for that shift and you'd be saving overtime dollars? And if that's the case, should we adjust your overtime accordingly if he's going to be making up for a bunch of the overtime hours?
well, unfortunately, as a appointed manager, he doesn't get overtime. He gets to donate it.
Right. No, but if one of your officers is out sick, instead of calling somebody in on shift and paying them overtime to cover that shift, if he was covering that shift, you're saving the overtime hours that you would pay to somebody else.
Yes, if it can be worked out, yeah, but not
So
only.
you might actually have a lower overtime than you're forecasting by doing that.
Yes, we understand,
Okay.
but it's not going to be a guarantee. It's going to be all the time that way. He's got
Right.
also administrative duties as chief criminal deputy, but he will be
Absolutely.
out on the road helping out and answering calls and so forth.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Thank all of you.
Good. I don't think there's any more questions.
I think Jen's gonna make the changes. We'll get that information to you. We'll take, because this is one of those that, we separated the department out. Commissioner Christopher and I don't have the paper in front of us that we usually have. We'll make sure to take another look at it again when we can look the side by side. And then looking forward to seeing what the supplemental shows.
Yeah, we'd appreciate knowing as soon as possible what kind of cuts we're looking at in the sheriff's budget, and we can make adjustments.
Well, I think we made the vast majority of that right now.
Okay, that gives us.
So the number we're working with is 136,020, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I got.
The number you gave me earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm following. Yes.
All right. Thank
I
you.
was answering somebody else's
I was
question.
not.
I'm sorry.
So I've got the number.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
See you at the end in October.
Have a great trip. Where in the Arctic Circle are you going?
I will be up above Churchill, which is up above Winnipeg.
Oh,
In those tundra buggies, those,
Mhm.
yeah, so I'll be,
too bad you're not there. It looks like there's a big aurora tonight.
yeah, there's one there most nights, and we'll have a conservationist there with us who will be giving us all the background on the wildlife and the sky show, and so.
Do you get one of those tents that's open?
Interesting.
No, the tundra buggy has lodging,
Oh,
so
Isn't that
we'll
interesting?
sleep on the buggy.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, so
Have a great trip.
Send pictures.
I can show you all later.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time today.
Have a great day. Madam Chair, having nothing else before us. Oh, I guess we got something. Never mind.
Oh,
You ought to get a recap before you go.
well, and I think Scott wanted to bring Evan by. I don't know if it's too late.
Got to. What do you?
Okay, we saw him.
If he hasn't got a bag of gummy worms, he shouldn't even be in. What the heck?
Commissioner Christopher, do you have anything else on the budget you'd like to discuss?
No,
Huh?
no.
Yeah, thank you. Solve it easy.
This is the beginning of the budget. We still got a lot more to go. I mean, how long did it take us last year, the year before?
Done. And when are you leaving? Or when are you?
Let's see. BOC planning I only see Superior Court and planning, so we should probably have a discussion on that. I mean, we didn't even get to it. We were so blown away. God, he's good.
Jeff? Anyway, I think
Thanks for remembering.
Schmoozed right by.
that's the question she had. Not that there's right or wrong answer.
So we've got one. What were those two? We got 130.
Right around 400 if you take 130 and it wasn't.
It was 270, 260 something.
39 a piece or something, didn't we talk about last week? So 275 plus 130, 400 roughly plus.
Did the 130 incorporate the COLA or not? Remember we had that conversation?
Well, incorporated COLA she put in there, but you guys haven't done COLAs on any of the positions.
Mhm.
So there wouldn't be any on our side yet until you've decided what you're gonna do. 'Cause that money's all in a bucket.
That keeps me awake though.
So that'd be 400. So thereabouts. So we're 159
With the
to
officers.
1.1 now.
1.1. Oh, I'd say that was a productive day. Dan, we can't hear you.
How did you get the 400?
Well, just roundabout the 130 out of admin and the two deputies, I think we talked about last week were like 139 apiece, benefits, wages.
And they figured that into their budget price, the new deputies are in the budget?
They had that included.
Okay, good enough.
So it's roughly 400 if we're correct about the 139. Jen? We need you.
I just needed to make sure that.
I don't think
Is the
Mr.
two
Christopher
deputies-
can hear you.
The two deputies, wasn't that like 139 apiece? Roughly, and then what we talked about last week?
Yeah, it's right. So the two deputies are 139, 515 each.
So 140.
I got a question on that. How is a deputy 139, but Culp's only 132?
The Culp's 136, I believe, but let me go back to that one.
I thought it was 130.
130 something.
020.
I don't know why we keep talking about Culp.
Well, okay, the admin, I would think the admin would make more than the deputy, so then the fact that the deputy makes more than the admin surprises me, so.
Overtime, my friend.
Yep,
Lots and lots of overtime.
On holidays, it's a much higher rate.
136.
Oh,
I was
130.
right, thank you.
She said 130.
No, 136,020.
So about 400,000. Yep.
Do we know, did they add in for those two positions, did they add in clothing, cars, vehicles, everything else for those two positions? Because that would,
Really good question while they were here.
I always figure it's gonna be $200,000 per deputy is my average.
Well, I heard Carmen talk about they have surplus.
Yeah, I don't think that
uniforms.
they did. Because they said that they have the extra in there. And
That's only belts and stuff like this.
they said they had a stock room.
They have surplus uniforms, different size.
They were
If they
just-
don't, they'll have to buy new ones.
Yeah,
Same with corrections.
and they don't,
Or
and they have a pool of vehicles, like they only purchase the 3 or the 4 vehicles and they go, if
So
they
they
need a new
put
vehicle,
down.
they go pull from their pool that they have sitting out there that they designate for when a vehicle is broke down.
But they did say one of those vehicles does go with the jail, correct?
Of the 3 new
They
ones.
have
they-
2.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sheriff, and the sheriff told me
Yeah.
2 days ago that one of the new Durangos was purchased for the jail, so it will go with the jail.
Okay, so we were at 1.5, was it 519 or 591? Where'd we start today?
156.
156.
And that 415,050 is the total.
415.
I don't see it. Oh, there it is.
And I need to circle back with Public Works. They're asking about their landfill allocation.
Okay.
If we didn't, you guys
We
didn't
did
touch on.
finish that.
And so they need clarification so that they can go ahead and formalize their 6-year road plan.
But suggesting one way or the other, just.
I have no problem.
What have
with
you got on
landfill
that
allocation
All
that
right,
they
we're
have in
down
the
to
budget.
1,144,000, but we also saved a little bit, I think 10,000 in East District.
Yeah.
We saved more than 10,000 in GIS if we're gonna push it down to 20, if they
Oh.
have 32.
That's an if. 10,000 for now.
Well, they meet, Jeff.
But we're
We're getting there.
getting closer. We're within stalking distance. Stalking a million. All right. Do you have anything else that you'd like to update?
Did you
I
want
need
to have
an
that
answer
conversation?
on
Land-
roads, landfill dollars.
They're asking.
Well, they didn't, we need to bring them back in and have a conversation on what exactly they plan to use the landfill dollars on and what the impact is that they didn't tell us about, which should have been on the list.
I don't have a problem with the landfill dollars that they've allocated.
I thought you were always the one who wanted to get rid of them in the first place. I'd like to hear what they say they're gonna be used for, at some point. We can do that next Thursday. I think we're in a good spot to stop.
Do you want to do it Tuesday?
If they're here, I'm,
Aren't you leaving? We're booked all morning on Thursday, I believe.
We are?
What about Tuesday afternoon?
No, we've got 1 o'clock BLCC
Done at
budget.
10:30.
And then more, what did I have in the morning on the 10th? Was it the 10th?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we just have them fill us in for 5 minutes or 10 minutes during their update on Tuesday? Since our
makes sense.
schedule
Yeah.
says they'll be done at 10:30 anyway.
Yep. Thank you.
That makes total sense.
That works.
Thank you.
What do we have the morning of the 10th?
nothing.
in the morning. So we have on the,
Gone all day, the 10th.
you're gone?
No, the 11th, sorry.
You're gone the 11th. So on the
Mhm.
17th, it shows we have commissioners, HR, 9:30 and 10. Would we want to fill in the morning of the 10th?
You have IT too.
I'm just wondering if we could just fill everything in on the 10th
And be done.
and do it then. Jen, what do you think? I say this and then I'm sure I'll have a meeting on the 10th.
Are you asking to move next week's 2 topics type of thing on to the following week to fill up the schedule? Is that what the question is?
Sorry, there were 3 people talking at the same time. Commissioner Christopher, what did you say?
Are you talking about moving the couple of items we have next week on to the 17th? Or
No.
are you-
Go in the other direction.
So, Judge Krog is only available at 1 o'clock on the 10th. Now,
Okay.
do we need to meet with Judge Krog in Superior Court? That's up to the board. But Elise is out on the 10th. That's why the commissioners are scheduled on the 17th. So it's really up to you guys, what you want to do.
And then we have planning at 1:30 on the 10th too.
Right, but that's kind of my point is a hodgepodge schedule. I don't need to talk to the judge. His budget is fine with me.
Me too.
And then if we can move planning to the 17th to fit in one of those holes, it makes for a more productive day with less 2.5-hour breaks.
Jacob, you're not here all yet, so, right?
I'll be remote and hoping that I can call in.
And I'm not too worried about planning's budget. I pretty much understand everything.
Yeah, we've got the KLCK radio.
8:30.
I wish we could move everything to the 10th rather than the 17th. That would work better for me, but if we can't, it's fine. And I can, if I'm not available, I can always send my questions in ahead of time.
Can we move everything to the 17th except for Elisa? And it,
You mean the 10th?
And you'll make the 10th.
or yeah, move everything to the 10th except for Elisa.
I have a dentist appointment in the afternoon because there was no budget scheduled.
We do have
On the
budget scheduled
10th?
on the 10th.
Not in the afternoon. There was no budget scheduled, so I made a dentist appointment.
There,
Oh.
1 and 1:30, there's a budget schedule. From 3 on, there's no workshops because I knew that Lori had a meeting in the afternoon that day. So that's why that's blocked out.
So is there anything from the 17th we could move to the morning of the 10th? I guess would be my question.
HR and admin services.
Are you guys free?
I just need to be done at 3 o'clock. So as long as you can throw it in after whatever's there at 3 o'clock, that's fine too.
Yeah, anything we can put on the 10th and not the 17th would be better for me.
Yeah, as long as we're done at 3 o'clock on the 10th, that's fine with me.
And if you're gonna be nice,
If it doesn't move, imagine what it's gonna be.
I don't know. I'll check and see. Casey's not here, we can't. Oh. I think that's
That's
why.
how it ended up on the
I think that's why
17th.
we picked 17. Casey's not here.
Okay.
But
Whatever works.
I'll double check. But if anybody is gonna
that
miss
update us?
anything, they can loop back and talk to any of us,
Yep.
Yeah.
ask
Adam.
questions, and then bring those questions.
Try to do it beforehand.
Then I can bring those questions forward to the other two and the answer I gave. So if that's
All right.
the very least we can do.
Well, going last is not always best because we still got 1.1 million.
I'm going first, your department's last.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Just slash it all.
Do we have anything else?
My head
Do we
is-
have our multiple people going to the thing tonight?
Yes.
So that needs to be mentioned. Is there anything else that multiple people will be at?
No, not this week.
Well, if you're
Okay.
going to the thing tonight, I would expect it to be very lackluster because it sounds like there's 8 people speaking and they're all going to get 5 minutes to have an opening statement. And then there'll be like maybe 2 questions asked and then it's off to the next person. It's more of a meet and greet than a debate.
Oh, okay.
That'd be
Well, I'll
interesting.
mention it anyways. Madam Chair, having nothing else before the BOCC, I would make a motion to adjourn, noting that 2 or more commissioners will be at a candidates forum this evening. And with that, we can adjourn to Tuesday.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.